Okay, so this is going to be my 100% pseudo-tutorial for this game. I've done a pseudo-tutorial before for this category, but it's getting pretty outdated. I did it sometime in spring 2019, and the time between that and now there's been a lot of better stuff that's been found. We're going a lot faster. Record has improved over a minute, I believe, as well, which is cool. The reason this is a pseudo-tutorial is because I don't really have the time or like the full motivation to do a full-on professionally produced tutorial, and I also don't feel like it's super worth it to do that. With this, I can just produce it. I can just do a stream of this in one day and have it out, have a bunch of information in one VOD, which I think is good enough. If you're watching this, I don't recommend watching the whole thing in one sitting, because most of the information won't stick to you unless you're watching it for entertainment. If you're watching it for entertainment, that's fine. It's best to, if you are actually going to learn this game or the 100% category, to learn stuff separately. Go through the VOD and go to the part that you want to learn more about. But that's just my opinion. This isn't a tutorial for mentality, because me and mine's not perfect either. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to talk about is the region and version differences. So there actually aren't any version differences in this game. If you play on Black Label or Greatest Hits, or for like Platinum Hits for PAL versions, there's no differences. But what does matter is the regions. The regions are really important for this game. So there's the North American version, which is called NTSC-U, or often just NTSC. There's the European version, which is called PAL, or PAL. You might have that version if you live in somewhere in Europe or Australia. And there's the Japanese version, NTSC-J. The fastest for this category is NTSC-J, the Japanese version. However, it only saves around 50 seconds to a minute, possibly less, so it's not a huge deal if you're stuck with NTSC-U in one of those countries where it's mainly NTSC-U for retro games. And the reason that, and I can actually show it on the map, the reason that NTSC-J is faster is because they moved around some color gems. This level, Road to Nowhere, requires the red gem to get all the boxes, and there's no skip to get around it. And normally you get the red gem in Slippery Climb, but in this version they moved it to the Lost City. As you can see, it has the red gem, and so that means you can do this level in one visit instead of two, which saves a good amount of time. There is a lot of things that J loses time to, and so you might have thought it would save more than like 50 seconds, but we think it's around 50 seconds saved over NTSC-U for that. Again, it's not a big deal if you are, say, from North America and North or South America, and you only have NTSC-U easily accessible. It's totally fine. I do know some NTSC-U specific strats. There's some I've made specifically for those who run on the NTSC-U version, and I'll cover those when I get to those sections. The European version, the PAL version, is very, very bad, unfortunately, for running this game. It feels like a totally different game whenever I try it, honestly. It's just, the whole game is slower, basically. Like, we don't even know how much it loses. It's really bad. Pretty much everything's slower except for Crash's base movement speed, which is actually faster, but it's still slower than the movement tech zigzagging, which of course I'll get into later. If you have NTSC-U on console, it's better to just use console instead of emulating the Japanese version, and I'll explain that when I get to platforms, which I guess I'll just talk about that now too. So there's lots of different ways to play this game. The fastest way is on a PlayStation 2, a PS2, and that's because they added a feature called fast disk speed, and what that does is it makes the disc spin inside your PS2 at a PS2 standard speed instead of a PS1 standard. And that doesn't affect anything in the game except the loading screens. The loading screens get shortened drastically, to the point where in this category I think it saves around 2 minutes over a not really a PS1, but like an emulator. And 90% though, it is 1 minute 40 seconds saved. And then you have PS1. PS1 is not a bad way to play this game. It's gonna be laggier than most PS2s, and it's not gonna have FDS. That's the thing. The fast disk speed is only available on PS2. Fast disk speed is a thing for PSP and PSTV for some PlayStation 1 games. For PSP, it apparently doesn't work for this game. It like makes them longer or something like that. So yeah, avoid that. PSTV actually, yeah, it has fast disk speed, but they only released the PAL version on that platform, so it's not an option. Probably the worst way to play this game though is on a PS3. PS3 download. The emulation is really terrible. There's a lot of input lag and possibly a lot more lag in general, more so than a PS1. Emulator is not a bad way to run this game if you don't mind the input delay too much. No FDS, of course. You just have to check speedrun.com, view the rules on the leaderboards for this game, and view which emulators are accepted on the leaderboard. These include BizHawk, Mendafin, Zebra. BizHawk is one I would recommend. It has less input delay. Thanks, Doge. So yeah, platforms. One nice thing about emulator is save states for practice. The only thing is the input lag really sucks on those emulators compared to playing on like a console or CRT. But yeah, practicing this game on actual hardware though it's not too bad, honestly. It's not too bad. You can totally learn the whole thing without save states and all that. It would just be quite helpful, I imagine. Alright, so I've gone over regions, platforms. Now I'll get into movement. This isn't as movement-based of a speedrun compared to Crash 2 and 3, but it's still very important to talk about, and it's quite misunderstood, actually, by a lot of people who don't run the game, or people who have only ran the game at a very low level. So, I'll first get into the zigzagging. So if you alternate diagonals in the air, like relative to what direction you're going in, you go much faster. And you'll notice that if you try and do it, just move up, left, up, right when you're going forward. It works sideways, so sideways you do up and down, back and forth. And Crash does kind of the funny wiggling in the air. It's been called wiggling before by some people. Yeah, you want to do that. It can be pretty troublesome trying to get consistent at it, get good at it. It's harder to do than it seems, to do it well, that is. So the way I recommend going about it at first is start by when you're in the air, do some diagonals in the air, and slowly try and add more and more diagonals into your jump. Now, human hands suck, and human thumbs suck. So you also have to be careful not to hurt yourself while doing this, because it is very, very possible. But you just have to be patient with it, and I believe another big thing is to limit your play sessions. If you limit your play sessions, you can avoid injury from this as well. You also don't want to do zigzagging as hard as you possibly can all the time, and no one really does that anyway. Like no top runner does that. Because it's simply not practical. You don't need, like, quote-unquote godly zigzag to catch even the hardest cycle skips in this game. You don't need it in the hardest jumps. Yeah, it's a very misunderstood thing. And you also need consistent zigzag, not just fast zigzag, you need consistent zigzag. You need to not be, like, veering off, hugging the walls because you're messing it up, and going all over the place, because then it's not going to save time. Also, you cannot zigzag diagonally, because, I mean, that makes no sense. I think there's a couple other platforming games out there that have zigzag where I think you can diagonal zigzag, but not this one. You also can't do it on the ground. If you do it on the ground, it's not going to do anything, it's just going to make you go slower. Now, zigzagging's not the only movement tech in this game, contrary to what some viewers who judge everything by how it looks might assume. The spin is also very important for movement, and it'll be a huge factor in how good your movement is in this game, instead of the zigzag, honestly. So spinning is faster. You might have figured it out while playing it casually in, say, the boulder levels. But how you do the spins is really important. So there's different types of spinning. If you spin in the air, you'll notice the spin is very quick, but when you spin on the ground, you'll notice the spin lasts a good while longer. But if you start the spin in the air, connect it to the ground, now it lasts really long. And the way you can combine this with zigzagging is start your spin in the air so it connects on the ground and jump immediately again, because you want to keep zigzagging. This allows for you to keep zigzagging and to also to keep zigzagging, but to also get those long spins out, so you're getting the speed boost from those each time. So this here is basically the movement tech, like that. There are times where you are not going to be able to spin on the ground like this due to weird terrain and also platforms that fall when you stand on them. They're glitchy with spins, and so in situations it's okay to do kind of like this, but it's only specific situations where you have to do that. It is slower though. Intro up. Crash 1 is a very unique spin. It's different from every other Crash game that came after it. And from a casual standpoint, it makes sense that they changed it, because it is kind of weird and it's more complex than it needed to be, but it's good for the speedrun. So, there's a thing that we call the spin timer, and the reason that's in the game is so your spins are kind of nerfed, so they're not just overpowered, and you can't just spin constantly and shred everything that's in your way. So you can spin 5 times before getting spin timered, as we call it, and a spin timer running out, you'll hear a noise that'll play instead of Crash spinning. Now you'll notice I spun 6 times. That's because my spin timer was actually recharging while I was going through all those spins. Yeah, that weird noise there is when you're getting spin timered, so you're out of spins. And now you have to wait, I think it's 2 seconds for each spin. I'm never good with the numbers on these things. I just have muscle memory for it. You have, once your spin timer's out, you have 2 seconds to get each spin back. But again, your spin timer can recharge while you're spinning as well, so keep that in mind. But it's good to know that if you heard the spin timer noise, you'll know you'll have to wait 2 seconds before you get another spin. And if you're also in a situation where you're going to need multiple spins, you're going to have to wait a long time. So that's important for the movement and also for hazards, but also in the 100% category, it's very important for breaking boxes without losing time. It loses a lot of time to be stuck in front of a box and not being able to spin it. Having to jump on it or something as a backup is very slow. And it can get you killed if there's obstacles in the way. But yeah, in Crash 2 and 3 and pretty much every other Crash game, it seems they made it so it's spin, spin timer, spin, spin timer. But in this game, if you have 5 spins available in your spin timer, then you can just machine gun it. If you do it in a rhythm, you can get a kind of a constant spin. It looks pretty cool. But yeah, the spin in this game is crazy. It's fast. I like the way it breaks boxes. But yeah, earlier I mentioned how it's shorter in the air, and that can actually be used to our advantage for certain strats for breaking boxes quicker. Hey, Fey Yeti. Oh, how spins work in this game, yeah. So there was a task done at this game for any percent by Purihiko, a very excellent Japanese tasser, and his encoding of the task had a visualization of the spin timer. It was kind of like a meter that drained with each spin you did, but it was started to fill up again immediately. And there were 5 slots, and the 5 slots represented each spin. I don't really count spins in my head. You might assume I do that. Instead, I have muscle memory, and I can feel if I've been spinning a lot or spinning more than I usually do, and I need to be cautious. You could count spins, but you would have to know exactly how long it takes for each spin to reload. And if you're using muscle memory for that, you would use muscle memory for, like, instead of counting spins. You know what I mean? But yeah, the spinning in the air and connecting it on the ground and not jumping, that can also be used for certain strats. It's good on conveyor belts, and I'm actually in a good level for this. It's also good on these mossy slopes. So if you start your spin in the air, you get a nice boost. But here it's also good to just do it on the ground as well, because walking is already fast. But yeah, if you do it like that, it's good. And I'm also now going to talk about the submarine jump tech, or sub jump. It's going to be called sub jump by everyone. That same tasser, Purahiko, called it a submarine jump in his task notes, so that's what everyone called it. Basically, if you spin on the ground and you're close to falling off a ledge and you press jump within 10 frames of the spin animation finishing, you get a mid-air jump like that. And that is one of the coolest things in this game, and it is used not everywhere, but it's used a lot, especially on the third island. The third island is definitely the best part of the speedrun. Almost every level is quite entertaining in my opinion. Yeah, it's a pretty easy tech to do. However, you have to be aware you cannot press X during the spin. If you press X during the spin, your grounding will be gone. Like, the game will realize you were in the air and not on the ground, and you will not get a jump out, so be careful of that. But yeah, 10 frames is a pretty large window. This game is 30 frames per second, so yeah. There is also this thing called, it's been called a billion different things. It's been called a ledge jump, a slip jump, a cliff jump, or my favorite, a coyote jump. It's where, as you're falling off a ledge, you have a frame window to still be able to jump. And the reason that the developers put that in is because it's just a quality of life thing. And that's also abused a good amount in places where a sub jump isn't as practical. It works in Crash 1, 2, and 3, and Wrath of Cortex, not the GBA games, and it's actually really annoying there. But yeah, it's just a quality of life thing. But because this game doesn't have a slide, you'll see it abused a lot more in this game than Crash 2 and 3. It's hard to cover everything, but at some point or another, I think everything will be covered in this tutorial. But yeah, sub jump is spin as you're falling off a ledge, press X within 10 frames after the spin animation finishes. Nice Fieri. Yeah, ledge jump is really nice for platformers. A lot of games have it. It's called a coyote jump by developers, it seems, kind of like Wile E. Coyote. Okay, so movement. There's also a technique called double jumps. You can't just do that anywhere. Unfortunately, that's based off certain moving platforms. I'll cover those when they show up. They're not really done in this category. Upstream and up the creek, you can do them off the leaves. Those are done at top level and any percent sometimes. But yeah, I'll just talk about those when I get to them. Yeah, I talked about PS, like the PS handhelds. So yeah, there's a lot with movement. The big thing though is spinning. If you like find a cycle that's hard to get past without dying or whatever, or waiting for it, trying to do it with just straight up zigzagging, you can notice how much easier it gets with spinning like that. Doing this kind of stuff with your movement can make a lot of things much easier in the game, and it goes to show, like, if you do it throughout the whole run, it's going to save you a lot of time. I guess I'll also talk about, before I move on, sometimes it's faster to not zigzag, based on camera and level layouts. I guess a good place to show this is Cortex Power. And this also ties into the fact that you cannot zigzag diagonally. It's always my pet peeve when I see people doing this incorrectly. Oop, late input. Okay, I pressed square, but yeah, go off, I guess. Just need to get to the part. So here, this level has a lot of diagonal, weird hallways like this. You don't want to be doing, like, this. You don't want to be, like, zigzagging like that. That's going to be slower. Instead, sometimes it's just faster to do like that real quick. Just diagonal. Moving diagonal is just faster in this game, but obviously that depends. Like, if it's going to be used, that depends on the level layout. Diagonals get abused a lot more in Crash 2 and Crash 3 with the sliding. Especially Crash 3, diagonal NSJs are very, very fast. But yeah, in this game, it's actually a better hallway. I can show this, I think. I don't know. Maybe the one to the blue gem path. Yeah, like, see there, can do a bit of a diagonal. Same with there. Yeah, you never want to be, if you're in a situation where you would have to diagonal zigzag to zigzag, then it's not faster. You want to find a way to go diagonal, like that. Yeah, like that. Oh yeah, do it, Fiati. I have a PVM monitor as well. So yeah, that's diagonals. It's abused a lot more in Crash 2 and 3 at top level, but it's still a thing in this game. But mainly for when you can't zigzag or you shouldn't zigzag. It's also a thing in like the earlier jungle levels. Like the early levels have weird like paths in the levels, you know? And in levels like boulders, it's actually, there's like certain parts when you're getting chased by the boulder where it's also not faster to zigzag. It's really hard to tell those spots though, because it's basically all about the camera. But yeah, which model? I'm not sure actually. Next I'll talk about cycles. Cycles are very, very important in this game. I guess I'll define cycles. So a cycle is any moving obstacle, basically. Mostly like cycles like this, not really enemies, though enemies can also have kind of cycles too. There's basically 3 different types of cycles. There's global cycles, spawn cycles, and local cycles. Global cycles are what this game mainly consists of, though this one in front of me isn't. A global cycle is a cycle that is going, quote-unquote going, like it's moving, as long as the game is turned on, not paused, and not in a loading screen or a Japanese mask hint, which I'll get into explaining. And that might seem daunting, like if you're not familiar with what your cycles are going to look like, then each time you play a level it might feel different, and that's exactly what the developers intended. It's kind of an old thing in games that I feel they put in to try and add some kind of randomness, but it's not actually random at all. Now something very important for the global cycles is that when you die they reset. The global timer resets. And so we can do that in strategic spots throughout the run to get better cycles, like have to wait on less cycles throughout the levels. The second one, a spawn cycle, is what this one is actually. Spawn cycles only start moving once they're loaded. Not on screen, but loaded, once you're a certain distance close to them. So those ones will be the same every time if you play the same. But once you deload them again, they are not going again. Some games do that differently, where once they're loaded forever. This game doesn't do that. The third type of cycle is a rare one. It's more common in modern games, it seems. It's called a local cycle. It's where the cycle starts moving when you enter the level. The only example that I know of that in this game is in Castle Machinery. It's these two platforms that go up and down. It goes up very far, and so it saves a lot of time to catch a good cycle there, but yeah, that one starts when you enter the level. The global cycles also reset when you finish a bonus round, which that applies to the Cortex key bonus rounds. I'm talking a lot, I need to make sure I drink. So yeah, what makes top level runs of this game, and even like the top of the top runs, is how they go about dealing with the global cycles. Not only can we die to reset the global cycles, we can do that across multiple levels. So the strat I do currently is actually dying in this level, which resets the global timer, and it gives me better cycles in this level. It affects the cycles in this level. These two levels don't have relevant cycles, but it also gives me almost perfect cycles in this level. But that means I have to play all these levels well enough to a certain degree to be able to arrive at this level at the time I want, where I won't have to wait on like any of the stairs or the moving platforms pretty much. Yeah, it's very important. This game has a lot of global cycles, and I mean a lot, and you will see that. It has a lot more than Crash 2 and Crash 3. But yeah, even waiting on a couple cycles in a level, obviously it'll vary based on what cycle it is, can lose a lot of time. And if you're doing that all throughout the run, you will lose minutes upon minutes of time. But we also don't want to death abuse too much for manipulating global cycles, because if you do it too much, when you could have carried a reset of the global timer across multiple levels, then you'll lose time from the death abuse. And I have examples of that where I was able to cut out a death abuse. So yeah, that's cycles. Practice. So I mentioned emulator earlier. Emulator is good because you can do save states for practicing, which makes it more quick and efficient. There's no way to get save states on console for this game, for any Crash game yet. Someday that might be able to be a possibility if someone with the right knowledge does it, but yeah. So this game has a password system, just because it's an older game, 1996. Now, you might remember there being 4 options here on the title screen. New game, load game options. On the other versions between these two, there's the password option. They got rid of that on the Japanese version, but not really. It was discovered last year, for the first time in like 20 years, that there actually is a way you can access the password screen on this version without cheats or anything like that. There's a hidden code that you enter on this title screen, and the code is up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right, left, right, and circle. My D-pad is really bad, so it takes me a few tries to do it. So I can't tell if the D-pad inputs are going through. See there, it went up when I didn't press up. This is what happened to my controller from all the zigzagging. That's one thing that also kind of sucks. Your D-pad's going to wear down a lot from zigzagging. So here's the password screen. It works the exact same as the other versions. It's weird, it even has Japanese text and all that. But it was never fully implemented. I assume it's because more people had memory cards. Though maybe not, this version only came out a few months after. So basically, you don't actually need a memory card to run and practice this game. You don't need one at all, which is super nice because also I'll mention it's actually slower to run this game with your memory card in your console, or like having it turned on, enabled in your emulator. It actually makes the loading screens very slightly longer. I believe that someone figured that out years and years ago. But there's also a thing where if you have save files on your memory card, and you don't skip the save screen that comes up after you get a gem, you can get stuck on it for a few seconds. And that'll obviously lose time, but it can also mess up your global cycles. Yeah, this was found by Das. Found it by looking at the game's code, I assume. It's just funny it took that long for us to realize. You can look up online passwords for this game. That's 100% password. That's obviously good for practicing. You'll have all the levels unlocked. Some levels it can be a hindrance, having the colored gem platforms in the way. An example of that is Jungle Rollers, but that's only the second level. You can just beat the first level and have access to that one, but I'll go over that in like the relevant levels. A very great resource is a password generator which exists for this game. There's 2 of them. So for this tutorial I'm going to link lots of relevant links in the description of either the Twitch VOD or the YouTube VOD. Like I'm going to put them in both of them. One of the links will be the password generator for this game. You can select what levels you want unlocked and what gems you want to have. And that's very useful because of the thing I just mentioned, and also for practicing carrying a global cycle, a global timer reset over across multiple levels. Because the global timer is still going on that weird gem screen where all the gems that you have go by. And so you, to have like an accurate kind of practice thing going on for that, you need to have a proper password for it if you're not doing emulator. Hey, casually clutching. So yeah. Luckily for this game, there's a very quick way to get a good amount of extra lives for doing practicing or learning, and that's just castle machinery. You just need the green gem, and up here is 1 billion lives. Eventually you can game over, but it takes a decent while to game over, because as you're practicing, you'll collect extra lives along the way, just unintentionally. So yeah. I don't think I'll get into too much about like general speedrunning stuff, like timer recording and all that, because there's billions of resources, videos, tutorials on that are already out there. So now I'm slowly going to ease into the actual tutorial for the levels and stuff like that, by first getting into defining the category. I'll say also there's going to be a lot of useful stuff in this tutorial for any percent as well if you're learning that. Though any percent is still quite a different category for this game. It's quite different, I think. Yeah, so the 100% speedrun, you have to get all 26 gems and 2 keys, but you also have to finish the Great Hall and get the secret ending. That's when the timing ends. The timing starts right here when you press the button to start the game. It doesn't start when you load it on the map. Some people get that wrong. It starts now when you press the button. And then the timing ends when you reach Tana in the Great Hall. More specifically, it's when you lose control. When you get close enough to Tana in the Great Hall, Crash will lose control, and that's right when the timing ends. It can be hard to get to stop the timer accurately there. It's no big deal if you don't. You can just adjust your time in the speedrun.com submission. It's no problem. And it helps out the leaderboard mods like myself if you do that, so we don't have to correct it for you. Oh, that's a good question, Casually Clutching. So Casually Clutching asked, why is Zigzag not done on analog? That's a very good thing to ask and for me to talk about. This game actually doesn't support analog, it only supports D-pad. There are ways to quote-unquote play it with analog, but you are still technically playing with D-pad. If you have a controller that has analog sticks on it and you are able to move Crash with the analog stick, all it actually is it's the D-pad mapped to the analog stick. And so you're still only getting 8 directions. Like that direction, Wow, my D-pad's really bad. That direction, and so forth. Four straight directions and 4 diagonals. Now, if you find that you zigzag better with that, then be my guest. 99% of people don't. There was a runner named Kojiro. He's still one of the best runners of this game. He greatly, pretty much revolutionized the speedrun for this game. Found a lot of stuff that's still used today, and is an awesome guy. We miss him. But yeah, he ran the game that way. And he had very good zigzag with doing it that way. So yeah, you could try it. It was always said before that you need a third-party controller to have it mapped to analog, but I think there are some official DualShock 1s that let you do that. I don't know any details about that though. At AGDQ, an AGDQ I went to, someone bought a controller that was able to do that, and I tried it, and I don't understand how you could zigzag with that D-pad mapped to analog. But it's still preference, technically. It's still preference. I also have a general video about zigzagging, which I'll also link in the description of Twitch VOD and the YouTube VOD, because I don't want to go too much in detail into it again. But yeah, that was a great question. So yeah, that's the category. The leaderboards for this game are on speedrun.com. Feel free to submit. You just need a video proof of your run, and that's basically it, and an account. But yeah, I guess now we'll get into the actual speedrun. So right off the bat, actually, it starts out with this might only apply to top level. It's hard to say. It starts out with a global cycle manipulation of the cycles in Great Gate. Great Gate has a bunch of torches and spikes that move up and down, and you want to be able to wait on as little as possible of those in that level. And so what we do, I think only a couple top runners do it. You want to die before starting your run, which will reset the global timer, and you want to wait a certain amount of time before starting your run to line up the global cycle properly. And this is allowed. It's totally fine. So yeah, I reset the timer. I reset the global cycles by dying, and I start my run around here. And if I do a pretty good playthrough of the first and second level, and a good first section of Great Gate, I won't have to wait on a single thing in Great Gate. Now, the timing that you do for waiting on the title screen or whatever is going to vary based on your movement, and also what strats you do in the first 2 levels. There's a lot of different ways to go fast in the first 2 levels. There's going to be a lot to cover. But it's not worth doing if you can't line it up. If you can't line up the Great Gate cycles in a way where you won't have to wait on anything. Now it varies. You can wait less time on the title screen to give yourself more leeway, like be able to make a mistake here and there and have to wait less on, still not have to wait anything on Great Gate. But if you wait longer and longer on the title screen, you can have it so it lines up perfectly in Great Gate with a very clean first 2 levels as well, which is optimal. It can be kind of a pain in the ass to line it up because of also because of a spike. The first spike in Great Gate after the first checkpoint, you often, with my setup, you have to spin jump on top of it. I'll get into spin invincibility as well. I forgot to talk about that. Hey, Victor. Yeah, you could also buy it. You could also buy a D-pad to analog on emulator. Yeah, I explained the Japanese version thing earlier. It's because you can do Road to Nowhere in 1 pass instead of 2. Because you get the red gem in a different level than earlier level. But yeah, it starts out with the Great Gate cycle manipulation. I don't recommend going for it if you don't have good movement, and if you're not doing pretty much every strat in the first 2 levels. So it might only be top level, but you could see. But it's kind of it can be kind of a pain in the ass with the spikes and the way they line up. And if you're just behind on the good cycle, your cycles are absolutely terrible, and you'll lose a lot of time from that. So you gotta watch out for that. You gotta be prepared for that. But it's your choice. It's your choice. So after that, I die, and then I go to the title screen immediately, obviously, but I go back to the map again, and that's not to do with any of the cycle reset stuff. That is a way to make the very first loading screen of the run faster. It just affects the way the game loads certain things, and it makes that first loading screen faster. I don't know if it makes the loading screen into Insanity Beach faster. It might, I'm not sure. Now, it's important that you do the death abuse in, I'd say, the first 3 levels. If you do it in boulders or upstream, it's not going to work, or it'll barely be a faster load. And it makes sense because it's a farther away level, I guess. But yeah, you would death abuse for the Great Gate cycles. I'll just do it here to properly showcase it. So say I want to start a run. I death abuse here, reset the Great Gate cycles, immediately go to the map so I can go to the title screen. To the map again. This will make not this loading screen faster, but the loading screen when I go to the map again in my run. I'll even start my timer. Wait the correct amount of time for the cycles, and bam, start the run. Enter the level as soon as possible. I'll talk about the map as well. I'll probably load up a password actually for this. Again, my D-pad's really bad. Yeah, also if you screw up an input on the password, you can press left to correct it, except for the last input. The map. For moving Crash on the map, you can just hold the direction. I don't think this applies. I don't think you can buffer it from the loading screen. You'd think I'd know this off the top of my head, but I guess I don't. Oh, you can. Okay, so you can start holding the direction if you're on a level like this, or if you need to go backwards. If you're on a level like this, you can buffer it from the loading screen. And just hold the direction. You don't have to mash for moving Crash on the map. Now, a cool thing about the Japanese version, they made it so you can also enter levels not only with X, but also with circle. So that makes it easier to kind of mash to enter levels. So you can easily like mash X and circle with your right thumb to enter levels. After some levels, you can tell if you entered a level nice and quickly based on how much the screen fades in, or where Crash is. Like there, you could see briefly before I entered the level, Crash was still in like a walking animation instead of being stationary, so I entered the level nice and early. Yeah, you can do the fast load without resetting cycles. That works on all the versions, but I think NTSC-J for any % has a different setup. It's been a while since I ran any %, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I believe all that info's on speedrun.com, or you can watch the world record for that. Thanks, Vieti. Yeah, like this can be for entertainment as well, not just for people who want to learn it. So yeah, that's the map. You can't buffer entering a level, unfortunately. You do have to mash for that. That's the only thing. Now the first level, it's right off the bat when you load into the first level, there's something that's kind of annoying. And it's first you have a cutscene, and skipping that's fine. You can just hold triangle to skip it. You can buffer it in the loading screen. And it's this cutscene where Crash wakes up on the shore. You just press triangle to skip it. But you have this mask hint on the Japanese version, and this is something the Japanese version loses time to. Though the version is still faster, it's certain masks that you pick up have a box of text that pops up. It's pretty annoying until you learn how to deal with all of them, and then honestly it's fine after that. Unfortunately, you can't skip it with triangle. As you can see, I'm pressing triangle, my HUD's coming up, which is quite silly. You have to press either circle or X to skip it. The problem is that buffers into their respective, like the purpose of those respective buttons. So you skip it with X, you'll get a jump if you have proper grounding. And if you press circle, circle is actually an alternate spin button in this game, that's useful to know. It'll be a spin. Now you can actually abuse both of those things to deal with these mask hints. I'll talk about them in the proper places, but you can do a sub jump using circle out of a hint. So you start a spin before you hit the crate, you break the crate with circle, but you do a sub jump to get out of it. But you can also, when you break a lot of mask crates in this game, Aku pops out of the crates. Like, it doesn't automatically collect every time. And so if you jump into the hint, then like you won't get like a double jump buffered out of it. So you can also do that. You just have to make sure you land safely. Obviously, we'll likely be stationary. It's hard to say what best possible time is. It's always changing. I know I could get a mid 101 though. Sub 1 hour is not possible at this time though. I think that would need something big, some random new shit. Sadly. What was I talking about? Yeah, so that's hints. This hint here is kind of annoying to skip because you also have to deal with the momentum of Crash because he's like kind of stationary here. But you can't make it so you basically didn't get stopped at all if you time it correctly. And you have to time it like we do a jump out of this hint. I should have mentioned that. We do a jump because there's also the 3 crates here. I broke them, but there's the 3 crates and you have to break them all. So basically we come into the level, hold triangle, jump out of the hint, and break them like that and start zigzagging immediately. But we also zigzag to jump out of the hint, and you can still break all the crates. You won't go too far past them. The timing on getting a perfect, like a perfect frame perfect mask hint skip here with good momentum is easier said than done. I find it pretty annoying. I pretty much need it to get a better Insanity Beach goal. But you can kind of use an audio cue for this, I find. This might depend on your hardware. It might depend on your hardware. Like I forgot to mention earlier for platforms, there's different models of PS2 which might have slightly varying loading times. Though obviously if you don't have FDS, it'll be longer loading screens, and this might not work, I'm not sure. But I noticed you can hear the sounds of the waves on the beach before you actually load into the level, like during the loading screen. Yeah, it might be hard to hear on the stream. If you listen to the game yourself and with higher audio, you might be able to hear them. And I kind of use that as kind of a cue to when to hit X, kind of, but maybe shortly after. It's hard to describe when I time certain things in this game, unfortunately, because it's all muscle memory. So you're holding triangle, you're ready to tap X. Now the way I did it there is that's what it commonly is. That's what I commonly get. I'm not the most consistent at skipping it perfectly. But if you skip it perfectly, you won't see the mask hint at all. You won't see the text at all either. It'll just spawn at the level. You hear you getting the mask, and you're already ready to go. It's not a huge deal, honestly, because also the global cycles aren't going during the mask hint. The game's kind of paused except for the music. That was pretty good. That wasn't perfect, but yeah. Now, getting into this level, so on the NTSC-J version, you won't have that mask at the start. So all you have to do is triangle and then jump just for the boxes like that and start zigzagging. Instead, the mask is here. It's over here, and you just have to break it, get it, and be on your way as soon as possible. Now, I should have talked about this earlier when I was talking about movement. Invincibility in this game is slower. However, certain situations can make it faster. And it just so happens that on the first island there are 3 instances of it being faster. And so when people watch runs of this game, they get kind of a false idea that invincibility is faster, and they'll be confused as to why the runner isn't getting it throughout the rest of the game. Until Jaws of Darkness is another place where it's faster. It makes Crash's base movement speed faster, but it's still slower than zigzagging, and you also can't do the spinning except for in the air. But when you do get invincibility, and I'll just talk about it now even though it's a later part of the level. Yeah, you would get that mask for your second mask. When you do have invincibility, you want to be on the ground as much as possible, because Crash's movement speed goes back to his base speed when he's in the air. So you only want to tap X for jumps. And when you're in the air, you want to jump and spin immediately. You don't want to spin on the ground, because when you spin on the ground, he goes to his base movement speed, and it's really slow. Diagonals are really fast with that. The diagonals I talked about earlier. But yeah, the reason it's faster in this level is because of the box bridge. But also just like the way you break some of these other crates is pretty fast. You don't have to reset if you got hit or something. But I mean, you might as well, because it's so early. But you can sub-jump all these. For TAS, it's actually faster to not get the invincibility, because they can just do that perfectly. And to the point where you would break those crates as they're spawning in, because if Crash is inside them, they'll break automatically. Yeah, it's pretty neat. But yeah, I timed it, like invincibility here is still like at least a second faster than the non-movement, based on like a quick attempt of me breaking these with some jumps. Like that kinda. But yeah, stay on the ground as much as possible. All jumps should be minimum jumps. And you should still be zigzagging in the air, but you can't zigzag on the ground in this game, so. No, there's not a TAS of 100% of this category. There was a TAS of the first level, though. It's on the Red Hot BR's channel. And that's how he goes about those crates. So yeah, that's the invincibility, the mask hints, the intro, cutscene skip covered. Now I can get into the actual parts of the rest of the level. You have to be careful with how much you spin in this first section until the invincibility is very critical. Very critical. I actually have a route of spins I can do throughout this whole section, because I mean, look how many boxes there are. There's also the crabs. If you don't have spins, it's very awkward. You could like get stuck here, have to wait for your spin timer. You could get stuck here, like not be able to break that mask right away. You gotta jump on it. So yeah, don't spin too much, but you can still do some movement-related spins that aren't spins that aren't done like for breaking boxes or spinning crabs into boxes, and that's an intended mechanic, spinning enemies into crates. That's called sniping. We call it sniping. It's where you spin an enemy, it goes flying off, but it can actually hit things. Like that. That's done a lot throughout the category. It's a pretty cool thing. Hey Hangman, how's it going? Yeah, so be very careful about spin timer in this stage. It's very critical. So yeah, you just need one spin for those crates. You can do a movement-related spin here, kind of where the crab is. You can also do a second one here, But with this second, if you do the second spin here, there's a good chance you will get spin timered right before the checkpoint that's up ahead. It's only if you do the movement here in a specific way that you can get that one extra spin in just for slightly faster movement. It's good for getting a really good Insanity Beach time. Now, you'll remember the movement I talked about earlier, with like kind of spin jumping. It's the fastest way to move in this game. You can do that for while you're breaking boxes, and it works very well here, and it's showcased very well here with these slopes. So we're gonna break a lot of these crates, kinda like that, spinning before we hit the ground and getting off the ground pretty much as soon as possible, and that saves a lot of time. Thanks, Orphil. 2 hours, damn, that sucks. Yeah, see there, I have the mask for the other one, I'll just get hit. But yeah, if you're scared, if you're having troubles with spin timer, you could just do this stretch of level here without spinning. It will lose time though. But also keep in mind the Great Gate cycle. If you're doing that for the first 2 levels also, it's important. So yeah. I guess I actually do another movement spin here. It just lines up perfectly for breaking these crates. You might struggle with breaking the crate that's up there. At first, it's kind of an awkward one to break, because again, you're on a slope. I just have muscle memory for it. I don't know how I'm going to explain how I do it, to be honest. I'm going to game over soon. I'll just get a password out soon. Or let's go. It's kind of the point, isn't it? So yeah, spin there. You can do a spin there. There. So yeah, you can pretty much just watch any run, watch this again to know how I break that. And then yeah, you know what, let me just game over and get on a proper file. I can't believe my D-pad doesn't screw me over more when I struggle so much to put the password in. So yeah, you can get the lives from Castle Machinery again for practice. You had to take it completely apart, damn. Glad you figured it out though. Alright, so spin jump there. You can do a spin jump there. Spin jump, play. Like that. You snipe the crab into the crates that were on my right, and the mask crate that is up ahead. You can see Aku has already come out of it. You can have it so it snipes the question mark box on the left. I believe it's slower though, because the crab has to have walked more to the side for that to happen. Now there's actually a little strat. You can have it so you get an air spin. It's very awkward, like an air spin to break that crate, so you don't have to wait for the spin animation to finish before getting the crate, before getting Aku, so you don't have to spin it away. Kojiro's 10407 gets that if you want to know what that looks like. Global cycles start when you power on the game, or when you die, or exit a Cortex bonus. But yeah, what happens most of the time is you get a ground spin, and you have to be careful not to spin the Aku crate before picking it up, like that. You can do it more optimally than what I just did, obviously, like where you grab it right after the spin animation finishes. Oh, wax sculpture? That's hype. Good luck with that. It's kind of awkward how you keep the masks here. Let me just get hit. Yeah, that's fine. And then this mask also has a hint. The hints will be in the same masks every time, except when you die, they can change, and I'll cover that where it's relevant. So you skip this one with a X input. A minimum X input is enough to get you up here every time. Very much so, it's 100% consistent. Now you can also buffer jumps in this game. Not the whole way, but just before you land, you can press X just before you land, and it'll buffer to the first available frame. Again, it's another thing the devs put in as a quality of life. And that's used to do like frame perfect jumps up these stairs with little effort. You can still mess up the timing, of course, very easily, but yeah. I'm not actually, like with these jumps, I'm not actually pressing X right on the right frame, I'm just pressing it before I land and it buffers. It's pretty much, it's used on stairs because you obviously, you want to spend as little amount of time in the air here as possible. Now the strat here is to bounce off this question mark crate, which gets you up here. Yeah, as you can see, you can kind of walk. You can kind of walk in front of those boxes, and that's how we start a ground spin. Ground spin to be able to break those. Break all those crates with one spin, which is cool. The spin in this game is very powerful. Notice for that crab there, I do a spin jump also. It's faster. These crates can kind of suck sometimes when you spin them. Like sometimes the back right crate won't break. I believe it's a life crate. So you do have to spend some very small amount of time still on the ground before you jump. But you can buffer it just right, where you break all of them and you get up as soon as possible, and it looks really cool. So yeah, up here you can walk. You can walk along the whole thing. The camera jerks around a bit. And then you can just hold square and up, and you'll break all of them. But obviously, like the other crates, you want to jump as soon as you're able to. Like that. And for these you can do minimum jumps as well. And this jump here to the crate, you want to zigzag it. And you want to time the spin so that the spin starts in the air and finishes on the ground. Breaks the checkpoint. You don't want to do an air spin either. It also makes it so you're spinning more as you walk to this crate, which is faster than just walking. And you can pretty much start another spin right away to get that crate open to get the invincibility. Oh, you had a note for Eddie? Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the kind comments as well, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm really glad you can buffer these jumps. They'd be a pain if you had to time them all super precisely, but you don't. Because the devs were nice. Yeah, let me just get back there. I've showed this section enough. I did get hit an extra time, so. I didn't really mention the spin, like, I mentioned that it makes you go faster, but it's like, it can be used as like an alternative to walking, and like mainly rather spacing yourself between the boxes. But I'll cover that all individually. It's quite laggy here when you're breaking all those crates, especially on older PS2 models. So sometimes it unfortunately either eats your jump or it delays your jump, which sucks here, but don't reset over it. If you get spin timered here, or if you know you're gonna get spin timered, what you can do, it is slower. You can walk a bit up here, so you spin the checkpoint crate as you're closer to the mask, and you can break both of them in one spin like that. That's kind of the backup strat. So when you get invincibility here, I believe it's faster to, You don't want to get it, you don't want to collect the mask right up against this thing. I think what you want to do is grab it a little bit away from the wall, so you can get some grounding on this thing. Because again, being on the ground is faster. I'm actually not 100% sure on that, but it's what I do. It's awkward, like, showing this level when it's, like, not a proper run, just with the whole mask thing. Yeah, see there I missed the Wampa crate. Just practice it, get a visual cue, because for me it's all muscle memory. It was a bit screwed up there, though. That's the backup strat. So yeah, land on this thing, get some momentum before you jump, like, walk a tiny bit before jumping. You can make it so that last turtle I killed snipe some of those crates up there. It's slower though. It means you went slower. Yeah, so with invincibility you can break crates when you're a bit far away from them. It's very useful. It can be a bit finicky. You have to just kind of do it a lot to be able to fully understand it. Here you want to do kind of the same thing. You want to land on this thing, move a bit right to break the crate that's hidden back here. These boxes, you can break them like that and you barely slow down at all. Super satisfying. It's what I try and get every time. It doesn't always happen. That's again just muscle memory. Just watch how I did it. You might have to like increase the brightness. It's very dark in this one spot. Yeah, that was a pretty good first section. Here you want to, the, like, good way to do this is be as close to the right to this pillar that's next to me as you can. Sometimes that happens, it, like, eats my square input, but that's totally fine, too. It's totally fine, like, it worked, so... And if you're in the right line here, the camera will make Crash go through this area like perfectly, basically. It's just the way the camera is, like it makes it so Crash moves along with the level. Just another quality of life thing the devs put in. Now here you want to break the switch crate as soon as possible. I think what's optimal is kind of jumping later. And yeah, jumping later with a minimum jump, hitting the switch crate, and so the bridge can start spawning. When you land here, you don't want to be too close to where the boxes are, or else like this can happen, and now it's like awkward. You can fall through if you like just didn't react in time for some reason. And then the like backup for that is to like kind of jump onto the second crate and then start walking, which you can do. You don't just fall through them like in some other Crash games. You can land on boxes with invincibility, and that is used for a skip in the next level. You messed up, it's okay, Orville. To be honest, I don't really have a visual cue for when you can start walking. Just know that you can walk across like this part here with like the last box not being loaded, so you want to kind of time it relative to that. I think after like just a few boxes have spawned, you can start going. But just know, like, if you do it way too soon, you might not break one of the crates. Even though you cleared the gap, you might not have broken one of the last crates here. And so I guess if you're scared, just check. You can like do a sub jump or something to break it. So your invincibility will run out in different spots based on how fast you went. A really good one will end like here, or maybe here. I don't quite remember. Yeah, quickly get around this thing. You can't jump over here. It's covered in invisible walls. yeah, I guess that's kind of obvious, but yeah. And you start going backwards. Here it's kind of awkward to do the movement because spin jumps on terrain don't work as well when they're downward slopes, especially when it's all bumpy like this. So you gotta be careful, but the way I usually break these boxes, I time the spin so it starts on the first one, and I do the turn to go backwards, which breaks the other one, and then I start going. And then you want to approach this section like going back, like here, which sets up kind of a diagonal. And then with portals, you want to land on portals as close to the foreground as possible, and with as minimum of an X-press as possible. Now you can stand on the lips of portals like that, which is kind of annoying, but yeah, just react and just walk forward. Yeah, you want to land on portals kind of like that. Yeah, there's a lot in the first level. There might be even more in the second one. Now the second and third level, and also the fifth level, have revisit skips. They make it so you can get the box gem in a level without having to come back to it, even though the developers intended for you to come back to it. So this level needs the green gem for the box gem normally, but there is a way to get the crates without the green gem, so you can do it in one pass, you don't have to come back. There are a few levels where we do have to come back. We call that the backtracking part of the run. We can skip revisits on this level, Jungle Rollers, Great Gate, Upstream, and Cortex Power. Upstream is mostly top level only, just because it's really annoying. It's pretty difficult too. It's like you can just do it and get it eventually, but getting it consistent I find is really annoying. Some days you're just not getting it. But yeah, the first two skips, everyone learns these. As time goes on, more people learn Cortex Power Skip. It's very consistent now. It used to not be as consistent until someone found something for it, something better for it. But yeah, I'm actually not going to cover the skips themselves in this tutorial because there's already tutorials for all of them that are already out there, so I'm not going to be redundant. There's a tutorial for this skip, all four revisit skips have their own tutorials. Some of them have multiple. And there's a speedrun.com guide page I made that links to every tutorial for all the gem revisit skips. We're down 25 to go. Yeah, it's gonna be a long one. It's gonna be much longer than the last one. So yeah, for the skip in this level, you don't need invincibility for it, but it's several seconds faster. So yeah, you need to enter this level with 2 masks. You wouldn't have really lost your mask in Insanity Beach to anything, but there is one there if you do need one, I guess. To break these crates, you can just, well, you want to not jump right away. You want some momentum, but when you spawn in, you can hold forward and jump shortly after respawning. Do like basically a min jump and break all those crates. Time the spin so that it breaks the crate that's in the air and also breaks these. There's a very weird subtle mechanic in this game with bouncing off crates, and it's relevant for this TNT. Depending on how you land on crates, this also applies to bouncing off some enemies. You can actually lose time because Crash has his momentum cut just a little bit when he bounces off it. Sometimes it doesn't happen though. It's all about where you land on it. It's really important for like tasks, but it is definitely a thing to note for real-time speedruns. But this won't happen if you do a spin jump, and I should have covered this when I talked about the movement, but yeah, if you time a spin and a jump, you can break a crate with a spin and jump off it immediately, and with TNTs you can survive the explosion. Like, you'll basically outrun the explosion. This works in Crash 1, 2, and 3. There's different ways to time it. I feel like they feel easier to do in some Crash games compared to others, because Crash feels quite different in each of them, especially like if you're on the European version, Crash actually jumps higher in that one. And the European version is faster for Crash too, so it's going to feel different there. But, you know, his spin is also different in those games, etc. But, you can time it in basically 2 different ways that I know of. The way I do it is I start the spin quite early, and then I just have, like, muscle memory for when to jump off. Like, you're not landing on the crate at all. You're basically buffering a jump. The buffer jumps that I talk about. You buffer a jump to jump as soon as you can, which will let you avoid the TNT. Now, you also still have to get away from the explosion. You can either do that by holding X, but obviously that's not, like, faster, or zigzagging. If you like, spin jump off the TNT, and like don't hold X at all and just aren't zigzagging, you can actually get hit by the explosion. I'll see if I can demonstrate that. Yeah, like that. So that can happen, and it can be really difficult in this game to be able to recover from getting hit by something like that, especially a TNT, because Crash for some reason gets like sent in the other direction, and he'll have like his momentum cut as well, so you have to be very careful. Pretty much the best thing to do is try and land back where you started and not panic. It's pretty much the best advice I can give for that. Yeah, that's TNT jumps, or spin jumps. It works on all crates. But yeah, if you spin jump off crates, it removes the issue of having your momentum kind of lost a little bit, or your speed lost a little bit when you bounce off crates. So here I think it is actually faster to spin jump off that crate. If you miss time the spin jump, if you're doing it, you won't have the mask you need for the skip, but the mask over here that you broke out of the crate should still be loaded, so you can just go back and pick that up and be good for the skip. There is a way to do the skip without invincibility. I believe there's I think there's a tutorial for how to do that, like a separate tutorial. It loses several seconds though, and you might not, like, that would also depend on like how fast you do it. It's harder to do it fast, you know. So yeah, I do a min jump. You can zigzag that a little bit. I wouldn't recommend it unless you really know what you're doing, because you might overshoot the mainly the arrow crate there. And of course the spin jump there is also fast because it's the fast movement like this. Luckily in this level you can spin a lot more than in Insanity Beach. For these crates, what you do is you time one spin so that it breaks both. It's the simplest way to do it. This section, there's a number of ways to go about it. Pretty much the best way is like that. It's kind of awkward. You want to like spin jump, you want to spin the plant, but you want to do a spin jump because it's the optimal movement. It'll break the 2 crates over here, which is what you want because you actually want to be able to go to the right of this roller because it's faster. This is like the first cycle skip of the run. Though these rollers are a spawn cycle, so they're the same every time. Again, it's very bad if you get hit there because of the skip. So yeah, I bounce off that skunk, And if you do that, that's the only skunk that's gonna spawn. Like, they're supposed to infinitely spawn. You can do like something like that and then spin jump off that crate as an alternative. You can mess around, but the only method that I've ever really done is the bounce off the skunk, spin jump the plant, go to the right of that cycle. Now these rollers are actually loaded quite far away. Like you can see, it's moving all the way from over here. So the movement that you do, like even as far back as here, is gonna affect how much leeway you have to get past that thing without getting hit by it. See, now it's not moving, so it's not loaded. So here it's not gonna matter, but here it is gonna matter. It is moving over there. But yeah, a big thing is spins. And again, luckily in this level, you can abuse spins a lot to make some of these cycle skips easier. You don't really need spins either for the jungle roller skip, which is nice. Yeah, you can almost spin as much as you want in this level. Obviously, like, I spin less as I get towards that. Now, sometimes that skunk doesn't even spawn. It doesn't really matter, though. So here, I didn't get a jump there, and that's the awkward terrain. Mainly downward slopes, but especially if it's a bumpy downward slope, you're gonna struggle to get a jump out. Unless you both time it really well and happen to land in a really good spot. And you can know what those good spots are. Like in the boulder levels, there's a lot of this terrain, but I know spots in those levels where I can spin jump on a downward slope, but I normally would not recommend it. Now what I have been doing as of late is there was a question mark box here, and I guess this could be kind of advanced. I get past this cycle and I spin jump off it, and I bounce off a plant as well. I'll try and show that off. Oh yeah, so for there you do need to move left a little bit. You can't just hold forward, or the Aku crate might not break. Oh, well, I mistimed it, but yeah, I spin jump off that, land off the plant in a way it doesn't lose time. Spins here. That's not what the roller usually looks like, it just happened to be loaded back there. And then you want to land on these two metal crates with as low of a jump as possible. That also breaks the mass crate. And so this is a mass crate that well, most of them do this, but it comes out of the box and then you have to wait for it to fall on you before you can collect it. And so you can actually use that to your advantage to get further into the level before you pick it up. So like, before you would pick it up, you would move as far off this thing as you could. Now you can have it where you pick up the mask, like here, but then when Crass falls back down, he falls back down here. And that is slower. That is slower. So you kind of want to avoid that. It's hard to tell if you're gonna get it though. But yeah, once you get the invincibility, the invincibility movement commences. It's a pretty simple movement. You don't have to worry about these rollers at all, pretty much. And here's the skip. You can get the boxes that are up here without the green gem from Lost City if you're on NTSC-J, Hog Wild if you're on, or yeah, Lost City on J, Hog Wild if you're on NTSC-J. Again, I'm not going to be covering how to do these skips in this pseudo-tutorial, just to cut some time out of it and also just not to be redundant. But there are tutorials for all 4 revisit skips that should be good enough for you. Anyway, so yeah, I'll have those. I'll have a page that links to all those linked in the description of the spot. There is some things like there's ways to optimize the skip. The the way most people do this skip is the way Whip shows in his tutorial, Whip CPL's tutorial. It involves like bouncing off the third column of crates. I've never done that method. I've always done this method, which I came up with myself when I first started to run this. It involves going up here. I have my own tutorial for it actually, that'll be on that page. I get up here, and if I want to do it as fast as possible, I jump and I hold X as low as possible when I'm getting the life crates, which makes me fall down nice and quick. And it also makes it so if I do the movement down here in a certain way, I can break these crates basically perfectly without having to slow down at all. And that affects those rollers over there. As you can see, they are moving. Makes it so I can get through them in a specific way. And there's lots of different ways to go about getting through them, which I'll show. You can either, so once you break through these crates with the invincibility, and if you do it right, you can break through them like butter, which I'll show soon. You can either get past these guys by going to the left, through the middle, or on the right. On the left, if you're slower, just like an average runner, you'll have to go on the left to avoid them. If you did the skip decently, and if you did the skip decently, what happens for me maybe 50% of the time, you can go through the middle with your invincibility and take a hit. Like Crash like exclaims and he bounces up, and you can do it in a certain way where you don't bonk at all. Like you saw, I bonked a little bit on the rollers. You can do it in a certain way where Crash doesn't bonk at all, but he still gets hit, just because of the hitbox of it. And if you're really fast with the skip, and just like fast in these sections, like fast with the skip, fast with breaking through these crates, good movement here, you can actually go to the right here. I think there's also like levels to that also. Like you can have it so you go through the right and your Crash does get hit, and you can just hold X and zigzag onto this area, which is still very fast. But the like ultimate speedy thing here is if you do everything fast enough where you can get over here and just jump past those rollers, like jump over the half pipe without getting hit, walk along here, do a min jump onto here, onto the higher part over here, and it's super fast. It's not free though, you do have to earn that. Okay, simple and smart games. Another good marker to see if you did that section decently fast is if you enough skunks. If the skunks are in a way here where they snipe into the TNTs in the life crate when you hit them with your invincibility. And the invincibility ends like around here, and if that happens, you can also use that as a way to get through here fast. And yeah, I believe what happens is let me just get there again, like properly with the level. Oh yeah, I heard about that trick dodge. That's awesome. I think it actually changed in the latest update. Like I think it's slightly different now. Oops, that was silly. So yeah, that's basically the first half of the level done, which is good. So yeah, there's that movement done. It's a very fast way to go about that section. Oh, see, there I got it, where I was too close to the edge of the iron crates, and so I have to fall extra before I can gain control and start moving forward, which is slower. I forgot to mention, I land on like the half pipe here. You can get it so you get a bunch more grounding. Oh, and here you can also land on this thing. So you like get on, it makes it so you get on the ground sooner, but you can also walk onto the half pipe without doing an extra jump. Yeah, it'd be nice if I had save states for the invincibility, but at least the invincibility is only faster for a couple levels. It just happens, there's lots at the start. So let me get rid of these so I can properly visualize the really fast way to do that section. I'm not sure how far away those are loaded, but yeah, you can have it where you get hit by that thing and you go to, yeah, like that, you go to the right of those. And it is actually faster to do a damage boost somewhere here, because getting an extra mask in Great Gate, there's a very convenient spot for it. It's very slightly faster to do it this way. And you keep in mind the Great Gate cycle, but you know. Yeah, the alternative, if you're not going fast enough for that to happen and you didn't, well, it's all about if you didn't get the skunk snipe, which you only get the skunk snipe if you did the last section super fast, is you, it's all muscle memory for me. Let me deload those rollers. Make sure they're all deloaded. Yeah, you would break the life crate and you would damage boost in the middle of these, and you can do it in a way where you do not bonk at all. Like, you do not bonk at all. But yeah, if you don't get the skunk snipe, you won't be able to do the other thing, because there's too much shit in the way of this thing. Is also, like, if you have the crates here and this thing here, like, it's really awkward to get through them. But yeah, you get through here, break that, and damage boost in the middle. You do need a mask for the Great Gate skip, the Great Gate revisit skip. You need at least one mask for it. However, if you're going for upstream skip, you need to leave Great Gate with 2 masks, and I'll get into more about that later. But again, most people shouldn't go for upstream skip, so yeah, don't really worry about it. 12-hour VOD. The last one was almost 6 hours. This one's gonna be much fucking longer. 20 minutes of the stream. I hadn't started the Pseudo-Tutorial. Just remember that. Oh, I need masks. Oh. You know what? Let me do the first level, because actually those green gem platforms are gonna get in the way of the skip. This is an example. You might want to practice the jungle rollers and learn the skip as well. Not on 100% password thing, you know what I mean? I also want to show like how to break those crates that are at the skip section fast, but it's hard to do that without invincibility. I should also talk about gem screens, actually, so I'm glad I did this. I would have forgotten otherwise. Gem screens. What buttons you use to skip the gem screens varies based on your version. So, if you're on the NTSC-J version or PAL version, you can just mash X here to skip this screen and the password screen, this screen. But if you're on J, what you can do is you can mash circle and triangle. That's what I do. Circle and triangle once you're ready. There is kind of a weird thing though, like, I feel like you don't want to mash too fast, or it feels like it's actually slower. It feels like the password screen stays on for a bit longer. I'm not 100% sure on that. You might notice it though. But yeah, just mash circle and triangle. And yeah, you can add a lot more spins here. That there is an alternative. It's slightly slower. Ground spin on the box, then jump off the plant. What have I got? See, that's better there for a fast way to get that mask. So yeah, this is my method for the skip. So yeah, that was a pretty good skip. It wasn't perfect. It was far from perfect. You saw that the crates were left in a way where they were kind of a staircase. it's really easy to break them just like butter if they form like that. They don't always, based on some minor differences in how you do the skip. But again, it's only if you do that jungle roller skip with my method, where you go on the left. If you do the method shown in Whip CPL's tutorial, then that whole thing could be different. So my method might actually be faster, because you can also just get the boxes super quickly with my method. But I don't know. Again, I've never messed with the other one a single time. So. When you have the invincibility, it's actually faster to walk on the ground as much as possible, yeah. But it's still faster overall to not get invincibility. It just so happens there's a couple parts in the run where we do want invincibility to get certain boxes faster. So yeah, if I might have been able to go on the right, but the pause kind of messed up the rhythm I had going. So I had to go through the middle of the rollers, and as you can see, I did it in a way where I didn't bonk at all, and that's still super fast, and I can still get the fast skunk thing. I don't know if I'll get it here. No, I didn't. But if you carry the invincibility long enough, you'll kill a skunk like around here or something, right as it spawns, and the skunk flies right into the TNT. But otherwise you can do something like that. Not like that, that was bad. You want to get hit sooner than that. But I still didn't bonk, which is good. You bonk and you zigzag, but you don't hold X at all, so you land here, and then you keep going forward. Here, it's... you can't really break these crates fast unless you snipe this plant into that top crate. And you can break them like butter like that. If that top crate is still there, it's slow. Crash slows down a lot. Here I spin jump off that crate, bounce off that plant. Those cycles were messed up because I was waiting around. Yeah, this part here is very basic compared to, like, this whole section is very basic compared to everything else earlier. But yeah, you just break the crates, go through. Just make sure you don't zigzag too hard or don't hold X too hard, or else you can very easily overshoot this platform. Oh yeah, those are actually pretty common, dude. It's kind of funny though, it's weird in the ocean. Yeah, I wish I had a save state with the invincibility, but I showed it off decently. And I explained everything, like the ultimate fastest ways to do it. But if you're not doing the damage, if you're not going for the damage boost here, if you don't have a mask for it or for some reason or whatever, what you can do is for a nice optimal jump, or not optimal, like a nice good jump onto this half pipe that also happens to sync up the movement well, you can bonk crash his head on this tiki totem thing, whatever it is. Yeah, like that. And it kind of sets up the movement nice. But yeah, if you're not doing the damage boost, you do have to wait a good amount on those guys. But you can do it kind of early because the first roller is more on the right than the one in the back. Here you can do a nice jump around this thing. It's positioned in kind of a weird way, but yeah, you can jump around it. Not like that, but yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. And same with this thing. You can kind of jump around it, kind of like that, if you know what I mean. But yeah, see here, the boxes are like that. You break them much slower. Spin jump off that. These cycles are messed up. Bounce off the plant. You can do lots of spins here. Those normally you have to go through the middle here. Normally, that's what it'll be. Here, this part varies each time based on small differences in how you did it. So there's skunks, and there's 2 plants that are back there before the portal. Now what you do depends on how you snipe the skunk into those plants. Sometimes it doesn't, and if it doesn't, what you can do, a spin like that, just a spin like that, and you want to go over here. You can see the terrain is higher up over here, and so that makes it so you can jump over this thing and right onto the portal. Just it's very annoying when that happens, when you undershoot the portal. It loses a lot of time. I shouldn't have finished the level. I want to cover more about the ending there. I'll do another like showcase of the level, since there's so much about this level. A lot of small stuff about this level. This level though it's deceiving. It's very easy to lose a lot of time, a lot of seconds on this level if you don't do a lot of the strats that I talked about, or if you fail them or whatever. See, that was a bad grab. I was also so far on the right, even though I have to go left. Oh, screwed it up. Nice. There's backups. Well, I suck, so whatever. Let's try that again. See, even I still fuck up this shit. World record holder, still fuck. World record holder myself still fucks up this shit. It's fine though, we're vibing. That's really annoying when it happens too.
What have I got?
I didn't quite break those like butter that time, but I can still go through the middle. I was still kind of close to getting the skunk snipe. Yeah, if you don't get the skunk snipe, you go through the middle. But if you do get the skunk snipe when you're fast enough, what you can do is you can spin here, which makes your hitbox bigger, or you can just move to the left to get hit, but it will slow you down and make you less likely to make that cycle. You can spin, which will make your hitbox bigger, so you get hit by this thing. But you do it in a way, it's weird. You do it in a way, like kind of higher up in the air, so you just walk off this thing. And you can like keep zigzagging, and you're able to go to the right here without getting hit, and it's really fast. So yeah, here I spun the skunk, and it only sniped one plant. When that happens, you just do that, bam, onto the portal, but with holding X as little as possible for an optimal landing on the portal, obviously. If you're unable to snipe the skunk or it doesn't kill any of them, you land over here, do a spin there, which will kill the first plant and the second plant. And with that same jump, you land over here, and yeah, you land over here, jump onto the portal. But yeah, if it only kills the first one, you can just bounce off the plant into there. Yeah, you're right. Simple and smart games. You can't skip this box screen on this version. And that'll be relevant for levels where we have to do 2 visits. And on the NTSC-U version, runners are going to want to death abuse on the a certain checkpoint of the level, which I'll cover those in those levels. I think I'll want to not have I think I'll want to not have 100% file for covering this level as well. But real quick, I'm gonna just use the washroom. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, because of how long this is and how much I'm talking, which means I have to be drinking a lot of water, I will need like several bathroom breaks during this. Like the last time I did this, the old Pseudo-Tutorial, I'll probably not edit the AFK timeout, just cause I mean you just you just skip ahead like a minute. It's not that bad. It's much easier too to just highlight this Twitch broadcast and then just export it to YouTube. So yeah, this level you need the yellow gem. You need the yellow gem to be able to complete it. Like, that's what they intended, rather, but you can do it without the yellow gem. This one's probably the easiest, or it pretty much is the easiest revisit skip. So when you get into this level, if you're doing the damage boost in Jungle Rollers, like 3/4 through the level, then you'll enter this level with 1 mask, but most runners will enter with 2 masks, and so you don't want to get this first mask. For these crates you can kind of just go diagonal. Again, spinning makes your hitbox bigger, you don't have to go diagonal that much. And now, very important for these boxes, you don't actually have to hold X for these first 2 boxes. That last one, you don't have to for that last one. It's like faster though, for getting the mask. Your strat here is gonna differ based on whether or not you need the mask. That's kind of the strat to get that mask and also break those crates, so just copy that. There is a different strat for not getting the mask. I'm not too familiar with it. I don't even really remember it too much right now, but I believe Koji's 104 gets it. I'm not sure. It's not like that, it's something faster than that, but if you get it like that, you can do that. If you miss the mask, you can get it. You just have to jump into it while it's bobbing. Like when it's in its bobbing, when it's doing its bobbing thing, you want to grab it when it's at its lowest point. Simple here. Spin jumps on these pricks. Here you want to jump and break this crate. Get up there and jump off. I think... I don't remember. Okay, no, you don't get hurt when you're up here. I think there's another one of these later in the game you do get hurt. Yeah, there's an extra life up here, so I guess it makes sense it wouldn't hurt you. But yeah, when you're up here, you want to jump in a certain way where, well, that doesn't happen.
What have I got?
Basically where you get slowed down as little as possible. Kinda like that. You can do the jump earlier, though. I don't have a visual cue for this. I really should, though. It's more so muscle memory. So just play around with it, make a visual cue for yourself. Now there is a monkey. The monkeys can be pretty dangerous. They can be loaded, but from pretty far away. They're like a spawn cycle. When you get to them, like they're ready to be killed. But if they're in their rolling state, you can't jump on them. They'll get hit or die. And if you spin them while they're rolling, you get flung in the other direction, so watch out for that. Though I don't think I've seen that be a problem for anyone with that monkey. Okay, that's actually the strat to, that's actually a good strat for, not getting the mask. Even though I got the mask, like, you would start moving on with the level sooner, you know what I mean? Yeah, see, that there was kind of bad, because I got slowed down quite a bit. Here, you just kind of land in between the boxes and you'll break both of them. It's really easy. These things are pretty weird. You can't, when you activate them, you can't jump on them right away. You have to wait a little bit. It doesn't really apply for the first one, but when you have like a giant wall of these things, you'll notice it. Yeah, eventually they go back to where you have to spin them. Yeah, you can overshoot them like that, or you can like jump on them before you're actually able to have a grounding on them. If you're in a situation, say you spun at the wrong time, you can do a ledge jump and a turnaround to do them like that. Yo, thanks for the bit, Simple. Yeah, I should make one for hydrating. Found looting 3, let's go. That's awesome. That's a really good enchantment to find in a temple. There's a forbidden strat here. You can actually jump from this thing onto that arrow crate. It is really, really difficult. It feels like a very precise positioning, and you need a ridiculous zigzag for it. It's very hard. No one goes for it, as you can see from how inconsistent it is. See, there, I got it. It's weird too, like you have to hold X for that whole jump. You have to be ready to release right as you bounce, because this is also a place where you can, you don't have to hold X on any of these bouncy crates, though you want to hold X for the last bouncy crate. Because here it's fastest to, not hold X too much, but you want to spin jump off that checkpoint crate. Oh well, not time it too early. But it's another case of like bouncing off a crate without a spin in a certain way can lose time. It's that shit again. Oh, I got it again. So yeah, you would spin jump in any percent, you would just fall into the hole for the death abuse. But in here, you just keep going. Spin jumps on all those. This here kind of sucks. You have to break that like that and land here without falling off. And then what you do here is going to depend on your cycle. And this is where the death abuse that was done before starting the run and was carried through Insanity Beach and Jungle Rollers to here. Like, this is where it becomes relevant. So you have to wait on that spike. That loses a lot of time, but you have to do it all throughout the level, like especially on those ones. So, with my timing, the most optimal timing or place for this first spike to be is it's starting to go down. But what you would do, and I can actually death abuse to show this off because I know it's the same as the 80% cycle. You would do that, except it's going down, and you have to do quite a lot of zigzag to catch the cycles, usually, but it is pretty much the fastest cycle to arrive on in this level, where you have to wait on basically nothing throughout the rest of the level. Now, you saw I spun off that and I didn't get hit, and that's a spin invincibility. I forgot to cover this more in the movement section, but the spin protects you from a lot of things in this game for some reason. You can spin through a lot of non-solid things like spears, lasers, bullets, but because this is solid, you can spin and you'll survive, but you have to get away from it before the spin finishes, or else you'll die. Now with that one that I jumped off, you get stuck on it, but if you do things in a certain way, obviously it won't apply on the left, but you can also get a little boost off these things. I don't know why. But you can use that as kind of a backup movement, like that. TAS makes use of that like crazy. It's cool. But if you mistime it, you'll get that, and you have to react and jump before you get hit. Bamboo jungle, nice. It's an awesome biome. You got pandas. It can like eat your jump off that thing, which sucks. What I do, honestly, is I mash X a little bit as I'm on that thing. And that should guarantee that you get off it. Yeah, it just so happens that death abuse lines up the cycle. It's still very fast if you arrive at that first spike when it's like that, like it's going to be here. But it is a bit faster if you arrive to it a bit later than this. Because I'm going to have to wait. I think it'll line up similarly still. I'll have to wait a little bit up here before I'm able to proceed. Yeah, it's going to be a bit different, but I'll have to wait like almost a full second longer in an actual 100% run. And so that's why you want to arrive to that spike a bit later. It's still very fast though. That's still like the only thing you would have to barely wait on in the level, like just like that. Now let's go back. I missed a bunch of stuff. Oops. Yeah, I don't hold X at all for that mask thing. Or I don't hold X like once I've broken it, I mean. Yeah, see, that can happen if you don't do it properly, like if you don't hold X, actually. I meant, like, I don't... Yeah, I don't hold X at all once I've hit it. See there, that's what happens if you misposition the thing. There I had a dropped input. You can spin across this hole, you can just... Yeah, I guess you can walk across it too. Or maybe not. It's some stuff like that in this game is kind of jank, but luckily you don't have to do it. Here, I land here and jump immediately and land on that guy and zigzag all the way here. You might not be able to do that. You probably won't be able to do that if you're just learning zigzag. It's not a free jump. There, I undershot it. But yeah, at least you can practice that from a death there. I'm just gonna practice on a, or do this, the rest of this on a 100% password anyway, just because I'm just gonna run out of lives really quickly, showing off stuff. All right, Doge. Yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah, the yellow gems will be in the way for something, but I can just talk about it. I don't think I really have to show it. The thing I'm referring to. Haven't dropped frames, which is nice.
What have I got?
That there was really good. That was like perfect. Didn't get slowed down like at all. I did that wrong though. Those boxes. You can also do an air spin on that monkey. Sometimes I do that based on how my movement's going. Yeah, these boxes, I actually start the spin in the air as well. It just happens to also like break them like butter. Land here. So sometimes bouncing off these enemies kind of sucks sometimes. If you see your momentum gets cut a ton, then it's honestly fine to turn around and then just do the jump like normally if you think you're gonna die. That's totally fine. Like sometimes it happens. You'll lose time, but see that there was good. That was a nice smooth bounce off this asshole. You just have to get a feel for it. Like certain parts, certain ways that you land on that enemy will give you a better jump. Like even if you bonk against his shield, you can still get a nice bounce. And yeah, it's only if you hit his shield in a certain way he'll actually knock you back. Spinning on moss. You can do the start the spin in the air, connect it to the ground thing. It's very fast. Faster to spin jump that life crate. Here you want to buffer jumps. Here you can actually do you don't want to do like a spin jump there. You don't want to do spin jumps up these things. You can spin jump off that and clear that entire jump without landing on the moss. It's pretty difficult unless you have like good left zigzag. Mine isn't super good. But yeah, you can have it like that, where you don't land back on the moss. If you do land back on the moss, then you'll have this slow, awkward movement. Yeah, though to be fair, there was all the general talk. It's kind of awkward to show without the life crate, but yeah, you would get more distance, so it'd be easier than that. Monkey here, murder him. Don't get a drop jump like I just did. Yeah, this game does eat inputs, unfortunately, but it eats them way less than Crash 2 and 3, so that's good at least. The game is much less laggy than those two, especially Crash 3 is very, very laggy. This jump's easier to clear, this Islander jump. You also have to watch out. You can do this thing we call clearing the Islander, where you like, it's gonna be hard to like show it off, but yeah, like that, where you jump over him, and you can get used to reacting to that. You can't anticipate it, but you can like always be ready for it. It can very easily get you killed though, because like you can be zigzagging a ton, which makes sense because you want to be zigzagging enough to clear the jump. So yeah. So even though the cycles are on a global timer and they can be different a lot if you're not manipulating them by dying earlier, you can still see how they're connected and be able to predict cycles in this game based on how previous ones looked. I'm not going to cover each and every instance of that, except for like really important parts. Like here you just react anyway. But yeah, like that one's going, so that means this one here was going to be going. This is only a checkpoint because it's a completed file. It's the third Tana token always becomes a checkpoint after you've beaten a level. So here's the skip. I don't have a mask, but basically what you do, you land on this guy, flip him over, so his shell is all bouncy. You get hit by the spike, and then you move a bit, either into the background or foreground. You can actually do both. And you're able to walk on the ceiling, and that lets you clear this. These gems aren't going to be here in a run, obviously. It lets you clear this whole thing and be able to get into the yellow gem path, which means you can do this level in one pass instead of two. There's a full tutorial on the skip. Again, I'm not covering all the skips since they already have their own tutorials. But yeah, there is an alternative, and actually the way it was done pre-2015, that involves jumping off the lip of the portal, which I showed that's a thing in Insanity Beach. It's way more inconsistent. You might assume it's faster, but due to the cycles, I don't think it is. Because I can get a perfect cycle without it, and I don't know how I'd get a perfect cycle with jumping off the portal. Maybe there is, but I'm not going to bother with that at least. Because it is really inconsistent. You can do this in the remake for, like the Crash NST. It's much easier in that, like even I did it in my casual playthrough, just off the bat. But here it's pretty inconsistent. It's quite precise. There's a few ways you can do it. You can jump off the right side and then land again on the left side and clear it. I think it's more consistent to land on the right than the left. You can also land on the right and zigzag all the way over to the left. Or the most common way is to do a ledge jump or a sub jump. I think a ledge jump's fine. A ledge jump to the left lip here and jump off. It's very easy to overshoot it. You have to land like right on the lip, so it's quite often that you'll overshoot the jump. But the only reason you'll have to do it this way is if you don't have a mask, which you need to get up there, or you kill the turtle. If you get hit by a spike here and you touch the turtle with your invincibility frames, the turtle will die, and then you'll have to do it that way, which sucks. It is satisfying if you do successfully do the backup. Now, because you do need a mask for the damage boost here, it's not really a problem if you're not going for upstream skip. Like, there's plenty of masks you'll have from Jumbo Rollers and Insanity Beach. However, for upstream skip optimally, you need to enter upstream with one mask. I might have said two masks earlier by mistake. You just need one mask entering it. So if you only have one mask before doing this skip, you're gonna lose time if you're going for upstream skip, because you will have to enter upstream, get the mask at the start, and then re-enter again, and that loses quite a lot of time. I sometimes do it if that happens instead of resetting. Most of the time I reset anyway, because it's a lot of time lost to re-enter upstream again to get another mask. But if you're not doing upstream skip, which most people won't be, you're fine. So when you're out of bounds with the skip, you want to get out of the out of bounds as soon as possible, obviously. And so you can start zigzagging, because in out of bounds in this game, you can't really zigzag, because you're on a very thin like plane when you're up there. You'll know what I mean if you try it, or you might fall back in bounds. Also, if you come back down, try to come back down like in a bad way here, you can also fall in front of this invisible wall and die. The other issues regarding the skip will be covered in the tutorial you'll watch, which will be Whip CPL's tutorial. So yeah, get off as soon as possible, zigzagging, spin jumping. I don't know if I talked about this on the other thing. I don't know what to call these things. I just call them like spinny things. This one, like the first ones, you can time a spin jump with them. Fast spin jump. So that crate you break, they intended for you to bounce off it, but it's faster to spin it, obviously. And you want to spin it holding X as little as possible. And you want to hold X as little as possible on the bouncy crates in general in this game. That one, it's a bit weird. If you hold X like as little as possible, you'll bounce super left, which makes it kind of awkward. So that one's like a bit more complicated. And then if you do it that way and then hold extra as little as possible for the crate, you might not make it back. So you can do it kind of like that. Yeah, that was pretty good. This spike gets in the way unless you spin jump off that. And then if you zigzag just a little bit, you can get a spike boost off the side of it. Which, that can be faster in an ideal circumstance, but it can also be, help you catch a cycle if you're kind of running behind on any of the upcoming cycles. If you like screw up the movement, do an awkward spin bounce, don't do enough zigzag, you can also spin jump off the left side of that spike. You have a lot of time to react to it, I think. That was good. That was pretty good. You want to snipe that plant into that crate. Sometimes you can get stuck here. I don't know how you get out of. I don't remember how you get out of it. I think you just like move around a bit and jump. You'll get out of it. You can actually go out of bounds using that and go up into the sky. It's pretty cool. I think I have an old video of it. These spikes suck. Luckily, they take a long time to go up. But you can also use the spike that was there before as a reference for when these are gonna go if you don't know what cycle you're on. If you make it over, if you're on a specific cycle here where you can jump over the first one, but the second one's gonna be in the way, you can spin jump off the second one. Oops. Oh my god. And like spinning off these things, but yeah, here you can do that, and it'll set up a nice bounce off the plant. It's slower, but there will be situations where you'll have to do that. And then when you bounce off the plant, you can try and land like on the lips. You get slowed down as little as possible. And now here you want to bounce off the islander, so you snipe the plant like that into the first crate, and then you do kind of a sub jump onto that crate and you spin jump it. What can happen a lot is the plant, you'll kill the plant, but it'll snipe like diagonally and it won't hit the first box. That's not a big deal. You just land on the crate that's on the left and then spin jump the arrow crate on the right. If you fail that, what you can do is that it might be tricky if you're not too familiar with how Crash moves. You need to do like a turnaround. A spin will make it easier, but you can do that. If you're new, it might be easier to do that. Like it'd be easier to go over there first, but you can just do a turnaround, which will be the faster backup. Now here it's a bunch of just it's all just movement back here. Watch out for this thing. You can get stuck on this thing if you are close to the foreground. So here I'm holding down right, but if I'm holding up right, I go past it. So here, just either be in the air, but if your movement syncs up where you'll be on the ground, just go towards the background. The crate is here. It's kind of behind that colorful thing, a little bit to the right. It's a pretty evil secret. You can basically not even see it. My movement personally, it'll differ for a lot of people. Lines up so I can spin jump off it. I didn't get it, but like in a normal run, I usually spin jump off that crate, and it also syncs up the movement like that. I haven't messed with this section too much. Nah. I don't know if there's anything fancy you could do here. Yeah, you don't want to like spin off this moss here because that'll happen. Like, it's too awkward to do. So, I don't know, it's just awkward. You have to mess with it to get it clean. Here, there's a few things you can do. You can jump off the torch and clear that jump. Whether or not it's faster pretty much depends on your movement, because you have to be able to clear that jump, and you have to be able to jump immediately and be able to do a spin jump and hit that thing. Again, spinning makes your hitbox very big, so you don't have to go too right here to break that. Just get a feel for it. Hold X for as little as possible. There is a strat here to break this crate without bouncing on it. I don't think anyone really does it. I should start doing it though. I keep forgetting about it. I've never like practiced it before. Yeah, like that, except you would still like break it with a spin but still land on here. But the normal thing to do is just hold X as little as possible off the bouncy crate. And land on the wooden crate. I don't remember if a minimum jump gets you on the bouncy crate. But either way, I know I don't hold X for very long there. And portal. Portals, hold X as little as possible. You can get a landing like that. Oh, is that like the Twitch channel point reward? I thought you were talking about Minecraft at first. Oh my god, we're only at Great Gate. That's crazy. Well, I'm covering pretty much everything I want to. There's just some things I wish I covered earlier, like in the general part. But oh well. No, I don't think I did Orphill. I haven't looked at Discord in a few hours. Alright, boulders. These levels are a lot simpler. Right off the bat, there's a strat. There's a strat to be able to get all 4 of these boxes in one spin that Burger found. It's very satisfying. Unfortunately, there's something to do with this tunnel. I don't know what it is, where it like eats your jump. I don't think it's lag though. I honestly don't think it's lag. I think it's the terrain. But yeah, you can break it all with one spin, which is fast. There isn't really like an alternative strat, honestly. Just like it'd be like I don't even know. Alright, Doge. Yeah, I don't know. It's just awkward. Like there's probably a way to break those boxes without bonking on them and still getting it, but at that point you might as well just do Burger strat. That's the thing with this game. I feel like there generally aren't safe strats. Like, there's no safe strats. It's basically just you either go fast or you don't. Or you either do it like the speedrun way or Naughty Dog's way. You know what I mean? Yeah, so that's the strat. Just find a way that makes you comfortable to sync it up, to time it. But sometimes it feels like your X input like that just doesn't come out. But I don't think it's a drop jump. I think it's to do with some terrain here. Because it is not completely flat. It looks flat, but it's not actually. Yeah, boulder levels are much more simple. They kind of suck for a speedrun. It's mainly just the zigzagging and the spinning techniques. Breaking these crates with spin jumps. Fun fact, actually, the boulder is actually slower, a bit slower on the Japanese version. And that's relevant for something on the second visit to Boulder Dash. That's what I do there. Yeah, these levels are just very simple compared to everything else. Your brain kinda turns off. Here it's faster to go on the left. Your movement can sync up where you can do a spin jump off that. I forget how common it is though. But this one, my movement always syncs up where I do a spin jump off that, and it's fast. If you're scared of getting a drop jump on these platforms, you can do spins in the air. I won't bother showing the rest of that. But you can jump from that last round platform, excuse me, right to the portal. I actually need another bathroom break, I'm sorry. Just because, again, I'm drinking so much water, I actually need to refill my bottle as well, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back again. Alright, so upstream. So upstream also has a revisit skip, it's the third one. You're supposed to have the orange gem for this level. This one's definitely the hardest revisit skip, and I don't recommend it for anyone who's not top level or aspiring to become top level. Now that doesn't mean you can't do it. There's a few people who aren't top level who have done it before. Even like I think Mandy had a 114 and he did it. Some people get more consistent at it than others. And definitely out of the top 5 runners, I'm actually still the worst at this skip out of all of them. Like in terms of consistency. So you can try it, see how it goes. But just know that you can just get it out of nowhere. In fact, anyone can. It's just getting it consistent can be a huge pain for the out of bounds. But yeah, resources for this skip, of course, are out there. I won't cover them in this tutorial, just for, again, to not be redundant. Though I'm being redundant by saying that each time I get to a level that has a skip. So I'll cover if you're doing upstream and if you're not for this level. So if you're doing like a 80% pass or pass with getting the boxes. However, I'll cover doing a revisit to this level at the end of the run with the other revisits, because that does have exclusive strats. If you're not doing upstream, you don't want to get this mask. It's completely pointless. If you are doing upstream, you have to get it, because you will have one mask entering this level. And to get it, you just, I could have just died. Gain some momentum, spin, get it, turn around like that. This spot for me is very infamous for dropping my spin input. So you can do a spin jump off it or just bounce off the crate if that's happening to you. You do not want to do spin jumps off the lily pads or any platform like that that falls after you land on it like that after a while. They're all very buggy in that regard. The leaves, obviously to optimize them, you want to jump as soon as possible. Make it so that you need zigzag to be able to clear the jump. So yeah, like that, but you can do even better. There's tech for these platforms called double jumps. They work on most moving platforms that are like this, but they were done first on these platforms. I actually got it. I don't know how they work still, to be honest, but I know how to do it. No one does them for Hundo. There's a backup strat in Castle Machinery I do. That one's actually a really easy double jump I'll talk about. But here, it's not really worth it for this category in my opinion yet. But I mean, nothing's stopping you if you get pretty consistent at them. One day... No, actually, I do have a video explaining how to do double jumps. I'll link that in the description as well. They save less time than you think. Like, I actually have a goal. I have a golden up the creek. I had stopped my timer, but it was still like a valid run, and I timed it after. I did a strat in up the creek called the penta jump, which is a double jump, a damage boost, and then another double jump before even landing on the ground. I got that, and I got 2 other double jumps in the level, and I got a gold, and it only saved like 6 seconds over running the level with no double jumps. So yeah, they save less time than you think. I think, at least on NTSC-J, the one after the first checkpoint up here saves possibly less than a second, so... if you're on NTSC-J, you have to death abuse in this level. Same if you're on PAL, to skip the box screen at the end of the level. The J version can't skip them, as I said before. But to death abuse here fast, there's a death trigger on the waterfall, and you can jump somewhere off this bridge, break the crate with an air spin, like that, and die, just like that, pretty much. If you're doing upstream here, you can do... I should actually make a name for this tech, because doing that there is done throughout the run. where there's a TNT crate and some form of a wooden crate on top of it, and you can do an air spin so that it breaks the crate, but you also bounce off the TNT to start the timer. And you can also actually combine that with a double jump. That's like the strat here. I always suck at this double jump. I suck more at double jumps in this version than the other version, but yeah, there's a strat video on this. So I'm not gonna try and get it over and over. There's a glitch with these plants with the green tentacles. I actually just activated it. So if you jump on one of these green tentacle plants and go back, and the reason you might have to go back is if you like miss a box, it gets in this state where it didn't like take a bite, but the second I go back on it, it will instantly kill me, like that. And that will happen each time. Like say, oh, I miss boxes, I go back, I break them, go back, it instantly kills me. So just, if you're in that situation, what you can do to avoid it is do a ledge jump towards it until it bites like that, and then the glitch is fixed. Really dumb glitch. But yeah, it's very, very important to note that glitch exists. So yeah, like the movement to do in a section of multiple lily pads like this, and spin jumping isn't really an option, is spinning in the air like that. You voted Bash, you sick bastard. You make me sick. How could you do Hooper like that? So this next section, there's gonna be two crates and blue tentacle plant. The blue tentacle plants bite down. They bite down like every couple seconds, whereas the green ones trigger like once you land on them. And they're a spawn cycle as well, so once it's loaded, it starts going. So they'll be the same every time. If you're not doing upstream, you can just beat the cycle. Oh, it's actually loaded back there.
What have I got?
Yeah, you can like get over here, and it'll be something like, I don't know. It's hard to time it similarly. Yeah, you can have it so it's kind of like that. It might be difficult though if you're not too good with the zigzag. You can also clear this jump with a ledge jump or a sub jump. Sub jumps might not be too practical there. Oh, I didn't talk about them as well. The reason it's faster with these types of crates to air spin the top crate and bounce off the TNT is because you're still zigzagging when you're doing it. If you might think, oh, just do that, which that would also break the crate on top of it. That's slower because you have to walk a bit. You're doing less zigzag. It's very small, but it's very important to note and to do it correctly. I was also gonna say earlier, I forgot to though. The platforms in this level are bigger on the Japanese version. Everything except the man-eating plants, I think. And so that'll make some jumps harder, and like some jumps from leaves and stuff, you'll have to wait longer. So note that. So yeah, that's how that section would be done if you're not doing upstream. If you are doing upstream, you get invincibility here, and you don't have to worry about that plant. But if you like messed up here somehow, like you didn't break the Aku crate, to not get killed by the plant, you will have to do that jump. It is important to note though that you do not want to do a sub jump with the invincibility for jumps like this. You want to do a ledge jump, because when you do a sub jump, you're spinning, and spinning with invincibility on the ground is gonna put you back to your base movement speed. So it's gonna actually make the jump more difficult. So that's important to know. That also applies to a section coming up. So yeah, if you mess up here and you're a bit late, you can just do that to clear that jump. And then the rest of this is covered in the tutorial. We do a sub jump here to break that crate. It's actually possible to break it without a sub jump, just like break it here with the invincibility. It's too inconsistent though. No one can like get it on purpose, you know what I mean? So yeah, it's faster to death abuse if you're not doing upstream on the other checkpoint because it's closer to the waterfall. This one it'd be really awkward to break. Like, break the checkpoint and death abuse. But yeah, if you death abuse, the box screen at the end won't show up on NTSC-J. Yo Hooper, yo Chambarter. So when you get here, this plant, that actually for upstream, if you're doing upstream, how well you did this section, this spin to get the box, if you do it close enough to where that plant is like properly loaded, it'll be like that. It'll, when it comes on screen, it'll munch down, kind of like that, and then you can just go. These plants are really shitty. Like, after they've already eaten, they can still eat you. Yeah, like that. That's very important to note. So if you die here, you actually can't go right away because of that. I wonder if you can clear that jump on Jay. I don't know, I've never tried it, it'd be awkward anyway. Whatever. But yeah, that's important to note. If you die there, you have to wait a little bit. Yeah, quite a bit. It's pretty bullshit that they had that issue. But yeah, if you get this box under the bridge for upstream skip and like it in a bad way, you'll have to wait a bit before you go for the plant because it will not have bitten down. And then the invincibility breaks this crate automatically, and you do a ledge jump, not a sub jump, to clear that gap. If you're not confident in making this jump on the Japanese version, I wouldn't recommend. You should be going for upstream, in my opinion. Though this jump on NTSC-J is not viable. I'm just talking about the J version. You actually can make this jump on the NTSC-J version with the small platforms. It's very, very hard though. It's not fun at all. Would not recommend. But on J version, it's not too bad. Especially with the invincibility, it's easier. So yeah, like here a double jump would be slower. You wouldn't want to do a double jump here. So yeah, you come over here, and this is the same if you're not doing upstream, basically. You can do a sub jump here, and it'll be easier, but if you have invincibility, you don't want to. For this one, it's slower to do a sub jump, I think. It's faster to do a ledge jump. But especially with invincibility for upstream skip, you don't want to sub jump, obviously. I know on NTSC-J, I think it's actually faster to double jump this one, even though you don't need to, just for the movement. Because that jump can be a bit tight on NTSC-J. And then upstream skip involves a really stupid out of bounds that works for some reason off the silly pad into the wall. The video covers it all. I'm not going to be redundant. White pause tutorial. Yeah, then you just finish the level if you're doing if you're not doing upstream skip. Let me get up there. So yeah, everything. Oh wow, what the fuck? I think that was my D-pad actually. Everything about that gets covered in White Pause's tutorial, which again, a page that has all the skip tutorials will be linked in the description. So yeah, here you want to time a jump. I don't really have a visual cue for it. You don't really need one. A jump so that you fall back in bounds on that plant, and then you want to break these crates without waiting on that plant. Like so, except the leaf is obviously going to be on the proper cycle. I'll also show you what you can do if you're scared there. If you're like not doing it. Yeah, Hooper, I spent so much talking in the other levels, you wouldn't believe it. It's important to note you should try and practice this skip if you're doing it like the out of bounds setup with invincibility, because it is different. It definitely feels different without it, so to get accurate practice, that's important to note. So yeah, jump back in bounds, break the crate, do that. If you're scared, if you want to wait on the plant, what you can do, just land in front of the crates, spin them, wait, and then go. But it's really not that difficult. It's not really a zigzag thing. I think you can also, if you're scared of breaking them on the side, you can just break them from the front and still make the jump. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's easier than the other similar thing with the 2 crates before the second checkpoint. So yeah, just like that. You can double jump this one and clear the whole gap. And that's upstream. In a nutshell. Again, I'll cover the revisit if you're not doing upstream skip later on in this thing. Yo, yellow. Oh yeah, you missed a lot. Oh, it'll be on YouTube and it'll be highlighted, so. Alright, so that's the first 5 levels and all the general stuff covered. Bosses in this game are pretty lackluster. It's important to note that on the J version, Japanese version, they added 2 extra hits for this guy. And this fight is all about hitting him as early as possible. But note that for some reason his club doesn't hurt you right like when he has his iframes, basically. It's also important to note that on a weird change they made to the J version, if you die in a boss fight, you respawn with 1 mask instead of 2. Though that's only relevant for Ripperoo. You can skip the cutscenes on all the bosses except for this one for some reason, so you can't skip that little cutscene there. Those torches in the background can hurt you, the ones in the front can't. I don't know if that'll ever be relevant, but might as well bring it up. So yeah, as you can see there, the club doesn't hurt you at first. I find the last hit very deceiving, so make sure you know how to time it properly, because it loses a lot of time to get hit by him from hitting him too early. Up the creek, orange gem skip? Sure. Oh, I missed your question, Doge. I think people should try and get like a 105 without upstream at this point, maybe even a 104. But I don't know, it's at the end of the day, it's up to the runner. I just think it saved people a lot of headaches if they just didn't bother with upstream for as long as they could. Oh, very important. So his falling corpse can hurt you, but if you get hit by his falling corpse on the wrong frame, you get soft locked. Yeah, I think it's frame perfect. I'm not going to be able to consistently recreate it, but if you get hit by his corpse on the wrong frame, you're stuck in the fight, and it doesn't send you to the map, and you haven't beaten the boss fight, so you have to start select and then refight him. So to avoid that, you just don't go near his fallen corpse. That can also happen in Koala Kong if you touch the lava after you kill him, so just don't go into the lava there. I guess it could happen in Ripperoo as well, with the TNTs if you somehow had a mask, but that's not going to happen. It doesn't happen if you fall in the water, though. Where you hit Papu definitely seems like it matters. I prefer to hit him, like, in the back part of his body instead of the front. Because you can, like, kind of rub up against him before hitting him, which will lose time. So Rolling Stones, this level has a mandatory 2 visits. You need the blue gem, so we'll be coming back here. The second visit is quite different from the first one in terms of strats. But the first one is going to be very similar to any percent, except on the J version you don't have to death abuse. I should also mention that before I move on, I forgot. Bosses, they take, or you get 2 masks when you go into them, but you lose them right after. So the masks are like specifically for the boss, but you lose them right after. So here I bounce off the plant and bounce off the wall of crates. And this cycle here, when you're new to Zigzag, will be quite difficult. For top runners, it's not really an issue, but you might struggle with it. It's okay to play it safe. If you're not going for it, I guess you would get the mask. What cycle do you get? I don't know, I guess it doesn't matter if you're gonna death abuse. Yeah, it wouldn't really matter. Yeah, if you're going for it, this cycle is a really good example of how spinning, how much faster you go with doing a lot of spins in this game. Like even spamming spins there makes that a lot easier. And then you also have to make that cycle there, back there. So like it's not over once you get past the first set of rollers. You also have to make that one for it to really count. If you jump too late there, you can overshoot that wall of crates, so watch out for that. So here you death abuse if you're on the NTSC-J version to skip the box screen. You can do it in a certain way where you do an air spin to break it, and then you fall right in the pit. Kind of like that, but with actually breaking the crate. That's the fastest way to do that. I gotta restock on lives. Yeah, that's the joke of the level name, Morphil. You got it. But yeah, on the J version, you don't have to death abuse on the first visits to levels because you can't skip the box screen. Now, on the other hand, with the J version, there is only one box that falls on Crash's head instead, but it's still actually slower for any percent. But it's more of a complex reason why J is slower for any percent. I'm not going to get into for this tutorial. If you're on J, you just do a spin jump off that. It feels like it drops your jump here a lot, so on the second visit it's pretty risky, so note that. You can dodge these guys chomps like I did earlier. I don't know if that'd actually be useful anywhere. But yeah, you snipe into that crate, and this is another thing where I feel like with skipping the mask hints, I forgot to mention this when I was talking about mask hints, it feels like it's not fastest to mash right away. It feels like you want to have, it feels like it's faster to delay your mashing a little bit for it to skip. That's what I've noticed, like, over a period of time. I don't know though, but again, you can hit both X and circle. Here it's better to land on that wooden crate instead of a TNT. Here you want to go to the left. Nice drop jump. Yeah, now it's all messed up. Yeah, go to the left. Here you go in between these. Now here, if you didn't die like I did from that jump input, you'll have a mask here and you can just damage boost through here, or you'll just go through without taking a hit, but you wouldn't have had to be scared. You can get through these without taking damage. If you had gone really fast through this earlier section and just fast here, you can go in between them. It's pretty hard though, but what normally happens is you would have to go on the right side. And it's pretty awkward because you can't be too fast and you can't be too slow. I think it's like if you're too fast, you'll hit one of the rollers. If you're too slow, you'll hit the other roller. Something like that. It's pretty awkward. Snipe that plant. So the fastest thing to happen here is you snipe that plant, and if you were fast enough, you can go to the right. But if you're slow, you have to go through the center. And I kind of like that you can use these roller cycles as a reference for how fast you're going. I was gonna die again and try and show it all again. I should probably just re-enter the level so I can get that mask. Also, your lines here matter for your movement to make those easier. Again, it's not always faster to zigzag on certain lines, so keep that in mind. As you play the game more, you'll understand that more. It's not the easiest thing to explain. Also there, to skip those, you don't want to go too fast. You'll see why if you go too fast. Oops. Yeah, so because of what happened earlier, I was unable to go to the left there. Because again, like I showed in Jungle Rollers, those rollers are spawn cycles, but they're actually loaded from farther away than you think. Yeah, actually, you want to go to the center if you want to, or the side if you want death abuse. But yeah, if you're fast enough, I usually get it. I don't know why I haven't been able to get it here, but if you're fast enough, you can go to the left there, and it's very fast. Yeah, getting through those without getting hurt kind of sucks.
What have I got?
Yeah, it's kind of like that, and you can not get hit, but it doesn't really matter. I forget what the movement I do here is. There's so much muscle memory, it's crazy. Okay, does that thing not come back? I thought that platform came back. Maybe if I do load it, whatever. And you can go through this entire part without getting hit. It won't matter if you get hit if you got through that other cycle without losing your mask. Some of the stuff won't matter for your native fortress cycle. But, I mean, if you have a master, you might as well do it, I guess. Alright, so I'll cover the revisit later. Hog levels, boar levels, pig levels, whatever, are complete auto-scrollers, actually. There's no way to speed them up, and zigzag doesn't work. There is still just a few things to note. What was it? Okay, it seems you can't buffer jumps. You can't buffer, it feels like you can't buffer jumps on the hog. I couldn't remember if it was you couldn't do ledge jumps or buffer jumps. But it looks like you can do ledge jumps, you just can't buffer your jumps. Yeah, you can do crazy ledge jumps, I didn't even know that. There is, like, lag in these levels. It's theorized that on, like, PS1s or maybe early PS2 models, like, moving the hog too much could cause lag. And that's theorized because every movement you do on the hog makes it make a noise. And all those noises could maybe cause lag. I don't know if that's been proven. Yeah, it's actually pretty funny. If you like zigzag on the pig really fast, it like makes funny noises. The task, the any % task by Peter Hiko is pretty funny. One thing to actually cover, I'm glad I finished the level. at the end there, don't hold right, or else when you go to jump over that spike, you can hit a ceiling, and you'll die to the spike. And for this last guy here, you hold right. It's deceiving casually. Yeah, pig's egg. Yeah, there's more to cover there for any percent. 100%, not so much. It has the green gem. They had to move the green gem because, well, I think they moved the green gem here because this is an easy gem to get that a lot of people will get. So I think it was there to make people learn about the color gems easier, which makes sense. Yeah, green gem's here, red gem is in Lost City instead. Slippery Climb is a clear gem. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to note there. They're auto-scrollers. Alright, Native Fortress. Super long level, crazy level to have this early on in the game casually. But it's just, I think Native Fortress is a super fun level casually. It's hard, but it's the fun type of hard. This level also requires 2 visits, so that makes it even crazier, and the second visit is at the end of the run. You need the red gem, which on NTSC-J is in Slippery Climb, and on J it's in the Lost City. So yeah, first visit now, second visit later. You do have to hold X for these bouncy crates, unlike Great Gate. But what you can do is you can zigzag all the way onto the turtle and break the crate like that without having to land here, bounce on the turtle, break the turtles, or flip the turtle over, then bounce and get the mask. Most of the time you're going to want to get that mask to do an out of bounds trick on the second floor. It saves time most of the time. First floor here is very basic. Yeah, that's basically what I do. One thing, when you bounce off the plant, if the spike is up, you can squeeze between, but you're gonna want to do a spin anyway. Sometimes you'll not make contact with the spike, sometimes you will, and you'll just roll off. You won't get stuck on it or anything. So don't worry about that. Careful here. You don't want to move right too early or else that will happen. Yeah, like that'll happen, and you most likely won't react in time, and you'll fall. You can fall onto this thing. That's usually what happens. It happens to me, but you could fall all the way back down, and it loses a lot of time. So yeah, this level is Global Cycle incarnate. Global Cycle's everywhere. It's pretty crazy. It's a big cycle carryover in any percent from Rolling Stones through Hog Wild to this level. But you can't really do that in 100%. You can on NTSC-J, but it'll be different because of the gem screen in Hog Wild, which global cycles are active in. The best, I've tested a cycle from Rolling Stones anyway, like doing a Deathly Piece anyway in Rolling Stones on J. I haven't been able to get good cycles from it though. So the best thing is to theoretically, not even theoretically, like you could very much do it. Carry the global timer reset from before the run that we use for Great Gate all the way to this level. One thing that does suck, and I forgot to cover it after Rolling Stones, is on those box screens there's actually a bit of RNG. This game doesn't have much RNG, which I'm always thankful for, but it does have some. Sometimes before you can skip that screen, before you have the ability to skip it, Crash does what we call double takes, like looking to the wall over and over, and that's RNG. I don't know what the numbers are. I think it can theoretically be infinite, but that's never happened. Yeah, the most I've seen is he'll do like 5 double takes at worst. But most of the time he either doesn't do a double take or he does one. The fastest though is the box lands on Crash's head and he immediately looks to the wall and back forward. What can also happen is Crash can do like weird movements, like shaking his head, shaking his body before the box lands on his head. That loses time. He can also stare at the foreground before looking at the wall, which also loses time. And that's all RNG. It's not just the double takes. But yeah, it's relevant not just as time loss, but the global timer is active during those screens, just like gem screens. So yeah, it's important to note, and that affects global cycle carryovers a bit, which sucks. But yeah, yeah, not much RNG in this game, but there is some. So yeah. There is a very fast respawn cycle you can do here, which actually I just remembered. You can Death Abuse on this checkpoint and carry the cycles all the way to Temple Ruins. Actually, it's crazy. The cycles in this that you get in this level are very fast. They're actually the fastest way to do for any percent. No one does it. I might do it honestly next time I play 80%. I'm pretty confident with it. Like I actually practice it a decent amount because I find it so satisfying. But yeah, if you Death Abuse on this checkpoint, you get very fast cycles here. You get like kinda good cycles in Lost City, but you also get some nice cycles in Temple Ruins as well. It's kind of an alternative to the Lost City to Slippery Climb carryover. But I don't think the Slippery Climb cycle is as good, but that's not really to be expected, because the Slippery Climb cycles you get from Lost City are basically perfect. So the carryover from here to from here to Temple Ruins actually saves less than I thought. It's only a couple seconds. But yeah, I don't go for it in runs currently. I feel like I still have bigger fish to fry. But yeah. I'm actually not local recording. It'd be a huge fucking file. My internet's been very stable. I don't think I need to. For runs though, I always local record. Always. I don't know if I'll cover these cycles. There's videos on them. Like we have a Crash 1 strat playlist on YouTube. That's also on speedrun.com, and I'll probably link it in the description also. You can just look at the cycles that way. Hold on a minute, actually, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot to cover something. You can bounce off this checkpoint over this flame. It's like not free, it's not hard either, but you need a nice good bounce off this checkpoint and some okay zigzag to get over it. So yeah, it's important to note. Now here, what you can do is you can do this, and you can go under that spike. It's a very cool strat. Very cool strat. And yeah, like that. I'll tell you how to do it. So what you want to do, you want to bounce off the islander with a low jump, and that'll get you through that section, but it'll make Crash start walking so you can time the sub jump nice and easily. There is a timing to it. You'll have to practice it. I don't remember how hard it was to learn. Yeah, it seems kind of jank. It's not that bad though. Sometimes it can drop your jump here. I feel like this is a dropped input spot, like a laggier spot. Or it can also delay your jump, and if it delays your jump, you can not be high enough anymore to be able to survive. And that sucks, especially on the second visit. But you don't always have to do that strat. Sometimes the spike isn't going. You can still do that strat and do a ledge jump. yeah, again, you have 10 frames to do a sub jump, and that's abused here. Because if you spin too early, you're going to be in front of the spike instead of behind it. And you'll die if you don't have a mask, or if you get hit, you'll bounce up and you can go back here, but it's a stupid time loss. Here, I think that's the best way to go about that on the first visit. You can also, there's another way to do that. There's actually a safe strat here. If you do want to get the checkpoint there is a strat to do so. You do that. You can also do a sub jump here. However, if you have to do a sub jump to get past this spike, it is not faster. It seems it's never faster to sub jump onto this spike. You can do a normal sub jump, like instead of having to time it and jump during a spin, which is awkward, often results in death. Because you often have to wait on this flame anyway, and also have to wait on something later in the level. Another Islander jump there. That one's probably the hardest Islander jump. Again, if you get an awkward jump, just turn around. Like, oops. I've never done that before. Yeah, like, just turn around. It's all good. Here, spin, spin, like that. Now, be careful here. I want to do this a few times to showcase some ways that can go wrong. You can do that and overshot and fall right into this pit without landing on the platform. So to do that, there's a few ways you can do it. You can release the D-pad, or you can just like hold up left or something like that. I do a bit of both, it feels like, it is weird. If you wait around here too much, like wait on the spike or something like that, you're scared, beware of the monkey. He might be done doing his head shaking, whatever it is, and he will be rolling, which is very dangerous. If you try and jump on him while he's rolling, you'll get hit. Or if you spin him while you're on the ground, you'll get launched in the other direction. So watch out for that. If you feel like you arrived really late here, you can wait for him and let him start rolling, then just jump over him. I don't have my mask. I can't show off the out of bounds, but I'll re-enter and explain the out of bounds you can do on the second floor, which I think is worth doing in this category.
What have I got?
It's actually the same thing as the Great Gate skip. It's the same idea. It's just a bit higher up. I'll explain it fully though. Up here, going over the flame. There we go. Yeah, if you mess up your zigzag at all, like if it veers off just a little bit, you'll get hit by the flame. So watch out for that. So here you want to flip over the turtle. Yeah, you flip over the turtle, like you bounce on it once to flip it over, and then you immediately get hit and hold diagonal. But you don't hold diagonal too much, or you can fall over the wall. And by diagonal, I mean upright. You can do down right as well. I don't think anyone actually does it that way though. Now, how much you have to hold X depends on if the spike is low or not. If the spike is low, you'll have to hold X a lot more before you get up there. However, the skip is always possible, regardless of where the spike's position is. Like, even if you get an awkward bounce off the turtle, you can still do the skip every time if you do it correctly. If you don't hold diagonal enough, you'll go over the spike also. Like, you'll go over the spike and onto the moss where the flame is. Now, there is something different about this out of bounds compared to Great Gate. These spikes here can actually hurt you while you're up here. And so, what I do is, I don't know if you like I do a jump and a spin. I jump over it and I'm spinning as well. I don't know which one is actually needed to survive, but I've always just done both. So, oh, my D-pad went off there. But yeah, when you're up there, just jump over them and be spinning. Oh, I don't know, Dodge. The last one was 6 hours in 2019 when there was honestly way less stuff to talk about. I don't know. I kind of don't want to re-enter for to do the out of bounds again, but I'll try and show like where you fall back in bounds. It's here. This is a decent long stretch of area, so once you're kind of over here, like where the camera's kind of like here, you can fall back in bounds. Just hold down right and start zigzagging as soon as possible. There is actually a forbidden strat. I don't know if it'd matter for cycles. It's done in the tasks. It's a faster way to go about breaking these boxes. You can do that second spin there in a way where it would break that wooden crate below the question mark box as well. So you would need one less spin. So yeah, that exists. If you're scared, there's a mask here. You really shouldn't get it though. So yeah, you get up here. And you want to bounce right onto the turtle after getting the checkpoint. And you want to kind of practice being able to get back into this background area without bonking on anything. I've heard people say they've gotten attacked by this plant back here. I've never had it happen, so I don't know. I don't really have a comment on that. It's pretty funny though. You can get kind of stuck back here. There's two spots where you can get stuck in this spot. I just have to remember them. Yeah, so if you're holding up left here, you get stuck here. And then over here, if you're down left, you get stuck here. So at this part here, you want to try and be in the middle back here. And you have to get a feel for it, obviously, because you can't see what you're doing back here. At least, there might be other places you can get stuck, but those are the only two ones you have to worry about. Here, there's something interesting with this flame. You can do that. You can kind of sneak past it. Yeah, it's just a perspective thing. It's pretty neat. It's not too difficult. Just if you jump early, you have to make sure you are able to still clear the jump. It's still like easy to fail like that. You don't want to walk too much on that platform. 24 hours, no, wouldn't take that long. So for NTSC-J, if you're not doing the other death abuse on the second checkpoint, you want to do it here. Most likely want to do it here. You can bounce off the torch in a way, position it in a pretty cool way where you fall into the pit. Like you break the checkpoint as you're falling into the pit without landing on anything. I'm not the greatest at it, but like you do that without actually landing on the platform. But if you're scared, you would just it's hard to. You would just land on it, do a quick turnaround, like a air-to-ground spin. I guess I never really mentioned, I've probably done it lots of times, but anything that's bouncy in this game, you can spin on it to cancel the bounce. That's a thing in pretty much every Crash game. Spin on them, you don't bounce. It's very useful. When you respawn here, or if you're just like here in general, I guess I'll talk about, if you're not doing the death abuse, you're on J, spin jump off it. Here, there's certain times, depending on how the global cycles are looking here, based on when you arrive, you sometimes still want a death abuse here on J. Pretty much, if you have to wait on that torch at all, it's usually a good idea to death abuse and do the 80% cycles here. So yeah, you bounce off the monkey, go over the spike, and then you do a spin jump off that, and do that. Yeah, you do have to wait here. Yeah, it's the same one as like the one in Creek Gate. I do recommend doing a spin jump off of it, or like a spin in the air, just to make it easier. Oh, these gems are in the way. That's okay. You don't have to do that spin on the moss, it doesn't matter because of this spike, but it can make it easier. Now here, you can actually make this cycle. Oh my god, I did it. It's not as hard to make that cycle as it is hard to not die to the third torch. Because you can't go too fast, you have to slow down just enough to not die to it, and that's the hard part about this. But obviously the zigzag isn't trivial either. And if you're doing that, you want to do a sub jump, kill the plant off the moss, and yeah, bounce off that torch. I'm glad I got that from my tutorial. Yeah, see there, I slacked on the zigzag too early in preparation for the third torch. But yeah, normally, most of the time, you would just wait there. You can also just bounce off that plant. That plant kind of sucks. Like, even the sub jump can kind of suck. So if you slightly delay the sub jump, you'll hit the death trigger and die anyway. But yeah, figure out something you like. What you can do if you're not going for that last cycle, which you probably won't, you can just come over here, spin, turn around, and then you'll still have to wait anyway for that torch. Yeah, really long stretch of these things. This is a good test of how fast you can do these things. That was pretty good. That ending was pretty good. Alright, that's Native Fortress 1 in a nutshell. Lots of practice needed for that level, especially the second visit. Never too much practice for that level. Yeah, Island 2, finally. Alright. Up the creek. Just do that. There's a way to skip this entire section here. I call it the penta jump. It was first done in the 80% task. I'm not gonna bother like showing it and doing it over and over again, that's just a waste of time. But sometimes they get it first try, sometimes they get it like 15th try. It's one of those things. But basically, you have to get this mask, and then you do a double jump off this leaf, and damage boost off that fish into another double jump off here to clear this jump. Now you actually, I found out a while ago, you don't have to do a double jump for this one. You can actually land on this leaf and clear the jump. But I imagine that's not possible on NTSC-J. I don't know. But yeah, normally you don't get that mask at no point. Now here we do a camera manipulation. And all you have to do is just tap down, which will bring the camera rails back here. And that makes it so you don't have to wait on that plant. I guess I'll show you what happens if you don't do that. You have to wait an extra cycle on that plant. It's a very simple strat. I see a lot of people don't do it though. Yeah, all you do, you land on here and tap down. And you can just do that. Yeah, I said I was going to show what happens if you don't do it. I'll do that this time. Yeah, so if you just do this section like normally, what'll happen is you'll be here, go here, and that will happen. The double jump strat there, I don't even remember what you do, but you do something in a certain way to make sure you don't die to that. I don't remember what. But there's videos on all this stuff in the strat playlist. Oops. You know what, I'm gonna game over anyway to get more lives. It bothers the shit out of me. Yeah, you can't save your lives in this game also. I mean, that wouldn't really work with the passwords, but even with a memory card, your lives don't save. So it's good that there's that section to get those, thankfully. Crash 2 and 3, it saves your lives. Wow, nice D-pad, dude. Yeah, I love my controller. So yeah, camera manip makes it so you don't have to wait on that guy, you won't die to it. Air spin there, land on it. Watch out for that monkey. Reasons I explained in Fortress. Yeah, this level's a lot more simple than Up the Creek. Though you should definitely practice the section that's after the next checkpoint, I believe. Where you have to backtrack, yeah. The switch crate. So, there are wireframe crates here. I don't know why they're invisible. That never made sense to me. But you have to hit this crate to load them and go back. And that's what you do. That was actually really fast too. Yeah, I'll go over it. Land on that lily pad, and that lily pad. Turn around there, land on that lily pad. Now, you want to land on this lily pad, but you do not want to make contact with the next one. Or also to make the next part a bit scarier, at least with the way I do it. Because, yeah, I want to be able to have that lily pad be there as a safe padding to land on. You can still land on the second one pretty easily, with no issue, but still, I mean, might as well. That one, that one, that one, that one. Oops. You have to practice, like, bouncing off the TNT onto the bouncy crate. What usually happens if you mess it up is you land under here. And if you do, just go over to the fourth one and jump back onto the log. What can happen, unfortunately, is you can fall, like, wait, do those lily pads load from the switch crate? I am so confused. I've never noticed this before. Oh, what? I didn't know that. I didn't know those loaded after. Okay, yeah, so you can, like, have something like that happen, but you can fall like that even if the lily pad's still there. So, watch out for that. Yeah, I never noticed that those lily pads spawn. spawn after you hit the thing. I didn't notice that in my other Pseudo-Tutorial. Wow, I'm sucking ass at this. I never fail this in runs. Being bad at it right now for some reason. My mind is just too blown on the thing I just discovered. Yeah, you can hold X more there if you're scared, but obviously it's faster to like hold X as little as possible. But what's even faster is a strat I found years ago. I always forget it exists, but I'll cover it. Oops. I don't know how much faster it is, but I know I did time it when I found it, and it is faster. It's like something like that, except you land down there, spin jump off it, and get back up. And it is. I remember I timed it. I timed it, and it was faster. Man, Orville gets up the creek and upstream mixed up. This one's up the creek. I haven't done this strat in forever. Something like that, but like with the proper momentum where you land back on the bridge properly. Pretty cool strat. Maybe I should practice it and implement it. Let's see. But yeah, once again, the normal strat is that. Beware again, there's death triggers in the waterfall, which are kind of questionable, so you don't want to turn that. You don't want to turn around there too tight. Make sure you practice it. This strat here again for those boxes. Up here we're going to do a snipe. You want to snipe this fish, and it makes these crates slightly faster to break. Excuse me, spin jump off that crate. If you miss the snipe, you just come up here and rub up against the crates and spin and jump like that. And you can double jump here. Jump super early. Yeah. That's up the creek. Yeah, I get called out. Chicken sandwich again, let's go. Alright, Ripperoo. This has a cutscene you can skip, so you want to buffer holding triangle. It'll skip it right away. So the big TNTs, you can actually spin them and not get hurt by them. It's not actually... I don't think it's actually faster, though. I remember doing comparisons with the task, which does that, and I don't think it saves time. So when Ripperoo jumps off that bottom left tile, that's when I jump onto this one. That's always been my visual cue since I first ran this game. And he should get hit like that. And here I hit him when he turns around. And here you can hit him as early as possible. And if done right, you want him to bounce to the... You want him to jump back to the bottom middle tile, not, because his path... I'll have to die and show it again, or redo it and show it again. His path was to go to the back, and it'd be slower for him to go to the back and then to the front again, because when you defeat Ripperoo, he always has to like die at the bottom tile. He can't just die on any tile. So yeah, when he jumps from that bottom left, when I do a full jump onto the TNT. I'll also talk about, it's kind of awkward when you get hit by TNTs. You get, like, turned around and bounced up. What I do is I hold X, so I have lots of time to react and survive. Yeah, so I just hold X the whole time. It's fine. Here you can also, you can do that. It doesn't lose time. Just make sure you know how to time it. There is actually faster strats. I always forget about them. I really should be doing them. There's a strat that saves like less than a second, I think, but it involves I think it's pretty much just being able to hit him faster on the second phase. but it starts off with you skip the cutscene at the start a bit later, like that, and it still actually saves time. These are Kane's Ripperoo strats, actually. Yeah, you can already see it's a bit different, but that makes it so he gets hit on the center tile, and do you hit him like that? I don't even remember. Oh, so yeah, I did it too fast, so I was unable to hit him there. So I think you have to hit him a bit later on the second phase. I haven't done these strats in forever. I should be doing them though, honestly. I always forget about them. Yeah, you want to like skip the cutscene when he like lands after his jump, kinda. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that one you wouldn't want to do a full jump on that TNT. I think you want to do it before he turns left. No, I'm wrong. Yeah, see, it's harder. The one harder thing about this is getting that third hit. But I'm struggling to remember how to time it. Yeah, that stupid dog. Oh yeah, those flames on the sides can hit you. I doubt it'll ever happen though. Yeah, maybe you do want him to go to the other tile. Yeah, okay. Okay, but actually hit him. Just actually hit him. I'm not gonna do it again, but yeah, just actually hit him. I've never practiced this way of doing the fight, but it is slightly faster. I definitely should implement it. I just keep forgetting. His pattern's the same for like each time you fight him. The first phase he goes like in kind of a triangle, like an arrow. The second phase he goes from like these 3 tiles to the middle and back to the side, and for the last phase he goes in a diamond pattern. So yeah, I died. Because I died, you see I have one mask right now. That's a J version exclusive thing. It's a really weird change, but it will mess up this fight, so if you do die, it might be worth just re-entering the level. Just trying again.
What have I got?
So yeah, that's Ripperoo. Hey, Rozak. Alright, Lost City. This is another major level. A lot of bullshit as well. The main thing here is doing a death abuse at the start to reset the cycles, and it also gives you pretty much perfect cycles in Slippery Climb. Again, the faster alternative, which is a couple seconds faster overall, is to death abuse on the second checkpoint in Native Fortress and carry that to Temple Ruins. It's not really that worth it though, it saves way less than I thought. So yeah, you death abuse when you respawn, quickly do that movement there, a quick turnaround, but if you do it too quick, you can get this stupid thing where only the bouncy crate breaks. I might not be able to recreate it, but yeah, it's a thing that can happen. Don't get that mask, that's not a mask you should have to worry about getting unless you're really scared, I guess, but yeah, it's no real reason to get that mask. So for the respawn cycle, you want to jump around that pusher. You can also do a sub jump. Now the thing is, jumping around these pushers kinda sucks in this game. Each one varies a little bit, but sometimes it feels like you kinda hit an invisible wall or an invisible ceiling, and it's just a thing Naughty Dog put in to try and, like, I guess make it so when you get pushed by them, you are actually supposed to die, like to make sure you die. Some of them, and I'll point out which one for like a bunch of the individual pushers, which ones you want to not jump around, but yeah, it takes practice, at least that one's at the beginning of the level. But yeah, you can either ledge jump around it or sub jump. These days I usually favor ledge jump, though if you're a bit later to the cycle, you'll have to do a sub jump pretty much. Alright, bats, more bullshit. So there's the big bats and the small bats. I call the big bats like the mother bats. If you kill both mother bats, that gets rid of all the small ones immediately. And that's something to note for this section here, which I'll show in a minute. Now the bats suck because there's this thing in this game. I believe it's if there's too much shit in your hitbox, you'll take damage even if you're spinning, and that is pretty much only a problem for these bats. It really sucks. It really sucks. But yeah, I kill that bat, I do that, I land on here and kill that other bat. And you don't have to kill that other bat, but if you don't, there's a bunch that are about to spawn right as you go into this thing. But if you kill the first bat and spin that one, then you don't have to worry about it. And in my experience, spin timer isn't an issue here. There's a switch crate off screen here. If you break that crate, there's no way to get it that I know of, so you have to die and try again. There's a lot that goes on in that section with the bats. It's not free, I guess. There is some different ways it can happen though if you mess up the movement. Yeah, like that can happen, but if you went fast enough, you can still survive. Yeah, because I killed both the mother bats, there's no small ones. Hey meows. Yeah, spawners. Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird. So yeah, there's a sub jump around that one as an alternative. Yeah, so you see that spin there kills that last bat. That's very important. That bat can kill you. So what I usually do here is I do a ledge jump off this one to kill the mother bat, and it also sets up the movement to go in there nicely. But what can happen is you can kind of whiff it. You can get up here and quickly jump and kill the bat. Or you can also do that. You can kind of chain your spins. Yeah, like that. That's an interesting thing you can do in this game. You can do like kind of rhythm spins that'll chain together without a single break. Yeah, like that. And that's actually useful in that section if you have to do that movement, but I recommend doing a jump off that one. A jump off this little platform. So that was good. Oh, what? What? I don't know what oh, maybe I didn't hit X enough on the Wumpa crate and I didn't realize. Huh. See, that's why it's good to do these things. I teach myself shit as well. Even though that's never happened to me before. Oh yeah, it's very important here. I can't believe I forgot to mention this. To do this and not die to the bats, you have to hug the wall here. If you hug the wall, you should have no trouble getting into there and not dying to the bats, but if you don't, you can die to the bats, so watch out for that. I'm glad I didn't forget that. That's really important. Yeah, that part takes practice. I still mess it up sometimes. There we go. Okay, this section here. This section is the worst. These are the worst bats in the entire game, right here. You have to jump over some water, and there's bats as well. There is a little manipulation you can do to make them spawn higher. It involves jumping all the way up there. I didn't actually get it there. It's like, I don't know. Let me go back and try and get it. But you can do it in a way where the bats will spawn higher. Yeah, like there. They spawned a bit higher. You can have them spawn higher. But basically the logic is if they're up higher, there's less of a chance, there's less time for you to have too many in your hitbox and die. But I think what you want to do, I was the one who figured this out, I think you want to land right on the edge of that platform, not like that. You want to land kind of as far left as possible there and do a full jump. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm misremembering. Yeah, that face is funny. His face looks really funny. Okay, yeah, sorry, it's not all the way on the left. You want to be a bit more over here. I was misremembering, but yeah, you saw there they spawned up much higher, which makes it a bit easier. But yeah, when you're here, you want to tap X, just tap X, a complete min jump. There is skill to it, but sometimes it feels like you get robbed out of your run in that section. It's just kind of bullshit. Yeah, see there, I got it again. Yeah, here also, I never really noticed this, but I do it. You can also change spins here. It's not even really a rhythm, it just happens, like the timing, at least that I do, to get rid of the bats. Kind of change them together. Yeah, that's good. And on the proper cycle, if you're new to zigzag or you're right, zigzag's bad, you might struggle to catch this cycle. However, you don't actually have to catch this cycle for the death abuse cycle in this level. It just makes it so you can get this off-screen mask, which I missed. You can 3D range it and miss it. Also, that can happen. Those platforms aren't against the wall, so watch out for that.
What have I got?
They're going. It has a hint, which is stupid as fuck. But yeah. Also, if you happen to find yourself on that center platform, that can happen. They'll push you off, so watch out. If you're ever in a weird situation like that. Yeah, the cycle kind of lines up like that, actually, usually. Then you go on top of this thing, but if you don't make it, it's fine. Like, if you have to wait here, it doesn't lose time. Oh, what? I died of death trigger. I guess the water wouldn't extend all the way. Oh yeah, so this game has a lot of generous ledges like that, and these platforms are a perfect example of that.
What have I got?
So yeah, don't give up. If it looks like you're not going to make it, don't give up. Obviously, like that wasn't going to get it, but you know what I mean. Just keep zigzagging as well. Keep zigzagging.
What have I got?
Yeah. If you do make it, you go on top of there. Go in here. You don't want to leave this niche, whatever you call it, too fast, or else the bats will still be in a place where they can hit you. Watch out for that lizard. I start a spin inside here. It'll kill a bat if a bat's still able to hurt me, if I was too early, but it'll also kill the lizard. And I'll explain lizards. They might actually be like iguanas, chameleons, I don't know. I just call them lizards, and so does everyone else.
What have I got?
The lizards in this game are pretty weird. I don't know why they did it. Let me get rid of these bats. Okay, let me not mess up getting rid of the bats. Okay, that was awkward. So, you can bounce on lizards to kill them, obviously, but you can't spin them while you're on the ground, or else they do that. Even if you're holding D-pad towards them, that happens. I don't know why they did it like that. It's weird. It looks like it has one eye. Yeah. So, however, with a spin, if you're in the air, you'll kill them. So like how I do it there, they die, but also if you do this, they'll die as well. And that's actually a strat you can do in Sunset Vista, which I'll show once I get there. But yeah, it's important to know how the lizards work, because they're very dangerous because of that thing where they knock you back. It's so weird how they did it like that. There's not much here you can do to make it faster, because also you have to wait on a later cycle anyway. So yeah, I just get on top of here and go. Here you can make that cycle. That cycle there is a bit more difficult than it looks. However, on the Death Abuse cycle, if you miss it, it actually doesn't lose time, assuming you recover. Like if you miss it and try again, you'll get this cycle that I just got. To get this crate, you can just go hug the corner, and you won't fall behind it. The same can't be said for the remake. I tried that in the remake, and I got screwed. The NST thing. Alright, so here we have a tech called pulled board jumps. It's kind of another weird name, but again, that's what Tass or Pure Hiko called it in his task notes, so that's what stuck. I sometimes call them PBJs, but people get mad at me, which is fair. But yeah, basically you can jump on these things while they're in the wall. I'm more consistent at it on some days than others. But yeah, I always heard it was like a 3-frame window. I think it depends on like your falling speed. Oops. But you have to do it like while you're turning around, which is the awkward part. More so than the timing of the X input. That last one, this second to last one sucks if you have to do that one because of the stupid ceiling. So that one you have to compensate more. You have to land on it more far right than the others, which can make you mess it up. Yeah, like that. PBJs. Yeah, peanut butter jellies. It's good. You need to call it that. I always hate saying pulled board jump. The timing for these might also be harder if you have input delay. It's not frame perfect, but it's precise enough where your input lag could matter for your timing. Whitepod said he had a cue with the music in this level to time these, which is pretty cool. So yeah, you can go about different ways to do it. I just rely on muscle memory and like visually just timing it, not eyeballing it, but you know what I mean. So the ones you have to do for the Death Abuse cycle is that one and that one. Yeah. So you only have to do 2. If you do the cycles from Native Fortress, you have to do more, I believe. I don't remember which ones. There's a video. So back here, what do I do? We die and try again. People don't say GHJ for glitched high jump. I've heard people write that in text though. When people are speaking, they usually say like glitched high if they want to shorten it. GHJ, God, it's terrible. Here, turn around. Oh yeah, I break these crates with 2 spins, not like that, but I start the spin early, and I do a it breaks the first 3 crates, and then the other crates that are on the right. Here you want to do a diagonal, not diagonal zigzag. These seesaw things, whatever you call them, very buggy. Obviously the casual thing, casual players would know too, you land on the center, but you can kinda nick the outer ones like that, so watch out, and they can kinda glitch. You just have to be able to react to it. And if you notice it does something weird, you want to just land on the center and then proceed. Like, do not, like, yeah. What happened there was fairly normal, but sometimes it can get glitchy. It's not easy to recreate, though. Spin that guy in the air. Here you can just hold left and spin. You'll survive. You'll knock out of the bats, and you'll survive here as well. You don't even need to zigzag. So yeah, that's very helpful. Here on the respawn cycle in this level, you don't have to do anything special here. You can just wait. You have to wait on those platforms. But on a special cycle, you can do kind of like that. It'd be timed a bit differently, but where you're going with the bats. I believe on the any percent cycle they have to do that. Any percent they carry it from up the creek to here. If I remember. Yeah, 90% you have to do something like that. Here you have to do it if you're a cycle behind. So usually if you messed up a pull board jump, or if you hit that ceiling on that one pull board jump, you'll have to do this as a backup, but then you'll be on the correct cycle again. I do it all the time. Yeah, it's not easy to get it to sync up, but I kind of did it earlier. So yeah. Yeah, that's what I've always done for those boxes. It doesn't really matter too much because of the cycle. There I would have been able to do it actually. I didn't know what the cycle is on this checkpoint. Alright, so here, when the cycle does that, you can jump around it like that. You should practice it though before you do it to get a feel for it. Yeah, so that's like one movement before when you're supposed to be able to go past it. So the right one goes in, the left one goes in the wall. You can actually jump around it. You're not supposed to be able to though. Here you can do that. If you want to know like the way to get through these like casually or like the safest way, but not fast, it's you wait until all three are out, and that applies to basically all of these like pusher puzzles, whatever you call them. But yeah, a way to get through this earlier on some cycles is to do that. When the first two are in the wall and the one on the left is out, you can just jump around it. This one's quite consistent actually. It doesn't really feel like there's an invisible wall, whereas with that one there kind of is, I think. A little bit, but it's still pretty consistent. This one's more about like it's more about not getting hit by that when you're in the air. If you do, you're gonna die. Yeah, these ones aren't really, you don't really have to worry about an invisible wall. But especially for this one, I know this one's always been pretty easy. Yeah, that one's easy. And these you just go when you can. If you kill that lizard and you miss the box, there is a backup. You can do an out of bounds using these pushers. It's done in any percent in Sunset Vista. It's kind of, you can't really eyeball it. You have to just like hope. I mistimed it there. But yeah, just like watch the any percent run, look at the out of bounds in Sunset Vista. And you'll know what I mean. Basically, you can go out of bounds, get on the ceiling, and fall into the box. It kind of sucks. Like even then, you might not be able to. Oh yeah, I can just show it there from the checkpoint. Yeah, kind of that, except actually hitting the box. I've never practiced that, because, I mean, if that happened, I would just reset. Yo, bear. Here is a pretty bad example of the too many bats being in your hitbox. And also, if you have a mask here from the one on the first floor, one that's off screen, you can have an issue here called dunking. It's where you get hit by an enemy when you were like spinning, which gets you sent downward instead of upward. It's really stupid, but it kills you here every time. So what I do is I usually wait a few bats. You know, you don't have to wait the full cycle, but you can wait, you want to wait until there's only a few bats left. For this lizard, you can do that. Go kind of behind him. Doesn't really matter. Here on the respawn cycle, you don't have to zigzag, which will be nice for a lot of people because of that. The zigzag's really scary if you can't control it. The strat here is at feeder range. You want to be able to bounce off the lizard and hit that switch grate without hitting your head on it, which lets you continue going forward without being slowed down. The setup I do is I land on this peg that's sticking out of the ground, and then jump and alley-oop. Those crates auto break for some reason. It's really weird, but it's helpful. So I land on this thing, bounce off him, go. If you're scared also, once you bounce off him and you're in front of the switch crate, you can move back and bounce a little bit to break it. Alright, I'm gonna use the washroom again. Again, I'm drinking so much water from all the talking that I'm gonna need a lot of bathroom breaks. Okay. Temple ruins. It's a pretty easy level in this category. I'd say get that mask. Even if you got the one from Lost City. Though it's not a huge deal. How do I keep doing that? The reason I'm spinning is to get the mask in. There we go. Oh yeah, and you can spin through the spears. Just, it's important to note with spin invincibility that, again, your spin lasts for less frames in the air. So, like, spinning through this on the ground is, like, free, basically. But if you do it in the air, it's a tougher timing. Unless you do chain spins. Here you want to, do that. There's only one crate on top of that on NTSC-J. It doesn't really matter, though. You want to snipe that snake, and that makes it so there's one crate left. Do a quick turnaround. Here it kind of sucks with the cycles if you're on a weird cycle, but you do not want to jump through the double spears there for the reason I just said, because you can very easily get the dunk glitch and you'll die. So yeah, it's not worth it. If you die here, there's like an 90% strat. It's like doing that. You can actually make that. It's fucking way harder than it looks. I don't know if that would even. I don't even think that would save you a cycle anywhere for Hundo. But yeah. With this crate to do with the wall here. It's very easy to walk off it. So you want to make sure you land and spin it on the ground. Also, these bat tunnels, whatever they are, you're pretty safe from the bats on the sides, but you're also safe on the ground, of course, but on the sides you're good. Here the strat is to spin this stack of 2 crates next to me, and have the same spin snipe the spider into the crates that are up ahead. And do that for those boxes. Oops. I need more lives anyway. Oh, what am I doing? Oops. It's pretty easy to mess up that part. Yeah, you can always land on top of this cycle, no matter how high up it is. Nice drop spin. Pretend I got a spin there. So here, there's a glitch that can happen, usually when you're riding these platforms, but only in a couple spots, where you get, it kind of seems like you hit an invisible wall and it pushes you off and you die. I don't know what causes it, but it'll probably happen to you eventually. To avoid it, just what you can try and do is wiggle a little bit on the platform. I actually just got it there, holy shit. You might not have noticed it, but I actually got it a little bit, and because I was moving, I survived. You can get it earlier, like in that ride on the platform. Here you want a damage boost. It's not necessary though. You can you can be on the sides of these flames, and you won't die. You don't have to do it here, but if you're just like going fast, you'll have to do that. You'll have to, like, not really do that, but go, like, stay on the side for a while before going back in bounds. Unless you do a little thing that can let you load that flame early. Which I'll show. It's going to be used again later in the level, but that one's, the other one's way more important. This one doesn't really matter. Hey, Clack. Yeah, there you can move a bit up to load that flame early, and then you won't have to bother with that thing. These platforms are global cycles. I totally forgot to bring up global cycles in Lost City. The pushers are global cycles, though I guess you could have inferred that based on all the talk about respawn cycles there. The bats aren't global cycles, though. That would suck. What the fuck, Doge, really? I only spent 20 minutes before I started the tutorial. Oh my god, that's insane. Yeah, those round platforms aren't global cycles though. Those are spawn.
What have I got?
You want to get that mask. Here on this platform, you can actually jump much earlier than it seems. And here is the invisible bridge. That's how I break that, and then I break these on the way back. There's actually something faster you can do. Yeah, it's like that, and you would land on the wooden crate there. This doesn't save time on the Lost City cycle, though. It might have saved time on the Native Fortress cycles, though. I don't remember. But you have to know where the wooden crates are. You would land on it and then do that. It's kind of awkward, though. I always found that method to be really awkward. But you would get a little bit more zigzag as well as that little corner cut. Alright, so here's the flame manipulation. This one does matter a lot. Dude, these fucking drop jumps, holy shit.
What have I got?
So here you want to move a bit to the right before breaking these crates, and that loads the flame. So you can go through it without taking a hit. Here you do a corner cut, and you jump off that platform just before it falls. It might be scary when you're just doing it, but it's not that hard of a strat. Here you can flame skip. That one... the mask doesn't matter. You don't need masks from this point on. It's just for safety. If you want to keep this mask, you gotta do that flame skip. There is the mask at the start of Road to Nowhere too, which doesn't really lose time to get. It doesn't lose much time to get, rather. This crate on the left isn't here on NTSC-J. They're kind of awkward to break, but you jump and break them like that, like a diagonal jump spin. Alright, Road to Nowhere. If you're on NTSC-J or PAL, you have to do 2 visits to this level. J version doesn't, which is why it's faster again. This level, you need the red gem. Alright, so when you spawn in, you want to go down left to break this, and then immediately start going counterclockwise to forward to break these crates quickly. If you do it wrong, though, it's easy to miss that box. Gotta practice it. Yeah, look at that. Now, if you messed up Lost City or Temple Ruins in a way that you're behind on cycles, you can death abuse at the start of this level. You just do it like that. It's a quick death abuse. and you will you'll have another chance to get not as fast, but still faster than you would get cycles for slippery climb, backup cycles.
What have I got?
So here the strat is to land on this thing and break those like that. You'll have to practice it. Here, there's a few things to do. I like to go like, not like that, but, see, it's all messed up now. Let me, go back. Yeah, I like to kind of land behind the pig. You can sub-jump on these ice slopes, and it's faster, and it's actually why the ropes aren't faster. Everyone asks about the ropes, especially after Insane Trilogy came out, and the ropes were really easy to exploit. The ropes are slower, especially for 100%, because there's boxes in the main path. It's also slower because it's really difficult to zigzag on it properly, because it's a very small plane that you can actually walk on. But also because of these icy slopes. That's another reason. Yeah, that's the movement I do. You do this thing here. Yeah, you want to break this checkpoint when you get on the gem instead of when you come back. It's for some reason when you're on the gem platform and it's like the gem platform's moving and you're trying to break the checkpoint crate, it doesn't work properly. It's pretty jank. Now this gem path, there's lots of different ways to do this. The most optimal way is my way, which is it's pretty risky. You might not want to do it if you don't have a mask. You have to jump off this peg and hit that switch crate. It seems easy, but it's very easy to hit the TNT. It's very easy to hit the TNT. So you do that, then you bounce up here, do a sub jump to get some zigzag in. Hit your head on this, break those boxes like that, and then do that to break those crates. That's the fastest way I know of to do this gem path. I'll go over the safer way as well. Don't get how the cycles work at all. Well, once this is highlighted, you could watch the earlier part where I do explain them. Oh wait, well, out of habit I just did the faster way, but that's the fast way again. The only risky part is the first thing where you jump off this and hit the switch crate. It's not a free timing. It's very easy to hit the TNT. But yeah, the safe way to do it, do that. This isn't much slower, but what you can do, if you have a mask or you get that mask, the boxes are going to be like this. You can either damage boost, which I don't recommend. The faster way to do it, time a spin so that it does that. You time it nice and early, you'll break the bottom crate, and you'll be perfectly positioned to hit your head on the TNT to activate it. Oh, you know, there's actually something very important I forgot to mention at the start of this level. I'll go over it shortly. Yeah, the safe way, do that, do this. See there, I messed it up. I rarely ever have to do that, so. But yeah, that is the safer way. You can also damage boost there if you want. Now. Yeah, see there, that's what can happen if you mess up the fast way. I'm gonna show a backup strat as well. It's pretty useful. Dude, really? Oh my fucking... Okay, I'll just do it the other way. This is like cursed for me. Like, it works more when I have a mask, but when I don't, I fucking die to it. So say you somehow miss the switch crate that's in there. what you can do is you can damage boost. You can jump and spin that TNT and use the extra jump crash kits to get on top of the switch crate. And then you can jump towards the top of this building thing. And you have to keep jumping. It's not a big enough ground to stand on. You have to keep jumping up there, like against the wall like this, and you can keep moving left with your jumps and land back up there. I have a video on it. Yeah, something I have to cover about the beginning. I forgot to.
What have I got?
So if you break those crates like that, that one TNT crate is not going to blow up. It will not blow up. You will miss a crate, as you can see. And it's because the game is just really old. They didn't make the best decisions about this. This stuff is much better in Crash 2 and 3, where like crates, like TNT crates, will be like individually programmed to break all the crates around them. But in this game it wasn't the case. So if you break the crates like that, you have to set off both timers. As long as both timers are set off, then they'll both break.
What have I got?
So if you're not doing the other start, or if you mess it up, if you do it like this, just make sure both are set off, and they'll both break. I wasn't that far away, but still, like, they will both break, guaranteed. Yeah, that's very important to note. It can also happen in Rolling Stones, though the boxes in Rolling Stones I'm referring to usually snipe them with a plant. So yeah, if you do that where the one TNT isn't set off, it's not going to break. As you can see, it's a huge problem, huge time loss, especially for NTSC runners, because they'll be doing this level at the end. Oops. Oh yeah, Cortex Power. Yeah, the bridge. Yeah, it also applies there. Dude, that's so annoying. Y'all see my runs, you know I never mess it up like that. Not often, at least. Not like this. There we go, thank you. Yeah, once again, it's the optimal way to do it.
What have I got?
Here you can do a corner cut. Like that. Compared to zigzagging, I don't know. I don't know how much it saves. It is a nice diagonal though, so I don't know. If your zigzag's not very good, that section might be scary, but yeah, you just copy what I did there. Here you want to be very careful to not walk off the red gem onto the portal. I've actually had that happen before. There's actually a strat. Strat kind of sucks, but involves sliding off here. Oops, I double tap square. See, sometimes an extra spin isn't good if it's in the later part of your jump. It's actually bad for your jump. Yeah, you can do that. That jump sucks though. That jump really sucks. I don't go for it. It is fast though. It eliminates having to go up the upward icy slope. See, that was a really early jump. You want to do a nice ledge jump like that. I see a lot of people get scared zigzagging in this section. Just practice it. Oh, and I don't recommend spin jumping on those platforms. Those yellow platforms that appear. The same applies to high road. Those often eat your jump. I don't know why those ones specifically do. Alright, Boulder Dash 1, this will be quick. Just like boulders, it's a pretty simple level, but there are some things to note. This level is way too long. I don't know why they made it so long. Yeah, this level needs 2 visits also. You need the purple gem from Lights Out. This is actually the last level in the run besides Great Hall also. It's the fastest for the route. Oh, and any percent runners have to death abuse, or not any percent, NTSC-J runners have to death abuse. And it's faster to death abuse on the first checkpoint, because there's a pit. There isn't a pit close by for the other one. Here you can jump over these fences, it's faster. You can also jump over some early fences. I was just talking too much, so let me show again. Yeah, you can jump over that one. That one's a bit trickier, but I think it's a little faster. If you spin this checkpoint, not like with that movement, be careful when you time it. The depth perception here isn't that good, so you can have it where your spin on this checkpoint hits the TNT and you die. I don't think there's as much to note the rest of the level. More to note on the second visit, obviously. The second visit has some cool stuff. But yeah, remember, lots of spinning. Just be careful on the downward slopes. This last stretch of platforms can be quite laggy. Feel free to spin in the air instead of on the ground if you're scared. Alright, slippery climb. Actually didn't mention, this level was switched with Sunset Vista. Like, they switched locations on the J version. It's only really relevant for the cycle carryover. Sunset Vista, we death abuse at the start for that level, for the cycles. This level, we carry them from Lost City currently. You get like perfect cycles. You don't have to get that mask at the start for any strat. It's only if you want to play it safe, or if you know you're going to have to wait on the first cycle, then go ahead. Actually, you lose time from the hint. I believe that mask has a hint, so you lose time from that. So yeah, these spikes, like the Great Gate ones, you can spin jump off them. These are less jank than the Great Gate ones. But yeah, this one, you do that. That one's very consistent. You can also... you can also, do it off that other part. I think I did it the first time. Yeah, that one might be a bit trickier. I've always had a good way of doing that. It's pretty much muscle memory. Spin, yeah, and I do another spin for my jump just to clear this jump with no issues. Yeah, you just want to clear this jump, not jump off the first platform. Just do that. But if you if you jump off this one, you can clear it as well. Actually, it feels like it needs a decent amount of zigzag. Yeah, just let's jump over to this one, and regardless of whether the platform's out or not, you'll be fine. These platforms, you don't always it's not always faster to jump from one to the other. Sometimes it's faster to ride it. And it'll probably be obvious, but, you know, you'll get a feel for that the more you play the level. I'm not going to go over too much like what the cycles are supposed to look like from Lost City for this level. It's better to just watch a video, because I also don't remember. They also vary a little bit. They feel like they vary a little bit, but it's still like just as fast. Yeah, so you want to... I messed up because I paused. You want to get in that window and then jump off the bird. Oh yeah, I didn't even mention here, for these boxes, there's a few different things you can do that don't lose time. The way I break these boxes and survive is I do a sub jump, like that. You can also break them, wait for your spin to finish and do a ledge jump out of it, or just a normal jump. Just do it, makes you comfortable. Yeah, so there, you don't want to catch that cycle because you need these boxes. The birds also, the birds do respawn. They just take quite a while to respawn. It feels like fucking 10 seconds. And that is relevant for the vertical section. Here you can clear this jump. There are situations where you'll have to do that jump, but oftentimes you land in a cycle that's just like this. This box isn't here on NTSC-J. On J, I just do a spin jump without messing it up. If you do it, you you land up here. If you miss this jump, it seems to happen a lot for some reason. You can keep spin jumping off the spike down there and do that and come back up. It's a pretty cool recovery strat. It's pretty easy though. Pretty easy too. Now here, you can actually predict what these stairs are gonna do based on these birds. Really cool cue. Now, when the bird is at its lowest point, the stairs can do something. They'll either go up or go down. And you can use that to your advantage to know if the stair is about to change or not. Now, with cycles in this game, it's more of an 90% thing. With cycles in this game, these stairs are a great example. They can become, you can get what we call glitch cycles. And it's where the cycle stays in a certain state for longer than it's supposed to, like an extra cycle basically. It's just like a loading issue. It's more common in 90% because of the death abuses. But if you see that the bird went to its lowest point when you're here and the stairs didn't change, then you're good to go. Because the stairs are on a glitch cycle and you have a ton of time to get up them without falling. So yeah, that's a really useful visual cue there. It's amazing how it lines up like that. This mask isn't here on NTSC-J, I don't think. Again, you don't need it, but if you're really scared, I guess.
What have I got?
Oops. Now, oftentimes when you are up here, if you know the stairs aren't gonna... If you're here and you know the stairs aren't gonna change for a while, you want to wait a moment before going on this platform because it will sync this part up better, where you don't have to do a super late jump to catch these stairs. And this here is what the cycle usually is. If you mess this part up, like you kill the bird but you don't catch the cycle, the bird will respawn. That's why I brought it up earlier. This is where it's relevant. Now here is a pretty important section. This is also done for the 90% cycle, I think. You can actually well, you can stand here also. You can jump from this platform onto this first stair, which lets you get all the way to the top before the stairs go down on a very common instance of this cycle. And it's also very common from the Lost City to Slippery Climb cycle carryover. I'll try and line it up. Here we go. Okay, so there, that situation is very common, and if you know how to do that, you'll also get very fast cycles for the rest of the level. That jump can be a bit tricky, like the jump to the first step. I wouldn't call it free. I don't think it's super hard either.
What have I got?
Yeah, to set it up, I stick on the left of this platform so I can get like a bonkless approach, and then yeah, just go like that. There's a fast way to do this section without slowing down. It involves like, I don't really know, I've never messed with it, it's more of a 90% thing. You do a pulled board jump. Yeah, you do a pulled board jump off the leftmost platform, and you barely catch that other platform in time. I don't think that wouldn't save you a cycle in Hundo though. I don't think. Any percent it just saves time because you death abuse here. These stairs, there's something you can do with these, I don't remember. You can like walk up them and then jump. I forget. Yeah, I usually just, if they're up, I do that, and if they're not up, I just, do that. Now these enemies, you can cheese them a bit. If you, walk against the background, the vials won't hit you. But if you go against the foreground, they will hit you. And also the explosion will still kill you if you're on the ground. So yeah, that's helpful here. So the nice thing about the carryover from Lost City is that you don't have to react to these stairs. They'll always be good. There are ways to predict them based off some earlier cycles in the level. I never found them to be 100% reliable though, so I'm not going to cover them. But what you can do, you can chill on this spike and see if they're a glitch cycle. It's usually pretty obvious when they're a glitch cycle. But it seems that you can also predict them based on what these platforms are doing, these here. Like if they're yeah, if they're like, if that platform's like there, where it was when I jumped, then it seems like they're always good, but it's not always reliable. That's another good thing about the... Dude, really? It's another good thing about the cycle carryover. Oh, nice ditch. That sounds funny. These boxes you can break like that, which can let you catch that cycle if it's tight. It won't be like that on the carryover from On the carryover from Lost City, though. It's always kind of scary when it lines up like that. I believe it lines up like that from Road to Nowhere, if you do that backup. Cable's stuck. There we go. Yeah, otherwise, if you don't have to do that, you can just, like, break it, kinda, quote-unquote, normally. For this section, I land on the last step there, like this one here. You can also, like, if you undershoot it, you'll, like, kinda walk on the stairs. Excuse me, you can still do kind of a ledge jump. Doesn't really matter. There, I bounce off that hand for that movement, that doesn't matter either, it's just what I do. This cycle you can catch very late. Okay, that spike can hurt you. TIL. That cycle you can also catch pretty late. I was just too late though. It's the thing with like the generous ledges that I talked about in Lost City, where it looks like you should undershoot them, but like you end up catching them. The third Brio token is in that box. I once had a PB where for some reason I happened to have the other two tokens for some reason. And I collected the third one, which meant I went in the bonus. And I guess I had 2 masks already. For some reason, which I mean that wouldn't happen now, but it was years ago. I exited the bonus, and you keep your masks when you die in bonuses. Yeah, and when I came back I got the invincibility. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because you can still bounce on the birds if you have invincibility. So if that happens to you, you don't have to wait for the invincibility to run out. Yeah. I guess I don't really need to explain that section, I just like autopiloted it. Yeah, I do a sub jump out of that window. Again, the 3D range with that guy, and you're done. And do it, no balls, Doge. Oops. Alright, Koala Kong, this is another instance of RNG. Again, you can buffer the cutscene skip. That cutscene skip doesn't save time, you don't have to do it. Because he does the dancing and shit. Anyway. It is faster to stand on the lava here. He throws the rocks slightly sooner. Now the RNG in this fight is how far left he walks before throwing this heavy boulder. That was decent. That was pretty good RNG actually. The worst RNG though is when he goes all the way to the left before throwing it. It's not actually optimal to have him throw it right away for every phase. You want him to wait a little bit, but usually it's not the case. Yeah, see, that's terrible RNG. The minecarts are consistent every time though. Same with the TNTs. Just standing on the right here is not only faster, but you don't have to worry about the falling TNTs. To get rid of the TNT, you can just do that. See, that was terrible RNG too. Next time he throws the big rock, I'll showcase something that's a little useful. So when he throws the rock, you can actually move it. You can move it left and right. And that's useful if you have to wait in a minecart. You'll be able to spin the rock to him slightly sooner. And the reason you can do that is it's left in from the prototype version, when you actually had to aim the rocks at him. And it was really, really ass. Like, really, really ass. Glad they changed it. Yeah, there's kind of for the third phase, there's like a minecart cycle skip. There's like the double minecarts. If you're able to hit Kong on the third phase before those minecarts get in the way, then it's a good Koala Kong. Pretty much. Oops. Yeah, you go too far in the lava, and you get hit. Yeah, so that was terrible RNG going all the way to the left. Yeah, terrible again. Yeah, so like there's like these double minecarts. I forget if it's the first set or the second set, but if you can throw this boulder back at them before like a double minecart like that from earlier, then it's a pretty good Koala Kong. Yeah, unfortunately you can lose up to like 7 or 8 seconds in a really bad Koala Kong compared to like one of our best segs. Usually you only lose like a couple seconds. A few seconds, 4 seconds. Not a huge deal for most people. And yeah, beware again that you can soft lock at the end of that fight. If, like, I believe it's if you get hit on the same frame as you win. So yeah, stay away from the lava once you hit them. Same thing can happen in Papu. Yeah, it should be. It really should be. Alright, Island 3. Some of the coolest levels in the run are on this island. Yeah, the islands are like kind of arbitrary to group the levels, since there's only 3 of them, but you know, we still do it anyway. Heavy Machinery and Cortex Power are levels that are gonna be a bit different each time because of Koala Kong. So we did the Death Abuse in Lost City, bring it to Slippery Climb, but because of that Kong RNG, the cycles, the global cycles in these 2 levels are gonna vary, but they're not really important cycles anyway, for the most part. So it's not a huge deal. We do a Death Abuse in Generator Room for those cycles. So right off the bat in this level, it's you wouldn't think of it, it's actually very easy to mistime your spin on these enemies because, again, the spin lasts for less frames in the air. You can just, like, do that. Well, not like that, but you know what I mean. Something like that. Seems to happen more than it should. I pressed spin twice in the air there to make sure I killed both robots. You don't have to, but for this whole section up until the I can't think, like a while after the first checkpoint, it's very easy to get spin timered. So you do need to watch your spins in this section. You can do some for movement, but most of them are spent killing enemies and breaking boxes. You don't have to get this mask here. You actually shouldn't optimally, because you don't want invincibility in this level. And the place where the invincibility is, it's kind of awkward the way you have to take damage and get the mask quickly. Most people, I think, would get invincibility here. Some newer runners might benefit from it, but it is slower, so. Oops. Yeah, let's just restart anyway. Yep, Kong. Yeah, that'd be good actually, if I could get a loop of the animation.
What have we got?
so you want to do that. Just to ensure you don't get invincibility, but there are places you can damage boost, so... like to use this one mask. But it's also like, masks are useful in Cortex Power, so... this Cortex Power is ass. Yeah, so the movement here, you can like kind of bonk, lose some momentum on these cold pipes. So you want to make sure you land like on the center of them. And here, yeah, that's how you want to break those boxes optimally. If you mistime it, you lose some momentum. You get stuck a little bit in the crates that are in the air. If you have to go back for a crate, watch out for this enemy. He's going to be really high up. Here, when you kill this robot, this camera robot, you want to time it so that the spin starts in the air and connects on the ground, because it's a conveyor belt and it's fast. Here, there's that trick. With tricks like that, which are finicky with the camera, you have to be careful not to hold left, go left too quickly, or else the camera won't follow you, and then you have to like go right to get the camera to follow you again. Because you can't do stuff off screen for too far in this game, because stuff isn't loaded if the camera isn't there. So I'll go over that more in a moment. I'll do like another full playthrough of the level and I'll cover that. Yeah, you come down here, you jump over this robot. Here there's a few things you can do. You can actually do a ledge jump here, not too deep though, or else you hit that thing obviously. And you can clear the spike and the next red hot pipe. I guess I'm redoing shit anyway. Me guy, looks like a Flash game.
What have I got?
Be a really sick Flash game.
What have I got?
Making me think of the Wonka, the Willy Wonka Flash games from the early 2000s, which are super cursed. Yeah, there it's faster to bounce off that crate than spin it. If you spin it, you're also very likely to get hit by the robot because of the expanded hitbox. Nice drop jump. So yeah, I bounce off this guy, move a bit in bounds, move right, and then start moving left. It's like the movement's like a bit more complicated than that, I guess, but just get a feel for it yourself for that one, honestly. Because that's the thing, like it's off-screen movement. You also have to get comfortable knowing how far right you have to go to get the camera to follow you. XS looks like a Flash game. I think Entranced actually looks much better with the backgrounds and shit, but XS fucking terrible. Or actually, no, you walk under him. Sorry, you walk under him. So yeah, you can clear that jump. That jump's, I wouldn't say it's free, unless your left zigzag's good, I guess. But if you're not doing that, or if you're scared, you can, well, he won't be as high, but you can jump here between the robot and the spike. It's probably the best, safer method to do there. Here, you can time your spin so that it kills the camera and also kills that first robot, which will snipe the second one. Alright, here are these steam vents. Anytime there's these steam vents, you can 3D range them. Now, there's different, like, levels of 3D range here. I guess there's basically only one. Basically, when you're in front of these, like this, like Crash's shadow is in the air, basically, you can only land back on other steam vents. So you can't land here, and that's very important. You also don't want to do that. You can also land on the pipe. So yeah, just be very careful. NST feels like a Flash game. Yeah, I'm not wrong. I I don't think NST was bad. I'm not a NST hater, but some parts were questionable. So to clear this jump, you can do a sub jump. You can actually do that with a ledge jump. You'll have to do that if you get spin timered. You can react and do a ledge jump. The only thing is with that jump is you get that pipe there kind of sticks out a bit. So if your zigzag isn't perfectly straight, it can slow you down enough to not clear the jump. I have to get extra lives. I am a flash game. My life is a flash game.
What have I got? What have I got?
Yeah, so here you through your range, do that for that box, but you don't want to spend a lot of time like on the foreground on the 3D range because you're not going to be zigzagging. So yeah, really old strats people with 3D range like this whole section. It was bad. I guess that doesn't snipe the robot every time. Be ready to spin. Excuse me. So yeah, for that crate, if you're not going to do the sub jump, you can spin it and just walk onto the platform. If you're going to do the sub jump, you can do like that. It's usually how I do it in runs. Or you could do the other thing and just quickly do another spin. But you gotta watch out, if you time it badly, your sub jump's gonna be really deep. Like that. I usually have a higher up sub jump. But yeah, you can do that with a ledge jump as well. Oops. I don't think it's actually that difficult either. So in 90% they death abuse here, and you can practice like setting it up. In Hundo, it's a bit trickier to set up that 3D range. You have to get a feel for it. That's the only advice I can give you. Also, be careful spinning near those steam things, because again, your hitbox will be very expanded. Now, you don't always have to do the 3D range here. It's actually optimal to not have to do that, but it depends on your global cycle. Pretty much the God cycle here is like this, pretty much, kinda. And then, if it all lines up correctly, you won't have to wait on the other cycles in the level. Yeah, like that. Super clean. But it's not always going to be like that, so you have to be ready. Don't worry, I'm going to go over everything as parts of the level. I think you can make that. But yeah, you can 3D range those too. Yeah, let's go over all that shit. Crash, bash, flash. So yeah, going as little left as possible here. There's invisible walls here for some reason. Yeah, so you have to spin that and go back here. If you go too fast here, like, I don't remember how it's done. I haven't made this mistake in forever. But if you go about this part like in a certain way the camera won't follow you. You can also have it where, I think if you jump from too high up here, down here you'll fall through the floor because it's the like collision isn't loaded yet or some shit. So watch out for that. So what I usually do, to avoid it, what do I normally do? I think I do something like that to still get some movement in. But you could also just like do that. But yeah, don't go too crazy in this section. There are invisible walls on the sides here, so you don't have to worry about zigzagging off, which is nice. That's the movement I do there. I definitely recommend that movement because you get a lot of zigzagging. You can jump around this guy, fall down here, and do that. You can't jump around this steam vent because there's an invisible wall here. There isn't one there. It's really inconsistent. You can predict these steam vents based on earlier ones as well. There's invisible walls here. So here's where you would get invincibility if you had 2 masks. Again, it is slower. If you do have 2 masks here, you can get hit by this robot and get the mask. Like when you get bounced up by it, it's kind of finicky though. In some cases, it might be better to just get the invincibility anyway. There are some benefits to it, but overall, I think it's slower. This section here, if you have invincibility, you just jump up here like that and you'll break all the crates. But if you don't have invincibility, you do that, but you spin all of them, and usually you'll break every single crate except one of them, and when that happens, you just bounce again and you'll hit your head and fall back down really quickly. You can break that crate like that. It's probably the best way. It can make you catch that cycle like that, but you can 3D range. If you 3D range here, you can actually spin and not get hurt, which is useful. Here we do a sub jump off this pipe to proceed, and that's because there's this really low ceiling here for some reason. That's why we can't jump. So we have to do a sub jump to skip the auto scroller. This section, it's kind of weird to break this box. What I do is I land next to it, I jump, spin. Oh, I don't do that. That's annoying. That sends me so far back. Checkpoint starvation. Oh, why did I do that? That was obviously gonna go. Yeah, careful with your spins there. You can easily get hit there. Sometimes it's hard to tell if you broke all of them. Yeah, so that was good. Yeah, that's the movement I do. You might have to watch that in slow motion. But I break the crate, I go towards the foreground, and then I, as soon as possible, get back into the level. It is possible to undershoot it and fall into the pit here and die. But you can react and know if you're not going to be back in time, and you can start zigzagging into the foreground and it will save you. So this kind of trick up here for these bouncy platforms, you want to have a full spin timer for it, and so you don't want to spin these enemies. It's really important. You want to just jump around them, jump past them. With these platforms, if you spin them from the side, you can do that. It's really cool, especially for any percent. Well, see, you need a full spin timer. It's pretty annoying. It doesn't matter for the other parts of the level. Once you reach here, if you don't spin those enemies, you should have a full spin timer. So yeah, that's how it's done for any percent. The 100% one's pretty cool too. But you have to go and get that life crate that's on the left. That's the main difference. I'm starting to look like a Flash game. Might be a wasp, kill it with fire, burn down your house. So the hardest one here for Hundo is this one. It's kind of awkward to land on this and go left. It was pretty easy there, but sometimes it feels like it's scuffed. Now for the 100% ones, you don't want to hold X. For the any percent ones, you can just hold X like that. The 100% ones, they're like buggier based on how you approach them. You'll see what I mean if you try it a lot. Yeah, just do that. You want to hold X for the life one. And then, obviously you have spins for those. Hold X as little as possible on that one. Oh, actually, you don't even have to hold X. Huh, I didn't know that. I always thought you had to hold X. Oh my god, that works perfectly. That works perfectly, oh my god. There is actually a strat Luca Demu's found for that ending section. Basically, you get the life crate and turn around, and you go like kind of into the foreground, and instead of having to go back down, you go back around. I don't know how to do it, but it's in the strat playlist. Yeah, give it a shot, Doge. Everyone starts somewhere. Alright, I think I need another bathroom break. I'll be back. Okay. Alright, Cortex Power. Yeah, you don't need masks for this level. I forgot to mention in Heavy Machinery, there are damage boosts you can do to help you with the cycles. And it won't matter for Cortex Power. Cortex Power, it's just safety if you want to keep masks. Cutscene at the start here. You don't have to skip it right away, but after a certain point it loses time. But you can just buffer it. I spin that enemy. It snipes the second one. You can spin through the electricity, but like that, your spin lasts for not very long in the air, so it's dangerous. Yeah, like that. Like that. Like that. Like that. It also depends like how fast you're going to. Yeah, it just kind of sucks. They're a global cycle, and they're going to be inconsistent because of Qualicon. Here, you want that guy to snipe so that it creates kind of an L shape, like a Tetris piece, I guess. I don't know. But it makes it faster to spin through it. Here you can get an awkward cycle, but you can do like kind of a spin jump, chain spin to get through it. If you get a weird cycle here, if you don't want to slow down. Here, I jump on that step. You can do it without bonking. Drop jump, dude. Yeah, like that. You can spin through these guys' bullets. Same with Pinstripe's bullets. It's not really useful though. Actually, yeah, I was wrong. You do damage boost. You damage boost through this guy. You do need this mask. So at some point you need one mask for him. You can spin through his bullets and kill him. It's inconsistent though. For Hundo here, you want to go on the right, but if you like fuck up like I did there, like I got stuck, then you'll have to go through the middle, like that. 90% they go through the middle. Here, subjump. You want to subjump this checkpoint, but you have to be very careful. If you're too far right just a bit, you'll hit that spike. The spike dies when you hit it. Oops. So the routing for this level, it is faster to go break that life crate from this part of the level instead of backtracking later on. It is like harder though. So you snipe that robot into it, and then this platform actually stays up, and it falls shortly after. It's also kind of scary when you're new, I guess, with the moving platforms being off screen. But with enough practice, it's not that bad. It is easy to die there though. Yeah, so this level has a revisit skip. It's the last revisit skip. You need the blue gem normally to get the gem here, but we can skip it. Again, resources for all the revisit skips will be linked. This mask is only for safety. Oftentimes I'd recommend it because this blue gem path, trying to do it without slowing down is pretty ass. So yeah, back there, that's the strat for that part. The reason I spin the TNT is because if you just trigger one, it's not going to blow up the rest of them properly. Kind of like the Road to Nowhere issue. So I went between the robots. You can also go around the robots. It's slower and I think it's also harder. But if you slow down just a little bit, then it won't work. You can also just spin that TNT, like walk across the bridge, spin jump it, and as long as it's closely on screen, they'll all blow up. It's more about if you set off a TNT timer and just walk away, then shit won't blow up. So here, you'll likely have one mask left, based on things in Heavy Machinery and this level. You want to damage boost here to lose this mask for the Death Abuse and Generator Room, which, the faster Death Abuse is getting hit by something rather than falling in a pit. So you want to lose it here, and it also makes it so you don't have to spin through that laser. And you can do kind of a corner cut to here, which is where the setup for the exit part of the skip is. Oops, I fucked it up. Hell yeah, water gang.
What have I got?
Again, this level demonstrates the fact that it's not always faster to zigzag very well with these like diagonal hallways, like here, here. Oops. I hate when my D-pad does that. I'm holding left and it goes down left, and that kills you there. You can do that skip very fast. I don't recommend it unless you know what you're doing. Sometimes I do it really fast, but I haven't been doing it super fast lately because my D-pad's been messing me up when I do it. I need to like adjust to a new controller. I'm too lazy though. This controller's giving me a lot of issues. Oh yeah, the bridge. I forgot about the bridge. I'll do the level again. This is actually, Cortex Power is really hard to get a good run through of without slowing down at all. I still don't have, I have good golds on this level, not golds I'm satisfied with though, like not like super good. I've done the level super good in practice, just not in a run yet. Though I haven't finished too many runs as of late. Oh yeah, here, if the laser's going, you can time the spin so that it starts as an air spin and gets turns into a ground spin, so you're guaranteed to not get hit by the laser. And also, if you get the right positioning, you can get the optimal snipe here, where the enemy makes it so it forms like that. It can also be like on the left. It doesn't have to be like the upper box is on the left or right. It doesn't matter.
What have I got?
Yeah, you snipe that guy into those crates. If it doesn't work, you can spin them as you're falling down, and it should break both the middle crates. And the two TNTs will make contact, which will set off both timers. Both timers should always be set off, but yeah, again, you do have to make sure of that. Oh yeah, here I don't jump right away because there's a red pipe up there, and it actually can hurt you. There's a lot I forgot to mention. The first run through of the level. Oops. So yeah, there's some fancy jumps you can do with those cycles. I don't remember what the next platform looks like though with that. Okay, so that didn't actually save time. That's what I thought. I wasn't quite sure. I couldn't quite remember. Well, there you go. Here, you want to do a zigzag jump onto the first crate of the bridge. Kind of like that. You just have to get comfortable. Some people, if they're scared, they'll hold X on the bridge. I never found that to make it safer, but I mean, it's obviously slower anyway. And the last few crates you can do that. It's a pretty safe strat. You just have to make sure that both broke. If you're not sure, you can quickly take a peek, but you should make sure you're confident in that strat. And you can also do sub jumps on the bridge, kind of like how I showed in Insanity Beach. It's harder here though because the death trigger for falling in the acid is very high up. And here, doing that a spin with the last crate sets up breaking these boxes very nicely, like that. The thing is also with the sub jumps on that bridge, you have to make sure you have enough spins for those crates at the end. So it's kind of complicated with that. Oh yeah, true, Doge, and I couldn't even recreate that. Alright, generator room. This level has a respawn cycle. The fastest way to die that I know of at the start is by doing that. More momentum though. Like the spin makes you invincible to dying to that thing. So you have to time it so that doesn't happen, but you still get down there fast. So yeah, you die. Break those like that, break those like that. Like that, like that. You want to be zigzagging here a good amount to catch cycles later in the level reliably. Diagonal here. Make sure you're really close to those boxes when you break them, like the one with the checkpoint. It's very easy for one of them to not break. Oh yeah, here. I figured this out recently. There's a corner cut here from... let me get back there again. So corner cut from that platform to that platform. You don't have to do that. You can compensate with having better movement, and you don't have to do it. And it's nice not having to do it. It's harder in Hundo than 90%. You have to, because when you do it, you have... Dude, fuck off. I'm trying to explain shit. You have to spin, because you get very close and you sometimes make contact with that electrical thing. But as long as you spin when you're next to it, you'll survive it. I also don't like that jump too much because you have to do a ledge jump off one of these platforms. And because the platform bobs up and down, like they're glitchy, and you've seen that because of like the fact you can't even really spin jump off them consistently. Like it makes doing a ledge jump off them pretty sketch. It just sucks. So lately I've opted to not even bother and just compensate with other movement and still catch the same cycle. You can stand on that thing if you're spinning. There might be some specific situations where that's a fast backup, but for the most part you never have to. It's like, you can do that. I break those crates with one spin. You want to get that mask. I don't know how I missed it. Break those like that. Here we do a blind sub jump to the next moving platform. It's very consistent on the respawn, but if you don't know what cycle you're on, if you're on a global cycle or if you messed up your respawn, I don't recommend going for it. Because yeah, it could be like that and you're not prepared. Nice jump, God, fucking game. Yeah, this respawn cycle isn't really tight, but it's just like, it's an easy level to die in. Yeah, so I catch that cycle you can still catch that cycle perfectly like I just did without that corner cut. Kind of slightly, sometimes inconsistent corner cut. Yeah, that's how you do that. I did that wrong. I was thinking of the 90% timing. it'll also vary where that platform is based on how fast you did the other sections. So you gotta watch out for that. Damage boost here. And these are called red hot strats. You can skip this auto scroller. Some sub jumps off scenery. Oops. There's 3 sub jumps. I think the third one's the least consistent. The other 2 are pretty easy. I don't really have much to say about these. Just copy what I do. Get something that works for you. It's that third one I hate the most, because that third one can vary. It can vary if your positioning was slightly off. Like, you can glide across it, you can get stuck on it, etc. But what I've opted to do recently is I make contact with it, like my spin connects to it, and then I get away from it and then do my sub jump so I don't die getting electrocuted from it, because you get electrocuted by it if you touch it without a spin. That auto scroller skip saves, like, all those jumps save 2.5 seconds. It's not 3 seconds, but 2.5. Yeah, not much to say here, just copy the movement. But you do have to be careful here, because positioning will vary based on how fast you went earlier and when you actually decide to do the sub jump. Here, there's a few different things with this part. So I always intend to spin the wooden crate, but sometimes I happen to time it early where it blows up the TNT crate, and that doesn't really matter. And for this jump, you want to hold X as little as possible. There is also this strat that saves like half a second or something, I think. It's called the GDQ jump because some people found it at GDQ. It's easier in any percent because you don't have to break the boxes, so it's a simpler timing. But here it kind of sucks with having to do the sub jump earlier to make sure the TNTs break. And you do need this spin also to survive not dying to the electric thing. It also kind of sucks because of that green thing that sticks out there. Maybe a combination of that green thing sticking out and that pole that's behind it that grass is facing. Those are also things you can touch after your spin is finished, so they'll kill you. And because your spin started earlier to break the TNTs in the 100% version, you're more likely to hit those. And you're also less likely to successfully clear the jump. Making it look easy. It's not that bad in any percent, but in Hundo, several factors I think make it harder. Oops. Yeah. I don't think the strats at the end are as hard as people make them out to be, and even other top runners agree with me on that. They just look really cool. But definitely the third jump is always what makes me sometimes not go for it. Still. Third jump's the worst. Hey, Pepe. Yeah, maybe. I know Pure Hiko's task does gets invincibility and does a bunch of jumps around the scenery on the sides. Alright, toxic waste. So at the first there's a pretty tricky strat to break these boxes. That's the strat. I didn't do it that optimally. Yes. What happens the most is that happens. Your spin doesn't actually break the box. An alternative to that is that you do a sub jump instead. It is slower though. I personally don't bother. Like if I'm gonna go for it, just do it the fastest way. So these rails that the barrels come out of, they hurt you regardless of whether the dude is there. Your spin invincibility applies to them. There's also this thing where the yellow barrels do, when they bounce, they sometimes bounce abnormally high. I imagine it's RNG or something. Similar to Nitro's bouncing in other Crash games. But yeah, it is something to watch out for. It's pretty rare though that it bounces really high. I've also had a yellow barrel despawn like once or twice before, but it's very rare. Oh. Excuse me. This level's not very fun to do the movement in because it's such a linear, like, walkway. Oh my god. Hey Glaxy. Oh, really nice. Yeah. There's definitely a good amount of questionable hitboxes in this game. I forgot to mention it for the turtles. The turtles in the gate levels. Sorry, a bunch of shit just fell off my desk. Now a bunch of cables are tangled. The fuck? Okay. Sorry about that. Anyway, yeah, this level's not very fun to do the movement in because it's so linear. It's very easy to zigzag off the side and die. It's a very common issue. So here, like, the God cycle is to break both these crates before the yellow barrel gets in your way. I'll have to show it off properly on the right cycle.
What have I got?
Yeah. You have to go really fast to set it up. I have a video on it. Here I do an air spin for that crate. It sets up getting the other crates better. It is easy to get spin timered in this level. When you're on these slopes, it's riskier than it should be to jump over the barrels. Most people jump around them, but it is faster to jump over them. Here, one of these situations. The brown barrels always bounce in the same spot. That one it's faster to jump over. You have to go decently fast for that. Here is a region difference. The NTSC-U version has a metal crate on top of that TNT, the top TNT, and that makes it so you don't have to bounce on the top TNT. I don't know why they got rid of it. It's really stupid. But on the J version, you have to do this. You have to do that. Then you have to bounce on the top one for it to break. And if you're decently fast, you can beat that guy before he throws the last one. You need to be careful here. This is the last Tana token. Depending on how you did things, it's easy to already have both Tana tokens. And so if you break this box and wait around, if you're like scared of the barrels, then you'll go into the bonus. And if you went into the bonus, these TNTs will likely not have finished counting down, so you have to go back and break those, which is very easy to forget. So yeah, it causes a whole bunch of issues. But if you are scared and you're over here, make sure you spin this token away. It's very important. Yo, Hooper. A fat. A slim. Oh yeah, died and then gone into the bonus. That's always a funny one. Yeah, it's a cool level. This level has some cool strats, but just doing the movements pretty annoying. Okay, that was almost kind of God Cycle, but yeah. If you arrive early enough and then do that fast enough, you can do it before the yellow barrel is there. It's super cool. Oh, and then there's another like cycle skip with the barrel dude. So if I'm not going for that like God Cycle, I just do that. And then you want to beat this guy before he throws it. That movement was terrible, but you can do it. I usually get it. It's also easy to fail it if you're scared of your zigzagging going off the side and dying. It's an easy way to lose time in this level is the movement. It's a very movement-based level compared to other levels in this part of the game. Oops, oh, that was dumb. Don't do that like that. So yeah, if you're on NTSC-U, you can just do that and move on. And then I don't know what the cycles are. I guess the cycles are similar. Yeah, on J you do have to bounce on that TNT, and if you do accidentally go on the bonus, you have to go back and break it again. Hi, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Crash 3 is cool. I've ran Crash 3 a good amount too. Nowhere near as much as this game though. Crash 3's winning, nice. Yeah, I'll have to vote in that poll. I haven't. I know you posted it in my server, which is okay. You're cool to post that, by the way. But I'll have to vote in it once I'm done streaming. You don't know how either. All right, I'll just call you Blue Name. All right, Pinstripe. This one has a cutscene as well. I guess that one doesn't save time to skip either, but I mean, might as well. Just buffer triangle. So this boss fight you can consistently do frame perfectly, like beat him frame perfect. The one thing at the start, it's actually faster to not hit him right there the first time he's vulnerable, because he does less bouncing around and shit later. It's funny, no task of this game does that, so they lose time here. So here you can do your spin early. Here you can time your spin so that that wasn't perfect, but you can time it so that it hits him perfectly. Your spins or make you invincible to his bullets, so that's important to note. Also, as long as Crash is doing this like hiding animation, you're also invincible. You're also invincible in this corner. There's no reason to go in that corner though. The music's not bad, it just doesn't fit Pinstripe that well. That's my issue with it. Yeah, for some reason you can hit him over and over on the first 3 phases, but not the other ones. Yeah, so that was like a perfect hit. That's what you want there, ideally. You want to save your masks for the other 2 phases. Security damage boost, perfect hit there. You're also safe like under the table like this. Get hit again, and you can stand here and you want to spin him right away. And you can actually tell by the music if you did it, like, if you had a really good Pinstripe as well. It feels like the music ends on a really weird note. But yeah, that's basically it for Pinstripe. Pinstripe-J Metal Remix. Actually, I found a remix on YouTube of the J Cortex music that actually was a bop. Alright, High Road. This level's actually pretty basic. So that mask is in the way. When you spawn, you can spin it right away, but it's slower because you'll gain momentum much slower. Again, don't spin jump off these platforms because they eat them a lot. Yeah, just do that movement. Those quickly. And then you want to spin this mask. You don't need that mask. You would lose time from the hint. So, free time save, just spin it. I jump over that hog, slide there. I do that. These jumps will probably be scary if you're still not too comfortable with zigzag. This level's good to a decent place to practice zigzag. Just copy what I do. Break those boxes like that. Break nice and easy. Right here is a common dropped input spot for several runners. Several runners said they've had a ton of dropped inputs here, so what you can do is just stop for a moment and then get a nice comfortable jump. You can do that for the boxes there. So this level got shortened like hell on J version. High Road, this is about where the 4th checkpoint is on NTSC-J. There's a group of boxes. I have a strat I made for NTSC-J runners for this. It's in the strat playlist. It's the fastest way to break the boxes that are there. And then the rest of the level you can just watch like an 90% run to know what the movement is. I don't think there's really any boxes. But yeah, that level is really basic. There's not much to talk about. Just copy and paste. Alright, Sunset Vista. Again, this level was swapped with Sunset Slippery Climb. So for NTSC runners, this will be Slippery Climb. So the NTSC-J version has an issue with this level. It involves the cycles desyncing. It's a J only issue. I thought it happened on PAL as well. I was wrong though. Yeah, the cycles can desync, and it can make certain cycles impossible until they sync to like, until they sync better again, or make them like really hard to get through, especially later in the level. Basically, like, well, the way we fix it is we just death abuse at the start, and it also makes the cycles faster. So the first thing you do in the level is you death abuse. You go to the right to trigger that flame, and while that flame's going, you go break that box, and it's faster. Here, it's kind of a race with the bats. Make sure you break both crates there. It's kind of easy for only one to break. It's pretty stupid, so watch out for that. There I do a minimum jump. The movement I do here is like that. But I'll show you another way too if you're scared. Another way to deal with the top lizard. Hi, Lucas. I wouldn't say I'd mastered this game, but I've ran it for several years. Not constantly. Taken lots of breaks, ran other things, but I first started in 2015. Though it would be easier for other people to get to where I am now. It's always easier for the next people. Oh, yeah, you should still do the death abuse on NTSC-J because the cycles are still going to be faster. Yeah, I should have pointed that out, thanks. Just to clarify. So yeah, if you're scared here, you can kill that lizard by doing that, and I showed that off in Lost City as well when I was, like, explaining the lizards. Japanese version's faster because they moved around some colored gems. Made it so you can beat Road to Nowhere in one visit instead of two. Because you have the red gem earlier. Yeah, so you can see when I'm in that little cave there, whatever you call it, I move around a little bit, and it just acts as kind of a buffer to not get hit by the bats. Yeah, this is what I normally do in this section. Now up here, you would think, why aren't I jumping to the next platform? Wouldn't it be faster? It's not actually faster because you'd have to wait on those platforms anyway. Here, whenever I sometimes do NTSC Honda runs for fun. I noticed that these platforms are on a different cycle. And I don't know if that's because I'm on a different PS2 and the lag could be affecting it. But yeah, watch out for that. But on this console, this version, I always land on the second one. Like that. There's a mask in that little tunnel back there if you're like really scared, but I mean, you had a mask earlier and there's a mask on the second floor and the third floor, so you should be good. That section there is brutal casually, but with the respawn cycle it lines up just like that. Just do what I did and you're good. And you can spin and you'll get through the bats. Here, if you're super fast, you're gonna have to wait or else you won't get on top of this thing because the lizard won't, like the lizard will fuck it up, basically. So yeah, you want to get on top of these pushers because it skips the cycle, obviously, and it also makes it easy to get through the next one without having to wait. If you screw it up, you can still catch that cycle. It was hard to demonstrate there because of the pause. But if you do enough spinning and enough zigzagging, you can catch it. You can also do that if you hate yourself. But I mean, that's after you've died. Who knows what the cycles are? You have to re-enter anyway. Yeah, I don't know, low-level runners might struggle with stress in this level, but I consider this level a breather level. Which sounds crazy, it's a pretty hard level casually, it's so long. It's a huge time loss if you die at the end, but I think the level's actually pretty chill. So it's like a pinstripe high road in this level, is like a breather section of the run. Lights Out actually isn't. Lights Out's very easy to die in. There is a strat on the 3rd floor. You can go for it. Saves like 7 seconds. It's really, really ass. Right now, that's all I know of I could add to make this level harder and faster. But I do want to try and find a different cycle carryover for this level. Possibly from Generator Room. I still need to get around to testing it though. The hardest level in Crash speedrun? Like Crash 1 speedrun? It's hard to say. It depends on like what strats you're doing. Crash 3, I know the hardest strat. That pull board jump there is not necessary. Just swag. Crash 3, I know the hardest strat in that game is the Tomb Raider 80% God cycle. Now, I've only done it a few times, I can tell you, yeah, it's fucking hard. It's fucking hard. You don't need that mask, but I mean, you might as well. You have to wait anyway. Everything here is self-explanatory. Up here, you can just walk onto that platform. It's kind of nice. Here, we bounce off this checkpoint and hit that switch crate so we don't have to wait for the lizard. So the Cortex token is in there. I forgot, I should plan a different password for these so I can show the bonuses. But yeah, make sure when you're spinning those, nice voice cracks, when you're spinning those crates, you don't spin the token. Diagonal here. Yeah, there's really not much to this level, honestly. It's much more interesting and harder in 90%, actually. That's the timing I do for that. I jump onto this last pusher, onto the top of that. Because that's where the second Cortex token is on top of the pusher. Here I go through there. If you're a bit slow there, you can go under those pushers and do a ledge jump and get through. This is how I do this. That cycle there, with the pusher and the board, that's definitely a lot different on J. Like it's totally different on J. So make sure you get the timing down. And in these platforms, you want to jump across them. Like you want to do this, not wait on them. This is a billion years. There's a strat in the remake where you can jump like through here from those moving platforms. It doesn't work on here. This is where the third Cortex token is. I might just so I don't have to redo this whole level, I might just explain the Cortex bonus round stuff in the Jaws of Darkness one, because all the bonuses here is you bounce off the TNT, break the top crate with a sub jump, and then for the next wall of boxes you jump around it, and the rest I can explain in the Jaws bonus. Yeah, so just watch my world record for strats for that bonus. Here you can jump around this flame. It's not faster in 100% though. The cycles do reset after you finish the Cortex bonus, which is important. And we actually do a cycle carryover to Lights Out for that one. Burger has a strat like a cycle skip, I think, so you catch that cycle to do with a flame damage boost. I don't think it matters anymore though because of the Lights Out cycle. So yeah, for the Lights Out cycle, once you get here, you want to start going really fast because now is when it actually matters. You want to have good movement here and break these boxes super quick, like that. Get very comfortable with it, don't get scared. Hardest level in the trilogy. I don't know. It's hard to say for a speedrun casually. I don't know either. Probably fumbling in the dark. Yeah, record's 102.28 by me. It's also at the bottom of the splits. So yeah, Lights Out. This is the last level that needs a revisit. You need the you need the yellow gem, and you also get the purple gem. So if you're not too familiar with this game, if you're just doing a race or like a Splash Specta, it's easy to go to Boulder Dash without having actually gotten this gem. Because for Boulder Dash you need the purple gem. It's just weird how it's a color gem level, but you need a color gem. It's just weird how they did that. It makes it kind of confusing. First visit's pretty similar to the second visit, except the first visit's longer. The mask hints, the mask hints are really annoying in this level if you don't know how to deal with them. But yeah, the first one you just buffer a jump. Oops. Oh yeah, NTSC runners will have to death abuse here. All you do is just, not that. I should have actually set that up. That would have been a good idea. Yeah, you death abuse without touching the ground. So every other, not every other, like 135, mask 135 in this level have hints. So this one will have a hint because it's the third one. If you get a hit and die though, they're gonna like change spots. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Yeah, I don't remember how you set that one up like at 90%. So if you time the lights out cycle correctly, you won't have to do anything fancy for this one. If you like did the end of Sunset Wall and had good movement at the beginning of this level, you won't have to do like a sub jump to catch that or anything. But if you do, you can sub jump off that thing and catch it. It's really consistent. You can also jump around it and do that. Some small differences, like sometimes you'll just be able to catch the platforms like this, but other times it'll be more difficult. If I wait a bit. I call this hard squares. Obviously I could catch these, but I'll show you the strats. Where say I'm barely able to catch these, I have to do these strats. I call them hard squares, even though it's not that hard. Yeah, you jump off there. You jump off here, and pretending I'm not catching the cycle. And you sub jump off that thing. It's hard to demonstrate without the actual cycle it would be. But yeah, you get it. You sub jump off that thing, similar to that one. You can skip that mask if you want. It will affect the hint though. Like I believe it makes it so the hint is in that mask instead. So the global cycle doesn't matter for the next two square cycles. These cycles are actually linked together. So this cycle will actually, it's a global cycle, but here it's going to act kind of like a spawn cycle. And I think they made it like that because of the darkness gimmick. So you didn't have to wait too long and have your light run out. Yeah, the spin timer resets upon death. So yeah, this cycle is going to be the same regardless of the global cycle, but the movement matters from quite far away to it. It's kind of confusing. If you play the level a lot and do some good movement, you'll understand what I mean. And it also applies to any percent. But if you're not going to catch that cycle, you can do a sub jump off that shield. It probably looks inconsistent, but all you do is go diagonal against it and just do a normal sub jump. Which is pretty consistent. Back here, what I do is I snipe the rats into these crates. And the reason is because, I don't know if it's just me, but that section is really laggy. Oh, nice. We need lives. Heckin' lives. rats are leaving the sinking ship. I didn't really talk about the hints, I got distracted by the actual strats. So yeah, that one you can buffer, jump or spin, whatever you like. This one you want to buffer a spin, but it's not a sub jump because it's still too far away from the edge. This one buffer spin. Here you can snipe the rat into that crate, make you less likely to bonk in that section. So yeah, there you catch the cycle of your movements, okay. Oh, I missed the snipe. Yeah, I find this section very laggy. I've had so many dropped inputs in this one little jump before. Kill runs. You can spin through these pendulums. Here, this cycle is also linked, but it kind of feels like a spawn cycle, but how you play the previous sections matters anyway. But it feels like it's not a global cycle, but it is a global cycle. So this cycle up here, if you're decently fast, you just sub jump to it. You can either sub jump off this area, or you can sub jump off the table. I do both, it depends on my movement. But if you're really fast, you can actually catch it without a sub jump. Just jump to it. We call that sub jump list. It's actually pretty important for any percent. It makes it so you don't have to do a flame skip in Jaws of Darkness. It doesn't really matter. Well, it'd still be faster in this category because you're doing faster movement to catch it. But not relevant for the same reason as any percent. I forgot to mention actually, cycles in this game get slowed down by lag, and so if your PS2 is an older model, why the fuck aren't you getting through there? If your PS2 is an older model, or if you're on PS1, a lot of cycles will actually be easier to catch, but it's still slower, because you can still catch every cycle under 90k, and I know that because I'm on a 90k. Yeah, they'll be slower, so you need less. You don't need as good a movement to catch them. Definitely get familiar with these level layouts if you get hit like me. You can barely see the pendulums in the dark, and you can also barely see these green platforms. Yeah, for NTSC runners, you definitely want a death abuse on the first checkpoint, because you get an awful cycle from that other checkpoint, as you can see when I died several times. The sinking shit. Alright, one more bathroom break / filling up my water. Hopefully that's the last one for the run, because I imagine covering the backtracking is gonna take less time, because I only have to cover what's different. I'm not gonna cover everything about the level again. Alright, be right back. Okay. Hopefully that's the last time I have to go AFK. Also, let up my dog and stuff, so. Alright, only 3 more levels, Brio, backtracking. Shouldn't be too much longer. Castle Machinery is gonna have a lot to cover, though, compared to last time due to the God Cycle, which was different back then. I don't remember what the state of it was, but different. Alright, Jaws of Darkness. You need the blue gem for this level, but the blue gem's in a level that we've already done, so there's no backtracking or revisit or anything. It might have needed a revisit before, actually, because this level was supposed to be on Island 2, which is interesting. Man, I shouldn't have started this so late. They said I don't have work tomorrow, so. Alright, so this level has a death abuse. I forgot to mention in Sunset that it's actually faster by like 1 or 2 seconds, maybe less than 2 seconds, to carry the cycle from the Sunset Vista Cortex bonus to this level. The cycles are pretty much the same, but it cuts out the death abuse here, which is the main reason it saves time. And I just remembered I'm going to want to not do this on 100% password. Just so I can show off the Cortex bonus stuff. 'Cause yeah, that's the thing. If you practice on a 100% save file, you can't access the Cortex bonuses. You can't do them once they're finished. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the password generator, which I mentioned earlier. Select level, Jaws of Darkness, and I'm going to make sure I have the blue gem, because you need it for this level. And I'm also going to make sure I have the green gem. Just so I can get lives from Castle Machinery. I don't remember how it works with the password generator in Hogwild and Lost City. Like, Hogwild having the green gem in this version. Oh, I forgot. I need to actually have Castle Machinery unlocked. Duh. Super passwords always start with triangle, triangle, by the way, where there's multiple lines. Okay. Yeah, it'll be in the description. Yeah, it would be Galaxy. It'd be like another native fortress. Let me make sure I have the blue gem. Yep. Alright, so yeah. Death abuse, if you don't have the cycles from Sunset, whatever. Oh yeah, that mask at the start isn't on, NTSC-J. It's important to note. So you actually can't do the respawn cycle because you have to wait for that flame, unless you figure out a strat to get around the flame, which there could be. You can do fancy stuff with those. I just don't know what specifically. You might find that part a little tight on these cycles. It's not that bad though. You just gotta squeeze in a little zigzag. Here, it doesn't save time to jump super early here. It's just awkward. You have to, if you want to do a super early jump there, you have to walk off a bit down and then do a diagonal jump. because again, diagonal zigzag isn't a thing. You can sub jump those spears, flame skip that. So that flame skip, you don't have to do it for these cycles. However, this level has another part where invincibility actually is faster, and so if you do the flame skip, it makes it so you don't have to. It makes it so you don't have to get another mask, which will make the cycles have more leeway. So the first Cortex token is in the box to my right. Oh yeah, watch out. When you go to bounce on the TNT, you can like bonk your head on some shit here. And if that happens, the backup is to do that. But that spin doesn't really work the first time you do it. So this part here is a lot different than any percent. So you can't go off what you know about any percent for this section here. So you can't go too fast here. So what I do is I bonk a little bit on those boxes I just broke, and then I walk forward. I don't zigzag at all. Because you want to land on that platform, do a diagonal jump there like that. You might find it a little tricky at first. It's easier in 90%. But yeah, you can't go too fast, but you want to go fast enough where you arrive. You land on that platform sooner. You want to snipe that snake into that crate. Makes it so you can corner cut here a bit better. Here you want to ledge jump off that gem. Break those boxes like that. There's an evil box here, if you don't remember from playing casually. So make sure you get that. You want to get that mask. If you didn't do flame skippery, well, I died, so that's why I don't have masks. Yeah, you want to get that mask. You want to get this mask. Now here, you might be thinking, why don't you corner cut to that other blue gem? It's because that torch hanging from the ceiling is actually solid for some stupid reason. You can do a kind of a sub jump to get around it, and that actually is faster, but it's not going to save you a cycle. It's not really worth doing unless like you're really desperate for a cycle. If you're gonna miss it because you messed up. But yeah, let me go over all that again. How to break all those crates. Yeah, it's because of all those crates that invincibility is actually faster. It's easy to mess up that snake snipe, at least it's not a huge deal if you miss it. It is faster to get it though. If you don't have to get that mask, you just sub jump here. Don't get a dropped input after. Oops. Yeah, so the password generator, there's two of them out there. One is like the original, and the other one was made by DAS, the new one. The one made by DAS is better, because it's just easier to use. It has some more functionality. Also, the original didn't have the, what level the gems belong to next to it, which just made it more difficult. It only had like the gem IDs or something like that. Dude, what is going on with my fucking D-pad? So here, yeah, you want to like zigzag a little bit to get there fast, but if you're too fast, you'll just fall and die there. I really hate this section, honestly. Just not fun to do movement here. Yeah, here, it's hard to explain how I do this, but if I do it right, they break like butter. So I try and land on the lip here, and I spin shortly after I land, I guess. And then I keep moving a bit left, and then I start going forward. And if it's done just right, all the boxes break like butter. I think you can have them break like butter too with just one spin, but I usually press square twice. Yeah, like that. You could also try and find your own way to do that. There, I spin and move. Here you want to do that. Diagonal jump over there. You can stand in between these crushers. First one's not activating. But, yeah, you can stand between them anytime there's crushers that look like this. On the respawn cycle, you might arrive here like that, and that's fine. But even like earlier, you could arrive when it's like that, and that's fine. That's all you can really do with the respawn cycle. It just means you were early. You can actually catch that cycle. You can catch an earlier cycle, but unfortunately it doesn't matter because of these platforms here. Maybe a task could do something fancy to catch it, but these platforms, you have to wait a very long time for them. Yeah, you have to wait like that full cycle. So it doesn't actually save time. Here, on the respawn cycle in this level, I think you have to spin through that spear, and you have to spin through these spears. This is double spear, we call it. It's not that bad, honestly, but you do have to time your sub jump and your spin after correctly. And you can get dunked if you mess it up. And again, dunking is getting knocked down instead of bounced up and you're dead. I definitely delay my sub jump more for double spear, which makes sense. You have 10 frames, so delay it nice and good. And then this snake is also evil. Really evil, because if you snipe it forward, it'll hit the TNT, which will blow up the Cortex token. What you can do is you can either bounce on it, or you can snipe it diagonally. I used to bounce on it. For some reason, I started sniping it diagonally. There's more strats there. I need to remember. You can bounce off the snake, make that jump, and then you can do a TNT spin there, and damage boost, I think. Yeah, there's something like you spin the boxes in a way so you get the Cortex token, but then you're still positioned perfectly to spin the TNT and then go to the flame and damage boost off it. Yeah, you could do that, and that would save time because the cycles are going to be reset after the Cortex bonus anyway. But the safe strat is just like do that. You do need to spin that TNT, or else you'll deload it here and it won't blow up the wooden crates around it. So these platforms, let me go over them. They're weird. A full run, yeah, it seems very painstaking to task a full run. So these falling platforms are pretty buggy. You do not want to spin jump off them ever. You can spin in the air though. What I do, when you just walk across them, they each one cuts your momentum a bit. Like you get stuck on each of them a bit, but you don't die. And so to avoid that, and also get zigzagging, and I jump on every other one, like that. Alright, Cortex bonus. This one has a pretty large sequence break. You're supposed to hit a TNT. Which will activate a switch crate and create a bridge for you. But you can do a sub jump off some crates that are floating perfectly to clear it. It's a really easy sub jump. And then then you just do some jumps to get across the section. But then you're gonna get to the platform, it looks like this one, where Cortex has the key. And what he does is he throws the key up once you get within a certain range of the platform. Now, it's possible to actually collect the key when he throws it and not have to wait for it to fall down. There's also a certain point where invisible walls generate around this platform. But so what you can do, you can grab the key before he throws it up, or like as he's throwing it up, and then quickly turn around and die. And you actually keep the key. You don't actually have to go on the bonus platform, or not the bonus platform, the portal. You actually do keep the key. And the death abuse is faster because you don't have to wait for the animation on the portal. You don't have to wait for the game to load the save screen. And yeah, it's fast. You just have to do it correctly. You have to zigzag for it, it feels like. Maybe you don't have to, but it's more comfortable and faster, obviously. So yeah, you get on the platform, you zigzag to the platform, grab the key, turn around, and die. Except not really. You even keep your masks. It seemed like it took months, Doge. It's crazy. Yeah. There is an alternative. If you are unable to turn around in death abuse before the invisible walls generate, you can jump behind the portal. I guess I'll just demonstrate it. So what I do here, I do a ledge jump onto the second crate, bounce there, sub jump there, very consistent. Do that. Zigzag, grab the key, turn around, and death abuse. So I can just death abuse here and I'll keep the key. But I'll demonstrate, are they invisible? Yeah, so now there's invisible walls. Maybe they don't generate, maybe it's like only one way out. I'm not sure, but it feels like they generate. So yeah, now I can't death abuse over there. There is an alternative though, you can jump behind the portal. Like that. That's the way we used to do it. Until Dash showed you can just turn around. Alright, so the cycle's reset after that bonus. And that's gonna become that becomes important right after you leave the bonus. So what you do is you do a sub jump under those spears, and you immediately do a corner cut around the pillar, like how I did there, and you start zigzagging because you have cycles to catch at the end of this section. Those boxes, there's a few different ways to break them. You can break the bottom ones and break the top one in the same jump. The same jump you do to get to the flame. It's harder though, and it's actually not necessary to catch the cycle. I don't recommend it. It's pretty annoying. One of my old records did it that way. And then you catch that cycle. It's not going to be that tight. It was just weird because of the pausing. It's not exactly free though. Like you can't just slack on your zigzag. But it's not that hard either. But yeah, I don't recommend doing the spin the crates and then jump in the air. I recommend land, cut your momentum, like land, spin those crates, cut your momentum, do like a stationary jump to break the crate in the air, and then be on your way. You have to do kind of a flame skip, like jump on the side of the flame. You could also damage boost, I guess. Now for castle machinery, you don't need masks. There is 2 damage boosts, but there's masks for both of those. And if you're fast enough, you can still have to wait on like the ending cycle of that level. But it makes sense to keep your mask here because that also doesn't matter. It's also optional if you want to flame skip. Tied, nice. Good job. Gongo rollers. Oops. Alright, so castle machinery, I brought this up earlier when I talked about the type of cycles. This level has pretty much the only instance of a local cycle, which is a cycle that starts moving when you enter the level. Or when you load it into the level, rather. There's not many other instances of this in Crash games. Like older Crash games, all the modern ones do it. But another example is the water in Tomb Raider in Crash 3. It starts when you enter the level, instead of being global or starting when you load it. So it's important for this level. Basically, you enter this level, and you have to play it fast enough to catch that local cycle, because it's at the end of the level. And it can save like 12 seconds if you get it versus not getting it, which is a crazy time save. So basically there's two different cycles you can catch. There's the second fastest cycle, which is what like a mid-level runner will be getting. But a top-level runner, and it's what I get in my world record, is the fastest cycle. You have to do a bunch of fancy strats to be able to catch it, and it saves 12 seconds at least over the second fastest cycle. Yeah, Jolly Ranchers. Eight months, that's crazy. I don't know, 6. Dude, I'm so tired I can't even read. Alright, so if you enter this level with masks, you're already off to a good start, because you won't have to pick up a mask that's, you won't have to pick up a certain mask. It's hard to describe where it is. You can time this fall so that you squeeze in here without bonking. The good thing with this level, there's lots of sections where you can squeeze in some nice movement to give yourself more leeway for the fastest cycle. Now here, you can jump through the bottoms of these platforms, and it's funny, these platforms start moving. You can get them to start moving without actually like landing on them. You just have to be within a certain range of them. And so with jumping through the bottom of them, not only do you land on them faster, you also get them to start moving faster before you even actually land on it. Yeah, see there, that's the slow start. You can see the difference. Though when that happens, if you do it in a certain way, like that mistake, you can have it still start moving quickly. Like that. I'm glad I was able to show that off. But yeah, if you keep at least one mask out of Jaws, you don't have to get that one, and that'll give you more leeway for the fastest cycle. Up here is the conveyor belt skip. There's two different ways to do it. There's a slow way and a fast way. You definitely should be doing the fast way if you want the fastest cycle. The jump can kind of suck. The camera's moving really fast, you're moving really fast. You can't do it from too far left or else the camera won't follow you. And if the camera doesn't follow you, you're dead because you can't get it to follow you again. So you have to death abuse and try again. It's also kind of tight to squeeze in between the layers of conveyor belts into the one you want. But yeah. Here's Stannis. Yeah, like that. And then you have to do that. And that jump is much more difficult than it seems. So first, you have to time the jump here very specifically. You have to get in some nice zigzag, you have to time it correctly. And you also have to have gotten a good bounce off the checkpoint crate where you didn't have too much of your momentum cut. And you also have to try and get a good bounce off the spike, which has a really weird like collision thing going on. And then you have to have landed on that platform there properly. There's a lot to it. It's mainly getting on the checkpoint properly. Getting off the checkpoint properly is the difficult part. But I've pretty much mastered it from a lot of practice. It wasn't easy though. As you can see, you can do the double jump thing I mentioned off those moving platforms. It's actually useful for a backup strat, which I'll show. if you, I don't remember if it's if you miss the spike jump or if you miss something else. I'll have to see. I'll keep the mask. Try and remember. But yeah, don't get that mask if you have a mask already. It's not going to do you any good. Yeah, so that would have gotten it. But I'll just show the backup strat. It's a backup strat because you really shouldn't do it if you already have enough leeway for the God Cycle. Yeah. That's the strat. Really cool strat. But you don't want to do it if you already have enough leeway. Because you'll also want to, even though you get a mask here, you want to be able to damage boost at the end of the level. It's very easy to lose this mask also. Yeah, I'll show that section again. Like this, without the double jump. It's a bunch of jumps. So you don't have to do this jump here because you'll have damage boosted off the spike. Yeah, there you jump around. For this jump, this one can be kind of tricky. There's a few different ways to do it, but you want to do that. Well, actually get it. What I usually do is that you can 3D range that set of 4 pipes there, and I set it up like that, and that makes it so I don't get hit by the pipes that are above my head. It's a really weird setup, but it works as long as I jump. As long as I don't jump super early, which is my only problem usually. But yeah, the perspective on these pipes is weird, so you don't really need to be scared. Yeah, like look how late you can jump there. This mask will have a hint if you didn't get the first one, so just press circle to buffer, spin to skip it. You can jump around these. They're a global cycle, so. That's another thing actually. Another reason why you shouldn't do the double jump unless you have to. The double jump damage boost. You sometimes have to damage boost here. Like if that one in the center is going, it's really awkward to like get around it. So those ones are easy to 3D range. So here, to get more zigzag in, and not have to just like walk down this section or spin down it, jump around, and then a sub jump like that lines up that movement really well. Here, jump around, not like that. You jump around and you break all the boxes like that, and then you immediately proceed with the level. Here, it's very easy to die, not like that, but I'll show you once I get back there 50 years later. This level's really checkpoint starved. I've spin timered there. Dude, are you shitting me? Well, you'll get to see this section a lot. So that's something. Oops. If you're willing to damage boost, they're a good strat is to actually dunk yourself on purpose, because the movement doesn't sync up too well if you jump. If you fuck that up, you can back it up like that. So here it's easy to die if you start going diagonal too soon and jump too soon. You can bonk your head off here. It's just a weird layout here. So the normal strat here is to just rub up against the side, and you'll automatically bounce without having to actually land on it. But another strat is called the Jack strat, because it was found by Jack. That's the strat. Not necessary for the fastest cycle. But if you're desperate, you can do it. You just have to make sure the camera follows you. But you also have to make sure the camera follows you, like, anyway. Usually it does if you do it like how I do it. What can happen, though, is you can bonk. You can, like, bonk on something here. I think it's invisible. It's like an invisible something there. It's, if you die from doing the Jack's version of the strat, that's usually why. Yep, 7 hours. Here you can do... It was a weird strat you can do. It saves like nothing. Definitely not needed for fastest cycle. It's like you fall down from the conveyor belt over here, but you have to like jump. You have to like jump to the right and up a little bit to get the camera to follow you. I don't even really remember how to do it. It's a weird strat. I don't even know. Bonk on the blue coil, okay, yeah. Yeah, but what I normally do is I fall down, immediately jump over this dude. Here, you want to turn around nice and easy, so you have, it makes it so you have good momentum here to start the box bridge. The fast way to do the box bridge, this isn't the fastest method, it's the most you need for the fastest cycle though, and the most consistent as well for that. So what you do is you land on the first 2 crates there, and it's like bounce off a life crate, break 2 crates, bounce off a life crate, break 2 crates. I do have ways to go about the things that can go wrong with that. Oops. Watch out for that. I could have recovered that if I started the spin a bit late. So, for these boxes, I let myself kinda fall into them. It's hard to show off with the pausing. It's also hard to explain. Like, it's not just falling into them. Dude, fuck off. Wow, I can't fucking... I'm getting really tired. Yeah, I let myself fall into those because it kind of maintains my speed better. Something that can happen is you can get under the top row of boxes, and you can recover it if that happens. It's when, like, yeah, like that happens. It doesn't happen like that. When it happens, like, you can save it. But yeah, just practice it. Oh my god. That spike enemy is really annoying, and it's in such a inconvenient spot. Alright, but yeah, here's how I do it. And then, if you do that last part quick enough and get on here and start spinning soon enough, you can go under this enemy, and it's slightly faster for the cycle. Now the fastest cycle does have a few seconds of leeway, so if you arrive here and you felt like you were fast at all those strats in the cycle still here, it could still be fine. You could still have the fastest cycle, you're just early on it, which is a good thing. So up here, 3D range these, just make sure you go back in bounds for this one, because like you can land on this thing, but you probably won't. You have to pretty much go back in bounds for that to once you're past the steam vents. So if you have a mask, you damage boost off this pipe, land on this pipe, and then land over here. You can actually, a little time save, spin and land on that. It's a bit faster. It's kind of AIDS though. Or maybe it's not, I never even practiced it. If you're not damage boosting, you can do this jump. There's also this strat. Wow, that zigzag was bad. Basically, spin invincibility kind of works on red hot pipes. It's quite inconsistent though. Yeah, see. Hey alligator, no, I'm not practicing, I'm doing a tutorial. A live tutorial. Yeah, like that, but not dipping your sub jump as much. I don't know how much that saves. It's not worth it though. It's a dumb strat. It's the spinning off red hot pipes thing is really inconsistent. It will be exported to YouTube. Don't worry. I understand how garbage the Twitch player is. It's horrible to have to watch it long VOD on YouTube. Or Twitch. What the fuck? That happened the other day too. Okay, yeah, it's literally not letting me spin off the pipe, so I guess I won't show a successful thing of the strat, but you get it, you get what happens. Yeah, when I practice this level normally on stream, I usually do it at the end. I actually get it an okay amount of times, which makes me consider going for it in runs, but then I remember it's just stupid. No, not frame rate, just like collision and geometry, I think. What's up, Volkiton? Alright, so that's castle machinery. The big thing, again, is the big local cycle at the end. Pretty much determines how fast you went in that level, how much you'll save in that level. So yeah, there's like the fastest cycle and the second fastest cycle. Anything else isn't really bothered with. You're just kind of winging the level. Oh, I forgot to cover a safe way to do the box bridge. You know what, fuck it, I'll go back and do it. That's a safe strat I definitely should cover. Because if you're doing the second fastest cycle, you don't have to do the fast thing for the box bridge at all. Like, there's no need at all.
What have I got?
Yeah, all that stuff isn't necessary either for the second fastest cycle. I don't know, the fastest cycle here might be top level only. It's hard to say. Like, I don't know. But yeah, shoutouts to Burger for finding all the stuff about the fastest cycle. Because before he found a lot of the strats here, we thought that the only way to get the fastest cycle was with a crazy box bridge strat. Like, absolutely insane box bridge strat that involved, like, going in the 3D range and shit. Alright, so this playthrough of the level would definitely get it. I'm pretty consistent at the fastest cycle now, which is good, and my record gets it. But yeah, a safe way to go about this bridge is break that row there, and then do that, and you don't have to do any spinning. Yo, ZL, thanks for the raid. Welcome to the Pseudo-Tutorial. I'm 7 hours in. There's so much to talk about. It's crazy how detailed and complex the run has gotten. Hey Rui, hey Thirsty Wrath, or Thirsty Wraith. For a safe box bridge, you can also do a like a sub jump here. Doing that part of the box bridge at the end is pretty consistent too. Like a low level runner could probably do it to save a little bit of time there. But it's just weird recommending safe strats, because like what cycle are they getting? Like who knows? Yeah, fast way, that way. Yeah, see there I got the thing where you go under the robot. Otherwise you have to jump around it. Yeah, it's like the Pseudo-Tutorial for 105 that Dust has. It works really well. I can get this out in a day. Don't have to do full-on production value for stuff that's gonna get obsoleted really quickly. I've wondered that too, Trob. Like, what if there's an even faster cycle? Because I've arrived to the fastest cycle like 5 seconds early, which is crazy. But there's the funny thing that there's not much else to add in that level currently besides like the old AIDS box bridge. That one like uses too many spins anyway. It's insane. Oh, I forgot Brio. So Brio has a weird issue with the cutscene skip. You have to buffer it pretty early into the loading screen. You can hold X and triangle or circle and triangle. Can you hold just triangle? I thought I remembered that you couldn't for some reason. Oh no, you can't. I'm dumb. But yeah, if you don't buffer it soon enough, he'll be like doing that thing where he's like mixing the chemicals before he is in his like defensive position, and that loses some time. Takes a day to watch it too. Anarch kick. Yeah, the old Pseudo-Tutorial I did for this was getting outdated, so happy to make a new one. Yeah, so get away from him as soon as possible. You don't want to go close to him because it loses time. You could also make it so he has to do more animations later in the fight before throwing. So the green slimes, they're not vulnerable right away when they spawn. You have to wait a little bit. They're kind of like the lizards in the Lost City. If you spin them on the ground, they like bounce away from you and shit. But if you spin them in the air or spin them as you're falling on them, then they'll die. So yeah, that's how I do that part. That's really fast. He always throws the ping files in the same way. The 2013 version. So the rocks that fall from the ceiling, they fall based on your position. You can do a nice early jump onto it. Land on them. And then if you do the movement in the air right, they should fall in the same spot that you want them to. But if you're slightly off, they can fall in the wrong direction, so watch out for that. Like the wrong position. See there, I didn't do the cutscene skip properly, and that lost some time, so that's what that looks like. You have to like start holding triangle really early on in the loading screen. Oops. If you mess up killing the green slimes, I didn't mess it up like enough there, but if you mess it up enough, you'll have to do more like mixing his chemicals animations and shit before he throws the next set of vials. Like that. You have to do more of that. Here I stand on this bee. do a nice early jump there. Yeah, there's not much to note for that part of the fight besides the falling rocks can fall in the wrong spot if you're not in the right position. Be real. Yeah, it's crazy. 2014's only like 4 months away. Alright, lab, last main level. Well, I guess they're still fumbling in whole hog, but yeah. So right off the bat, this level is easier on J than NTSU because they added a mask. It's mainly nice for spinning through this one set of lasers, but for the rest, it's not that special. Yeah, it has a hint, so buffer a spin with circle. These yellow slimes always jump over them like that. These are the lasers that suck. Spinning through them in the air, you can get dunked. Low frame window to do it. So this room, there's lots of ways to do this room. Well, the way you do like these boxes will be the same, but there's a few different ways to do these boxes. The way I do these boxes is I sweep the bottom from right to left. Well, not like that, but I like sweep not from the right, but from like here, and it'll break them like butter. And then as you're going away, you can do an air spin to break that crate. And then that's how I deal with those boxes. You can also bounce on the top crate. Or no, you can also go past them and spin them like that. It doesn't really matter though, because of a lights out cycle that we carry from Jaws. These dudes, I jump around them. You can also jump around them on the right. It's harder though. I mean, it makes sense if you look at how this platform is shaped. Here, make sure you time your spin nice and early for these switches, so you can do the proper spin through the electricity. Here, you want to snipe this guy nice and straight, so he goes through the TNTs. You can see a bit of the explosion, and hits the two switch crates that are up ahead. So I'm under this door. You don't actually want to zigzag going into this door, or you'll bonk. If you just walk after sniping the dude, you can get a nice entry into this room without bonking on the door. These trap doors, you can always clear the jump without a ledge jump. It might be kind of tight with a ledge jump, but yeah. Without a ledge jump, that is. Yeah, normally this shit'll all be open. But yeah, because you can spin through the electricity, like this isn't even a puzzle like it is in the original game. Or normally with the game. If you mess up the snipe, like you snipe the guy diagonally, you can spin jump the top crate. Not like that. That was terrible positioning. And Great Hall. I'm talking about backtracking. Here you want to hit the right switch first, because the right switch opens the door and the left one closes the trap door. So obviously you want to get the door open first. Here there's lots of different ways to do this room. The safe way, spin through, do that. But it's slower. The faster way to do it is to... How do I even set it up? Yeah, let me just die and try again. You can jump through that. Drop spin, dude, fuck off. Getting a lot of dropped inputs throughout this whole thing, and it's really annoying when I'm trying to show something. Alright, spin through the lasers, spin jump there, which You don't have to spin jump, you'll bounce off this anyway, but it kills the slide. And you can, if the lasers are going, you can go over the lasers and land on it here. You'll just have to practice it. You can use the same spin for these life crates that you used for the switch crate. If you're scared here, you want to wait, you can just wait a bit ahead of the door and the door won't hurt you. It won't close on you, rather. Here it's just spinning through the electricity. It doesn't matter if the trapdoor is going. Not there, because you can stand here. You can also stand here. Here you can do a ledge jump to get across, or a sub jump. Here you can do a sub jump through the lasers if they're going. And then for these TNTs, you have to spin jump them. It's the fastest way, because they won't blow up. Like, you'll finish the level before they blow up. The safe way, I guess, is to land on the TNTs, get over here, and wait for them to blow up before going on the portal. Yeah, you can dodge. It's just inconsistent. It's the Naughty Dog garbage simulator. Yeah, lab is definitely it's definitely worse than any percent, I think. I feel like I'm forgetting stuff. Alright, so once you finish lab, you get moved to Great Hall, but you have to backtrack. You have to backtrack before you can finish Great Hall. But I mean, you wouldn't have 100% anyway. You have to backtrack, so make sure when you beat lab, you're not mashing X and circle to enter the next level, because you gotta go back. You can either do lights out first or fumbling first. Lights out first is faster because of cycles. This level needs the yellow gem to get the box gem. It's very excuse me. It's very similar to the first visit, so it's not much to talk about. Again, I'm not going to repeat myself for the revisits, only cover new things. So, this is what the cycle would look like if you exited the Cortex bonus in Jaws, did the ending strats, got the fastest cycle in Castle, didn't mess up Rio, and got a decent lab, and a good beginning of this level, you would not have to wait here. But you can also do the stuff I showed on the first visit with using sub jumps and scenery and the sides to catch these cycles. Yeah, second visit you just have to break these two crates. If you had skipped them before, then it's not an option. Yeah, these cycles are all the same. Again, I like to snipe those crates because it's so laggy here. Another thing, actually, on the first visit, I make sure I don't collect that life crate, or that extra life. I make sure I don't collect the actual extra life itself. And that's so on the second visit I don't have Wumper Fruit here. Because in theory there should be less lag if it's just a life token and not Wumper Fruit. Just to lessen my chances of getting a dropped input here, because I get dropped inputs here all the time. I don't know about other runners though. Oh, and you also have to watch out with jumps in this level. The archways, you can easily bonk on the archways, so you have to be careful. So the yellow gem.
What have I got?
This is pretty much all about how early you can jump. Break those like that and get on the portal. If you land on the portal in the wrong way, you can like clip into it, but you just jump out of it. You can also like overshoot it. Go over here or some shit. But that's about it. If you fall back down the tower, you're most likely dead because there's actually death triggers. There's actually death triggers in the tower. And there's also like pits down there in the main part of the level you could fall in, so. Yeah, jump early, just not too early. That's about it for that revisit. Yeah, Tass wouldn't care. Alright, fumbling. It's probably the hardest level casually. So this level has a respawn cycle. It's it's quite difficult. It saves like 7 seconds. But I found out when I got my first 102, I think, that it actually gives you very fast cycles in Native Fortress if you carry them that far, like almost perfect. It's not almost perfect, but super good cycles still. So you enter this level, just Death Abyss over here. This beginning section sucks. You just have to get comfortable with sub-jumping. I don't know why Underdog made that section like that. When you spawn in or you respawn, don't go get this mask and then do it like this. I don't get why people do that. This beginning section doesn't matter too much for the respawn, because you have to wait a bit on this platform if you go super fast. But it's pretty much right after this the fun begins. So there's that. There's this. There's that. That's not the hardest part. The hardest part is this section probably. Spin through that. Do this. And a tight jump there. My world record gets that. Definitely these strats used to be like, oh no way I'm going for that anytime soon, but I just practiced it a lot each day and got comfortable with it. Pretty comfortable with it now. It's still scary, but it's very fast, especially with the Native Fortress thing. Like, it saves double digits now for sure. Well over double digits. But after that section, the rest of the level is pretty much movement. So once you're past that section, you're pretty much in the clear if you're comfortable with the platforming in the rest of the level. And spinning through the pendulums. You don't need like perfect, you don't need to be like perfectly slick for these jumps, but it'll help. For this jump, you can actually jump off the wall, which can save your ass a lot. I think my world record actually currently had that happen because I undershot it. So yeah. You do need to keep your movement up to par though, because there is another cycle to catch. It's nothing like that though. The cycle also has a backup. This pendulum, I sub-jumped through it. Oops. Yeah, you want to catch that cycle. If you slack on your movement, you could miss it. There is a backup for it. You can ledge jump like that. You'll just be able to land back on the platform though. Like you would land here and back on that and proceed with the level. Hey, Stagius Whale. Oh, are you talking about this level, Claxy? Yeah, it could be. There could still be a, the cycles could still be faster. Never thought about that for, lower levels. Rather, like, people not going for, those strats. Yeah, just get comfortable here, like, spin jumping off those thin platforms. It's like, it's a hard level casually. But at least you don't really have to worry about the darkness thing in these levels in the speedrun because of the movement. This section. On the respawn, I usually have to do a sub-jump to get through the first spear, or the first pendulum, and land on here. You have to get comfortable with that movement, because it's kind of awkward movement. It's very easy to undershoot or overshoot one of the jumps. Rest of this is fairly straightforward. Here, you can die here with a mask. Basically what happens is, if you pick up a mask... Yeah, I think it's if you pick up a mask and get hit on the same frame, you die. And so, like, Crash dies with a mask right next to him. It's pretty funny. Each Crash game has a spot where it can happen in the speedrun, and this is the spot for Crash 1. If you snipe the rats into the mask crate and get hit by the pendulum on the same frame that the rat hits the mask, you'll die. It's pretty funny. I have a pretty funny clip of it happening. Yeah, what you can do, you can actually just damage boost through it, because I mean there's a mask right there, and you don't really need light there. So these pendulums suck. If you get hit by them, you're likely screwed, because it's really hard to recover. Like, it's a falling platform, there's the scenery in the way. But if you did the movement, if your movement between the last moving square platform up to here was good, you can actually get to these pendulums at a point where they're not in the way. You have to go decently fast for it. But if your movement was like average throughout it, then you have to sub-jump through it. You can wait for it and you'll still get good native fortress cycles, however you'll have less leeway for mistakes in rolling stones. So keep that in mind. Careful not to overshoot those spiders. I don't know, Doge. I've still never done anything task related, so I'm not sure. I imagine people just record the encodings. I don't know, that statement didn't make sense. I don't know anything about tasking. Alright, so the next level to do is Whole Hog. You can also do it before Boulder Dash, but it's slower. Or, well, it's slower because of the native fortress cycle thing now, I guess, but, I forgot to mention on Hog Wild, the hog levels take away your masks, and there's a damage boost we do in this level. You can replace the damage boost with a TNT spin, but it's kind of awkward with the camera. It's kind of scary, like on PvPace you wouldn't want to really do it, have to go for it. So yeah, we just do it here, because you don't need masks, you don't want masks entering Rolling Stones. Alright. This level is, again, an auto-scroller. However, this level has a couple glitches that are really, really annoying. Fun fact, you can just go neutral at the start here and survive, up until here. So yeah, take a breather. So the first glitch, the crate on the left, that crate there, the upcoming, you can walk right over it and it won't break. Fun fact, an older, like, prototype, alpha, whatever you call it, version of this game where you could play this level, almost every box had that issue. So they fixed, like, every box except for that one. And it really sucks. There are ways to avoid it, though, thankfully. You might not always get them right, though. So I'll go over them. So, you can either break the glitchy box from as far left as possible, or as far right as possible, and you won't get the glitch. For years, the setup was always said to be go neutral and hit it from as far right as possible. However, recently for me, that has stopped being consistent. I don't know why, that just happens in speedrunning, whatever. And then I messed around on emulator and found out that you can also hit it from as far left. If you hit it on the left, it won't happen at all. Like, it's even smoother. Just the only thing is to hit it on the left. You have to make sure you still hit these boxes that are on the right and not miss them. The other bug is this hog cycle, whatever you call it, the rotating thing. It's really precise for some reason, and it's a really awkward jump. You have to jump like really early for it, but not too early. I think the reason it's like that is because of lag affecting the cycle. So yeah, just get a timing for it. Your timing will probably vary based on what model your system is, or if you're on emulator, so watch out for that. Just practice it hard, because you can easily die to it. That jump is terrifying on PV base. This level's filled with swag. Like, you can hold right there, you can skip this thing. There is another issue in this level. It's not a problem for me, I know it's been for other people. This cycle here, you're supposed to go under it. Some people still die to it, which is that's really bullshit. Again, I think it's because of lag, but it seems like on my system it's not a problem if I hold right. So try holding right, try it lots of times, see if it works. If not, find something that works out for you. You can also do that, and that's about it for this level. That third to last box there is pretty awkward. It shouldn't glitch like the other one though. Oh, have you, Claxy? It might have actually been that third to last one. That one's definitely... The other ones are super uncommon though. Not really a reason for worry. Alright. So that's all we're doing on Island 2 again for a while. So if you didn't do upstream skip, I'll go over the upstream 2. There are unique strats for this that you won't see on like a upstream skip visit to upstream, or on the 90% visit. It only happened once, yeah, it's good. So for upstream 2, if you're doing it, you do not want to get that mask. It's slower. It's not useful anywhere in this level, and it's a problem in Rolling Stones. You have to damage boost to get rid of it to not get invincibility. A lot of this is going to be the same as the if you're doing upstream, which I covered already in the first visit. Some stuff towards the end though is going to be different, which I'll cover. Cover the revisits in one visit. I think it's a bit more organized this way. Oh yeah, so you don't want to get that mask. Whenever I do this revisit, like in a run where I didn't get upstream, I always get that mask out of habit for upstream skip, but you don't want to get that mask. You want to, I got the plank glitch activated there. You want to do what I showed in the first visit. Ray, just break the boxes and go forward. Like, it's basically the same thing as like a 90% visit, except to spin for the boxes. Here, you want to land on this first orange gem, land over here. And breaking this box under the bridge kind of sucks. But I usually, what do I usually do? Yeah, honestly it feels like bouncing on it does the job better than spinning it. It's really dumb. Let me just die. Nice jump. Yeah, and then you go over to the right and turn around like that immediately. I don't know what this cycle looks like when you do that. I've never messed with it, but look into it if you're not doing upstream skip. You can break that box and clear that jump. It's just a little bit more difficult. It's still not that bad though. Oops. There we go. You don't even need zigzag for that jump there. And here you can do a skip, sub jump there, and spin the fish. That's actually easier than it looks, in my opinion. I don't think that strat's that bad. But yeah, that's it for upstream revisit. Make sure you don't mash when you leave this level or you'll enter Papu. Make sure you move one. Same with after Rolling Stones. It's really bad if you enter Hog Wild after Rolling Stones because you lose a mask for Native Fortress. Double jumps. I covered those a bit in the first visit. Alright, so Rolling Stones revisit. It's definitely good to practice this one a lot. It's easy to bleed a lot of time here. So I'll snipe the plant so that it makes this shape. I don't even know how to describe that shape, but yeah, it makes that shape. And it makes it so, I need to do it properly to actually do it. Makes it so you can break the boxes really easily. But time it so you're not too early on the roller cycle. Yeah, like that. Copy what I did. Then, you want to get this mask. It's actually possible to break all those boxes and break those boxes and make the cycle. I have a video on it. It's really difficult though, really difficult. It's not going to save a Native Fortress cycle either. Like, you have to do that, get through there, and then you have to do a strat that involves like spin jumping off this and then breaking this other crate as you're moving like that, and then make this cycle, and this cycle also needs a lot of zigzag. It's not really viable, and it's might not save time because of the Native Fortress. So we just get the mask and it sets everything up nicely for stuff later in the level as well. This is how I break these boxes. It lines that up perfectly. Spin jump off this crate's faster. Snip those. Here, you want to do that. Again, make sure you're holding X the whole time for that and zigzagging away from it. There is actually something faster about that. I always forget about it. A faster way to do that for lag reduction. It's if you land on the last TNT, it'll be off screen faster, which causes more lag, but everything will still blow up. It's an awkward jump though. You have to land on the last TNT and land on this platform because you can't clear the full jump to the half pipe. You have to like slow down a bit, but you can't slow down too early or else the TNT explosion will hit you. But that's a minor time save, and that one would actually save time because it's a lag reduction and not a cycle related. Same thing here. It's not lined up right now, but go to the left here. These cycles are all the same, just have to get that box. I need a mask actually. There's a strat, White Pod's found. It's very useful. You get hit by this plant. When you get hit by it, Crash gets knocked up, and that lets you break that crate and that crate in one spin. But also getting hit by the plant kills it, so it snipes that crate. So the mask is ready to go for you to have for Native Fortress for a damage boost. There's more to it. I'll cover it when I do the level again. So blue gem, all you have to do to get rid of the death triggers is that, and also the camera will follow you. Break those boxes like that. Some people have to get really comfortable with landing on that half pipe. Hey Mike. Oh, it's because in Crash 1 the TNTs don't blow up stuff properly off screen once you deload them. They're not programmed to break the boxes around them like in Crash 2 and 3. So yeah, you have to get it's kind of a weird jump, jumping off the blue gem onto the little half pipe. So yeah, I get comfortable with it. Here I cover this on the first visit. It's possible to speed through that whole thing without getting hit. It won't save you a cycle in NF2, but it's fine. My voice is cracking so much today. Wow, I got that by a large margin too. That was good. All right, I'll do another pass of the level, then cover something else about the plant damage boost thing. Nectar Field 2.
What have I got?
Oops.
What have I got?
So here, if you go fast enough, you can go between the rollers without getting hit, and that's actually faster, so you don't have to wait for your iframes to run out before hitting the plant. Because if you hit the plant with your iframes, it'll die, but you won't get the bounce off it to hit the crate in the air. So yeah, what happens is like that.
What have I got?
I was misremembering actually. The plant snipes. The plant snipes that crate and the mask crate. You only hit the one in the air with a spin. Alright, so that's Rolling Stones too. I think it's good to practice both visits. Personally, I practice both visits at least. Alright. Nitro Field 2. Again, make sure you're not mashing after leaving that level, because you'll lose your masks and a lot of time if you enter Hog Wild. Alright, so yeah, it's really good if you enter this level with one mask, because you can damage boost at the end. Especially the cycles from fumbling set up a nice damage boost on the last set of flames. And you can still have a mask left over to damage boost in Boulder Dash. So the start here is like similar to Great Gate, same boxes. Same thing here.
What have I got?
Land on the turtle right from the bouncy crate like that. I think it can be easy to miss boxes in this level, like these ones on the side, like that box there, so make sure you're remembering to get those. The second floor here is actually mostly the same, except for no out of bounds, obviously, because you need the boxes in the main level. So that strat there, if you went fast enough in fumbling and rolling stones, you don't have to go for that, which is nice, because like I said on the first visit, it can eat your jump. But if you were kind of slow or messed up somewhere, you have to go for it. I don't remember if you can catch up to the cycle some other way. Same thing here. Oh yeah, it's also not faster to sub-jump onto that spike. It won't save you a cycle later in the level, and that applies to the first visit as well. Here, jump right to the turtle. You can jump from the spin to checkpoint like that, kinda, but the turtle will be in the normal state, which gives you a low bounce. Super fast strat there. If you zigzagged a lot in the air, you can spin jump off that checkpoint. It's very satisfying to get. Monkey, you are in the wrong spot. This here is a common cycle to get. It's fast though. So you want to low bounce off that torch. And here you're going to be doing buffer jumps off these gems. There's a thing where you can jump from here to here. It's not faster though, because it depends on where the gem is in its little bobbing animation. It's like bobbing cycle. But I think it's slower anyway, because you have to like rub up against the... You have to gain height before you actually bounce off it. Whereas here you just do it like that. Except even faster than that. Yeah, you do need to hold X for these platforms. Yeah, make sure you don't start... I have this bad habit at least. I start going too fast there, ready to zigzag into the clouds. The clouds aren't solid from below, so you can enter them like that. Here it's fastest to do a spin jump a spin jump from the first crate onto the second one, but I think a double spin jump would be faster. Oops. Yeah, you want to walk along here, bounce off the life crate. Here, that part just takes practice. It's pretty annoying to mess it up. If you messed it up and you land here after breaking them all, you can clear this jump. Get a lot of zigzag in, at least. Yeah, what normally happens is you land down here. You might be able to even, yeah, do some shit like that. If you got like a godly break on all those boxes. Some people I've seen break this crate on the way up. It's very obviously slower. I don't know why they do it. But yeah, you break this as you're going down. And here you're going to start zigzagging. Pretty much as you go past this bouncy crate. So you can land right here between the gem and the torch. It's very fast. There's a thing that's exclusive to the second visit to this level. Where, like, you could have this torch going, but none of those torches are going, and it's to do with the cloud section and what happened there. But with the cycles from fumbling, you can you'll have to damage boost at the end anyway. The torches will be going most of the time. See, it's my bad habit, jeez. And I'll show you how to properly damage boost as well. There is an issue regarding the torches and that can happen. You have to really watch out for. So if you damage boost off the torches, sometimes what I've noticed happen is the next torch you land on, Crash actually won't bounce off it. He'll just land on it like that. And so you can easily die from just walking off it, assuming because you assumed you would get a bounce. I don't know what causes it. I just I make sure I'm ready to jump off the torch if it does happen. I don't I anticipate a bounce, but I'm also ready for that shit to happen. Yeah, that part there, just copy it and practice it, that's all I can say. I don't remember if it's like the first torch you have to damage boost on or the end. It might be the last one. I don't think I damage boosted in my PB. I think something happened. I don't remember. But yeah, you just damage boost. You get a much lower bounce than from bouncing off the torch. So remember that. It'd be okay to just bounce off all of them if that happened. If you get a weird bounce. Oh yeah, that happens sometimes. It never lines up like that with the respawn cycle though for generator room. So the ending is important. These guys you can break with one spin. You have to like time it in a certain way though. Just practice it, you'll see what I mean. So that tower of 5 crates, ideally you break it all in one set of spins, one jump. It's not free though. So what can happen is There's 2 crates left, and what you can do is what I just did there. Bounce off the top crate and then use an air spin to break the last one. Or just 1 crate can be left. So like you do this, and then an air spin to break the last crate. And finally the boss of this level is this crate. Don't forget it. And if you're doing this strat, make sure you actually know how to do it. So for Native Fortress, I'm actually gonna pull up my best seg. My best seg for Native Fortress is a 241, which is absolutely insane. But the Native Fortress I get in my run is... Oh yeah, my Native Fortress 2 of my PB had issues. It was because I messed up rolling stones and I missed some cycles. So it would be one of my other... Yeah, it'd be one of my other 102s that has the better Native Fortress. But anyways, a good Native Fortress in a PB-paced run from Fumbling would be like a 245, not a 241. And it's because I think if you mess up rolling stones or fumbling in a certain way and arrive to Native Fortress at the right time where you still make the first spike cycle, the cycles are a bit faster, but not really. You don't actually save time from them because the only reason they're faster is because you messed up in the other levels and you just got your time loss back. You know what I mean? It just gives you like a fake gold, basically, which is also why I don't keep track of my summit best in this game, because that issue applies to a lot of levels. Alright, last level of the run is Boulder Dash 2. If you're on NTSC-J, it's Road to Nowhere. And of course, Road to Nowhere, you just use everything I talked about on the visit to this level. I didn't really cover stuff for the first visit for Road to Nowhere, but I don't think there's much. You want to death abuse on the second checkpoint. Older 90% runs did like the 4th checkpoint. It's the 2nd checkpoint that's faster. But yeah, you could just watch a top level 90% run to see anything different about that. Alright, so you want to... Let me actually grab a mask somewhere. Because you want to damage boost on a TNT here. Because it also breaks a lot of surrounding crates.
What have I got?
So the level's still pretty basic, like pretty much the same as the first visit. It's nice that the last level is a pretty easy one. It's still scary because of like dropped inputs and stuff, and you can still fuck up this level, zigzag off the side or something, but it's pretty good, especially after the brutal Native Fortress. That's usually how I do that. You can also do 2 spin jumps and then rub against the tower to break that stack. Just know that if you miss the tower crates, you can't go back and get them because the boulder will activate. Oh, nice, dude. Okay, well, I can show it safer. If you're really scared here, you can just break them like that to guarantee breaking them, but it's faster, obviously, to break them like that. Alright, so yeah, I got the fence clear there. I didn't get that on the first visit, so it's nice I got that there. It's a bit faster. It's kind of tricky, though. Alright, so here, yeah, I lost my mask. I'm not going to bother replaying the level, but basically, you hold down, you spin this TNT, and you hold X, and that will break both crates here, and it'll break this crate over here. and holding X will let you get over this fence. So basically you do like that, except you got hit and you still like get over the fence. It doesn't break these boxes back here, you have to break those yourself, but yeah. You can also do it without a damage boost. It's just easier and safer, obviously. If you don't have a mask and you don't want to do the TNT spin, the strat to get these is not that. Let me try again. It's kind of a weird strat. Yeah, it's that. You like break those two boxes in a way where you can still bounce off the TNT, and then you go break the other crate. So this section has a thing called boulder skip. If you zigzag enough, you can get on the purple gem platform before the boulder is able to kill you while you're riding it. This actually doesn't... You don't need a shit ton of zigzag for this, especially on the J version, because the boulder is actually slower on the J version again. Yeah, boulder skip is this. The boulder can kill you while you're riding it, and if you don't have a good enough movement there, zigzagging and doing the proper spinning as well, it will kill you. Now, it's also very important, this underground section. If you walk off this gem platform too early, you'll die, because there's several layers of death triggers in the way. So you want to fall off like about there. You can fall off much earlier than there, but yeah, and you zigzag right as you walk off it. So right when you get here, you want to do this section like that. Here you're going to snipe this plant into the two crates that are in the air on the left, and then use a spin to break that crate, and the plant will also snipe the crates so that they'll end up like this. The crates will either end up like this, or there'll be 5 crates on the ground. Either one isn't a big deal. Like, either one you can deal with. Yeah, that one you just do that. And if the crates are like 5 on the ground, you just do one spin across the ground and it should break all of them. Yeah, just be careful of the depth perception. With those plants, it's pretty bad. I think I usually like spin. Yeah, I spin like right when they're about to lunge at me, pretty much. Great Hall time. Alright, so Great Hall. Great Hall, it's actually possible to reach Tana without all the gems. Because there's only the 20 clear gems in this level. And because of Upstream Skip and Jungle Roller Skip, you actually can beat this without the orange gem or the green gem. But then it's not 100%, it would be an any percent run technically. So yeah, obviously you still need to get 100%. Yeah, that is a little exploit. A fake 100%. Let me re-enter. There's something weird with the camera in this level at the beginning. I don't know, there's something where like the camera sometimes doesn't follow you. I never get it anymore. I don't remember what causes it, but watch out for it. But you can do the same movement regardless, and the camera will follow you. Like, it's not gonna not follow you. Yo, Hypno, he came in right at Great Hall. Yeah. Almost 8 hours of Crash 100 information. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, there's not much tech in this level, obviously. Just some corner cuts here and there. Zigzag as much as you want for your desperate late game time save. If you want like an extra second to save off your run, if your last run didn't do much movement here, you can do a lot of zigzag and proper fast spins in this level to save like a second. Alright, so here there's some issues. You can actually overshoot the trigger that starts the ending. And, I mean, if you don't notice that, if you don't react in time, you can walk off and die, which is hilarious. So, like, you want to be jumping and zigzagging throughout this section, but there's a certain point where you want to start walking into the death trigger. I mentioned this at the start of the run. It's hard to split accurately, but it's not a big deal. You can adjust your time on your speedrun.com submission very easily. So yeah, we do need to trigger the 100% ending, even though after Boulder Dash we get 100%. We still need to trigger the ending. It's a universal thing across Crash speedruns. And I guess a lot of other 100% speedruns out there as well. Alright, so with that, I guess I will end it. Bam. Sub 8. That also includes a lot of bathroom breaks. I was drinking so much water because of all the talking that had to do that and fill up my water a lot. But damn, the last Pseudo-Tutorial was almost 6 hours, and this one was almost 8. So that goes to show how much more we know about this game and category now, and how much faster we're going as well. Thanks, Claxy. Alright, I think I did pretty good for that Pseudo-Tutorial. There's gonna be stuff I forgot to cover, but I think it was not bad, and also it was cooler out today. So I was able to do this without my fan blasting into my mic, which is good. Perfect day to do this. I was gonna wait till I got another PB before I did this, but I thought, yeah, I'll do it today. I was motivated, so you know, you're not always gonna be motivated to do this. Like, it's actually, you don't realize till you do it. It's exhausting talking this much. Like, it's actually exhausting. Like, I was on Island 3 being like, oh my god. Like, in my head, not out loud, being like, oh my god, there's so many levels left to cover. So many levels that have a billion strats in them. But I was like, no, I do enjoy it a bit. I do enjoy it, it's just, it's exhausting. And I want to do it too, because it's so helpful. See, the funny thing is, Claxy, it doesn't hurt at all because it's so intermittent. I'll spend like 5 minutes talking, then zigzagging, 5 minutes talking, and then zigzagging. So yeah. It's where I'm only actually I was only actually like playing the game for about half of the stream. The rest was talking. These credits are long as hell. If you ever want to do another run right after, you're better off resetting your console, because they take forever. You can actually pause during them. I don't know why you'd want to interrupt the great music, though. No, I can't do attempts, Alligator. It's so late. My biggest mistake, though, with this was starting it at, like, way too late a clock. I thought it would take, like, maybe an hour longer than the other Pseudo-Tutorial, not 2 hours. No, skip mask hints. Have to read all the mask hints out loud. In Japanese.